Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at the pile of smoldering scrap metal on the ground. He couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to Zhao Ming, the guide behind him whose jaw was practically dropping to the ground. His gaze was fixed on the twisted thousand-machine cult mark deep within the ruins. The dark red paint looked like congealed blood scabs under the dim light, and the ferocious dragon shadow coiled in the center exuded an evil aura. The Thousand Machine Sect. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself. As if sensing its master's killing intent, Storm's fury hummed and arcs of blue-white electricity crackled and flickered in the dim environment. He lifted his foot, heading in the direction the mark indicated. Step into that even denser darkness where even the faintest light of day could hardly penetrate. Deep within the ruined capital, a vast and ancient, heavy aura like the breath of a sleeping behemoth faintly emanated. My lord, wait, ahead lies an unexplored, absolutely forbidden zone. The danger level is unknown. Zhao Ming snapped out of his daze, his face as white as paper, his voice trembling, and he stumbled after him, trying to stop him. He was sent by his superiors to monitor this scourge, and he certainly didn't want to lose his life here. But Chen Ping'an's figure had already been swallowed up by the swirling dust and the shadow of the collapsed megastructure, leaving only a resolute silhouette. Zhao Ming stood frozen in place, staring at the remains of the guards who had been instantly reduced to dust, then at the direction where Chen Ping'an had disappeared. He swallowed hard, his face filled with only fear and confusion. A monster, this is definitely a monster in human skin. The thick layer of dust beneath my feet was like a desolate gray snowfield. With each step, I sank half a foot deeper silently. Metal shavings floating in the air gleamed with a cold, hard starlight in the faint light filtering through from somewhere. The enormous, rusted gears resembled frozen mountains. Broken bronze beams jut out like a forest, forming a suffocating metal graveyard. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the view suddenly opened up ahead. A relatively intact building, like the remaining skull of a giant beast, is embedded in the center of countless collapsed ruins. Its main body is composed of a dark, strange material that is neither metal nor wood. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of verdigris, yet it miraculously did not collapse completely. The building's entrance is sealed off by a massive bronze door, intricately constructed with mortise and tenon joints and engraved with flowing energy runes. On the door, a huge, slowly rotating 9-grid lock disc emitted a faint blue light. Each cell is inlaid with different ancient runes twisted like tadpoles. System: entrance to the ruins of an ancient research institute discovered. The puzzle 9 Palaces Star Track has been triggered. Warning: this lock contains spatial binding energy. Brute force will cause an unknown spatial collapse. A paper tiger, all talk and no action. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Chen Ping'an's lips. He was prepared for this. In a previous life, many large guilds conquered the evil dragon dungeon. By then it was late in the game and the demon dragon had become quite powerful. As expected, the bones turned out to be quite tough to chew. This forced them to disclose some information and missions that required assistance from other players, and Chen Ping'an happened to have participated in the research of this 9 Palaces Star Orbit mission. They know the details and locations by heart, and no matter how the star orbits change, there are still patterns in their movement. It can be said that Chen Ping'an came prepared this time. The energy flow of the Can position rune is abnormal, creating a conflict with the Li position. The earthquake was a feint. The real pivot point is the intersection of the Zhen Chinese letter and Dui Chinese letter positions. In just a few breaths, he completely understood the complex energy flow patterns and rune connections on the lock disc. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. A faint yet incredibly precise wisp of storm power condensed at the sword tip, transforming into a thin, hair-like streak of azure lightning. With a sharp hiss, it precisely struck the 2 inconspicuous rune connection points on the lock plate. Buzz, the massive bronze door shuddered violently. The flowing runic light on the door panel suddenly went out, then rekindled with a more harmonious and fluid rhythm. Click, click, click! A series of heavy, precise mechanical sounds came from inside the door. Rumble, the heavy bronze gate slid open silently, and a cold current mixed with stale dust, engine oil, and strange arcane energy rushed out. Behind the door was a huge, hemispherical space. The dome is inlaid with long-dimmed star crystals whose faint light barely illuminates the area below. In the center of the space, a platform composed of countless intricate bronze gears and flowing arcane runes floats. On the platform, a palm-sized, dark gold metal piece shaped like the tip of a broken key is enveloped by a soft blue energy sphere and rotates quietly. Item: Ancient Central Control Key Fragment. Type: Special Mission Item Locator. Description: a fragment of the highest-level key from an ancient research institute, containing faint core spatial coordinate information. Possessing this item might allow one to sense the location of the Research Institute's core control room. The residual energy fluctuations on it seem to originate from the same source as the Thousand Machines, Evil Dragon. That's it. A burning desire flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Just as he was about to step forward to retrieve the item, the entire ruins of the Research Institute suddenly began to shake violently. A piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire space. The dim star crystals in the dome suddenly burst into a dazzling red light. Boom, boom, boom! The massive hidden compartments in the thick metal walls surrounding the Research Institute suddenly popped open. Thick metal pipes shimmering with azure arcane energy emerged like giant pythons from their caves, instantly connecting to the area beneath the central platform. The ground cracked open with terrifying tremors, and a massive, suffocating shadow was being forcibly awakened from the depths of the earth, slowly rising. Dust and rusty debris fell like a torrential rain. The first thing to emerge was a huge metal foot about the size of a small car covered in a thick, dark gold alloy. Next came the massive torso like a mobile fortress, covered with layers upon layers of armor plates from which flowed raging, azure arcane energy. On either side of the torso are four incredibly thick mechanical arms, each ending in a giant drill bit and chainsaw. What's most chilling is its head. It's not a head at all, but a giant, constantly rotating meat grinder made up of countless sharp gears. At the center of the gear, a massive, deep purple arcane crystal like a single eye locked onto Chen Ping'an. Warning: the final guardian of the ruins has been triggered. Fell Titan Ruins Scavenger LV. Health points, level difference too large to be fully detected. Attack power extremely lethal. Defense: physical resistance plus 80%, arcane resistance plus 60%. Skill: Arcane Torrent Barrage. After charging, fires a devastating beam of arcane energy from the main cannon on the chest, dealing massive arcane damage and inflicting knockback and burning effects. Meat Grinder Storm. A high-speed rotating gear winch at the head creates a cutting area, dealing continuous massive physical damage to enemies within close range. Overload Field. Periodically releases an arcane field, greatly reducing the attack speed and movement speed of enemies within the area. Titan Stomp. Raises its giant foot and stomps the ground, causing widespread physical damage and stunning the target. Description: the ultimate defensive creation of the Ancient Research Institute, combining peak arcane energy with mechanical might. Warning: the level far exceeds the player's current tolerance limit. Immediate escape recommended. Judging from the oppressive feeling emanating from the ultimate guardian before him, Chen Ping'an sensed that something was amiss. Over level 100. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted, and an unprecedented sense of crisis was poured over him like ice water. The immense, invisible pressure from the superior's hierarchy caused his bones to groan under the unbearable strain, as if he were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. Boom. The armor plate on the demon titan's chest suddenly slid open, revealing a cannon muzzle spinning with terrifying arcane energy. The blinding blue light instantly converged into a single point: danger. Chen Ping'an's entire body hair stood on end. Swift Step, activated instantly. His incredible speed transformed him into a streak of blue light that tore through the air as he dodged to the side at the last second. 3 Chi return activated. Target, Fell Titan, drain 20% from strength, dexterity, and constitution. Time remaining 13 hours, 39 minutes, and 59 seconds. Buzz. Chen Ping'an felt an overwhelming torrent surge into his limbs and bones. Muscles bulged, bones cracked, and an unprecedented sense of power surged through my entire body. Although the attributes extracted from the magic titan were only 1/5 of what they were for him, it represented a qualitative leap for Chen Ping'an at the moment. Strength, agility, and physique instantly increase by 20%. The heaviness brought by the overload field is largely offset. Buzz, boom! A beam of intensely concentrated, azure arcane light, as thick as a water bucket, grazed his afterimage and slammed into the spot where he had just stood. The incredibly hard alloy floor, covered in runes, was instantly melted through like butter. It left behind a terrifying, bottomless crater with crimson lava flowing along its edges. The violent shockwave mixed with scorching air currents violently blasted Chen Ping'an away. Bang! Minus 71,589. Arcane impact damage. A shockingly large damage number popped up. Chen Ping'an was slammed heavily against a metal wall dozens of meters away, letting out a muffled groan, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Just being grazed by the aftershocks caused his health bar to plummet by more than half. Shadow Walker Leather Armor. The Shadow Affinity passive ability provides a slight evasion, but this is of little use against overwhelming power. Damn, luckily I used 3 Chi return beforehand. My health surged to 100,000. Otherwise, I would have been instantly killed. Chen Ping'an crashed into a metal wall in the distance, a sweet taste rising in his throat, almost causing him to spit out blood. This damage is absolutely outrageous. He then downed a bottle of healing potion. His eyes instantly turned incredibly fierce, and the fury of the storm unleashed an unprecedentedly fierce roar. No refunds. Faced with a formidable challenge, the word retreat simply doesn't exist in Chen Ping'an's dictionary. My heart pounded like a war drum and scalding blood roared through my veins. Go all out, lava armor, activate, Chen Ping'an roared, his magical power surging within him. Buzz. A burst of scorching crimson energy erupted from his body, rapidly condensing into a thick, viscous, and menacing armor flowing with dark red magma. The Gratoni's lava bracers shone brightly, and the lava barrier runes faintly appeared on the surface of the armor. Lava armor in effect, physical defense plus 300, magic defense plus 150, immune to low-level fire, reflects 20% of damage, sizzle. The gear winch on the head of the magic titan emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound and began to spin wildly at an accelerated speed. It formed a terrifying cutting storm with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. The drills and chainsaws on the 4 robotic arms roared like 4 giant metal pythons ready to devour their prey, closing in and strangling Chen Ping'an. At the same time, an invisible arcane field instantly spread out. Overload field in effect. Chen Ping'an instantly felt as if his entire body was filled with heavy lead weights, and the terrifying speed brought by his swift step decreased by 30%. Dodging has become difficult. Let's see if we can break through their defenses. Chen Ping'an's eyes were bloodshot, and he poured the power of the storm into the rage of the storm without reservation. The sword's bluish-white light surged, accompanied by deafening sounds of wind and thunder. Phantom combo? He withstood the immense force field, his body twisting and turning like a ghost, narrowly avoiding a sweeping chainsaw arm. At the same time, the longsword in his hand transformed into a bluish-white light screen, and dozens of condensed sword shadows, like a rain of pear blossoms, fiercely stabbed towards the knee joint of one of the supporting legs of the magic titan. Puff, 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 minus 1,789, minus 1,845, minus 1,802, minus 1,876. A series of damage numbers popped up, but the values were pitifully low. The dark gold armor plates were incredibly sturdy. The Storm Sword aura ignored the 30% armor effect, and even against the 80% physical resistance and the immense level advantage, it had very little effect. Only a few faint white marks remained at the joint connection. Roar! The magic titan seemed to be enraged. The huge drill on its other mechanical arm slammed down on Chen Ping'an's head like a battering ram, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air. At the same time, the rapidly spinning meat grinder storm from above also came crashing down. Chen Ping'an tumbled around awkwardly, the drill bit grazing his back as it slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. The sharp wind blades whipped up from the edge of the meat grinder storm stung his cheeks, and his health dropped a little more. No, at this rate, we'll grind them down until they drop dead, but we still won't be able to break through. We must find the weakness. While using the residual speed from his swift step to desperately dodge between the 4 mechanical arms and the meat grinder storm, Chen Ping'an also pushed his mental power to its limit. It scanned the massive body of the magic titan like a scanner. Armor plating, joint, arcane power node. His gaze suddenly locked onto the area below the main cannon muzzle on the chest of the magic titan and at the base where the 4 mechanical arms connected to the torso. The armor there was relatively thin, and the azure arcane energy flowed at high speed through thick pipes and arrays of runes like solid blood. Each time energy converges to launch an attack, those nodes erupt with blinding light. That's it. Chen Ping'an's spirits lifted, the opportunity has arrived. The fell titan raised its massive, battering ram-like foot once more and a terrifying shadow descended. Titan Stomp, now Dragon's Imperial Guest, activated. The will of the Storm Dragon God has possessed me, all attributes increased by 20%, agility increased by an additional 50%, physical defense increased by an additional 100%. Magic defense increased by an additional 100%. An indescribable, immense power surged through Chen Ping'an's entire body. His speed instantly soared to a point where it was impossible for the naked eye to catch an afterimage. Azure winds and thunder swirled around his body and his aura surged. Duration, 30 seconds. During this time, the suppressive effect of the overload field seemed utterly laughable in the face of the dragon god's will. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Instead of retreating, he frantically squeezed out his remaining physical and mental strength. Swift Step is forcibly pushed to its limit under the suppression of the overload field. He transformed into a streak of azure light that almost touched the ground, narrowly passing between the giant foot that was about to descend. At the same time, he gripped Storm's fury with both hands, the tip pointing upwards. All the power of the storm, all the will, all the killing intent were concentrated at the tip of the sword. Break it for me. Screech. A condensed, hair-thin yet dazzlingly bright bluish-white sword aura. Like lightning piercing the darkness, it struck from below with unparalleled precision, penetrating the energy node connecting the right foreleg mechanical arm of the magic titan to its torso. Storm Sword Aura, ignore defenses, target the core. A dull, strange sound like leather being pierced and mixed with the leakage of energy. Minus 99,876, weakness critical hit. Energy core destroyed. A dazzling, exaggerated damage number suddenly popped up. Buzz beep beep beep. The massive body of the magic titan suddenly stiffened. The chainsaw-like mechanical arm on its right foreleg, which had been swinging wildly, instantly lost all power and drooped limply to the ground. A blinding blue spark and turbulent energy erupted at the connection point. The arcane light on its chest flickered violently, emitting a piercing alarm and a buzzing sound of energy overload. Effective. The Storm Sword's power can destroy its energy core. Again. Chen Ping'an's spirits lifted, and taking advantage of the brief moment of paralysis and energy disorder that the magic titan was in, he swiftly circled its massive body like the wind. The arc-shaped sword energy of Swift Slash splashed towards the connection points of the other 3 mechanical arms as if it were free not to cause damage but only to disrupt energy transmission. Laugh, laugh, laugh. The sword energy continuously sliced through the armor and energy channels near the node. Although the damage was not high, it successfully slowed down the magic titan's recovery and attack rhythm. The fell titan has gone completely berserk. Its 3 remaining mechanical arms swung wildly, the head winch reached its maximum speed, and the arcane cannon on its chest began to charge up again. However, the movements clearly lost their previous coordination and precision, and the energy fluctuations became extremely unstable. Chen Ping'an, like a persistent carbuncle, pushed his speed to the limit, daring to weave through the ferocious attacks. He stared intently at the few most intensely blue energy nodes on the demon titan's body. Each time Phantom Slash cooldown is complete, a Storm Sword aura condensed with all his energy and spirit will inevitably appear. Like the most precise scalpel, it plunges deep into a crucial point. Minus 102,345, left hind leg node destroyed. PFFT minus 105,678, secondary energy node in the chest destroyed. Minus 108,901, the last left foreleg node is destroyed. Each time the sword energy pierced through, it was accompanied by a violent tremor in the body of the magic-powered titan and a frenzied spray of turbulent energy. Its massive body began to stagger, its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and the alarm blared like a dying whale. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe one day, maybe longer. When Chen Ping'an had exhausted his last bit of strength, he had consumed almost all of his supplies and medicines. The massive, heart-like arcane crystal beneath the main cannon on the chest of the fell titan was pierced by the final storm sword aura. Die. Possessed by the dragon's shadow, Chen Ping'an let out an inhuman roar. He transformed into a streak of azure lightning that tore through space, ignoring the lashing mechanical arm and the edge-cutting of the meat-grinding storm. Its extremely high dual defense and dragon gods will absorb most of the damage, targeting the area below the main cannon on the chest of the magic titan. That deep purple arcane core, pulsating like a heart. The fury of the storm gathered all his power at this moment, the will of the dragon god and the indestructible storm sword aura. A glint of blue light at the tip of the sword as dazzling as a star. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce the core, the fell titan's energy overload shield shone brightly. At the same time, its only remaining left arm drill bit with a doomed momentum stabbed fiercely into Chen Ping'an's back. If this blow lands squarely, even in possessed form, the opponent might not be able to withstand it. A close call, great fortune abounds. The Shadow Walker leather armor passive effect Shadow Avoidance is triggered, swish. Chen Ping'an's figure vanished mysteriously just as the drill was about to reach him. 0.5 seconds of invincibility. The next moment, he appeared in the shadows 5 meters behind the magic titan. His sword strike, imbued with all his power, continued its relentless momentum. Instead, due to the minute angular change during the teleportation, it precisely bypassed the thickest part of the shield from the front. From a tricky angle, it pierced the fragile connection between the arcane core and the main cannon's energy conduit. Energy core penetrates. Minus 188,888, a terrifying damage number dazzling in gold and almost leaping off the screen, exploded. Rumble, 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 rumble. A devastating explosion that shook the entire ruined city occurred. The massive body of the fell titan, a fusion of arcane and mechanical pinnacle technology. Like a super powder keg that had been ignited, it was utterly torn apart from within by the raging storm power and the out-of-control arcane torrent. Countless fragments of titan alloy burning with ghostly blue and bluish-white flames, twisted gears and broken arcane crystal pipes shot wildly in all directions like an apocalyptic meteor shower. A devastating energy shockwave swept across everything, shaking the entire Research Institute ruins to the brink of collapse. Even with the dragon's imperial guest, state protecting him, Chen Ping'an was still blasted away by this irresistible force, crashing into the most solid dome alloy of the ruins like a cannonball before slamming heavily to the ground. Bang! Minus 45,321, explosive impact damage. Chen Ping'an's health bar instantly dropped to a mere sliver. The dragon god's phantom image dissipated and he lay on the ground, his bones feeling as if they were falling apart, his internal organs churning, stars flashing before his eyes, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The storm's fury flew out of his hand, landing diagonally in the distance, its light dimmed. His mana was completely depleted, the lava armor had long since disappeared, and his body was scalded and torn in many places by the high temperature and shockwave, causing excruciating pain. We won, that overpowered monster. We finally took it down. System, congratulations to player I am a reverse butterfly for defeating the ancient boss-level unit Fell Titan Ruins Scavenger LV. Experience gained. 8,888,888,888. System level increased to LV.64. gained 15 free attribute points. AI system. Level increased to LV.73, gained 15 free attribute points. 10 golden rays of light successively shone down upon him, leveled up 10 times in a row. 150 free attribute points instantly credited to your account. The sheer volume of experience nearly filled his body, which had been parched from the grueling battles, back to full. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an went all in on his attribute points. All of them went into Constitution. From this battle, he realized that he still needed to conserve some health. If the next step is to face the 1,000 Machines Evil Dragon, and it unleashes a massive, full-screen AoE attack that wipes you out instantly, then you're out of luck. In Chen Ping'an's memory, no guild in his previous life had ever seen the front of 1,000 machines. They were completely outmaneuvered by the fully developed 1,000 machines. After adding 150 points to Constitution, combined with the Wolf Soul Pendant, Gratoni's Lava Bracers, and Heart of the Rock Medal that increase Constitution, plus the 20% bonus from Pioneer Storm Sword God exclusive, you'll have a significant increase in Constitution. With just 292 points in Constitution, the base HP of the I Am a Reverse Butterfly character reaches 35,644. While the other soldiers envied his high health points, Chen Ping'an was not entirely satisfied. He had no intelligence to ascertain the strength of 1,000 machines, so he had to make his own preparations. The system's voice sounded at the opportune moment. System, kill reward item detected, broken mana core fragment, talent triggered 100x reward boost quality, item quality has undergone an epic leap. Item obtained. Ancient Magic Golem Core Blueprint Fragment. A dazzling orange light shone at the epicenter of the Magi Titan's explosion. A blueprint, neither gold nor leather, made of a strange material, exuding ancient arcane energy and the beauty of precise mechanics, slowly floated down in front of Chen Ping'an. He endured the aches and pains throughout his body, struggled to crawl over and grabbed the blueprints. Item, Ancient Magic Golem Core Blueprint Fragment. Type, Engineering Design Drawings, Legendary. Requirement, Master Level Engineering Max. Description, the final blueprints containing the core power unit structure of the Heart of Magic, the greatest masterpiece of the Ancient Research Institute. Although incomplete, the arcane and mechanical fusion technology it contains is far ahead of its time. If some of its power can be successfully replicated, it would be enough to create a war puppet that surpasses current world understanding. Core Attribute Preview. If successfully crafted, Energy Source requires at least Heart of the Ley Line Legendary or an energy core of equivalent level to power it. Output power. Theoretically, the peak output can reach 35% of the Magic Titan main cannon, which can power super heavy weapons or large energy shields. Energy conversion efficiency. Up to 92%, far exceeding the current mainstream puppet engines, generally below 70%. Overload mode unleashes 200% output for a short period at the cost of severe core damage. Arcane compatibility, perfectly compatible with all arcane energy circuits and can be equipped with powerful skill modules such as Arcane Torrent and Energy Shield Generation, requires additional blueprints. Physical strength. The core's defensive capabilities are estimated to be equivalent to LV.80 Epic Plate Armor. Manufacturing requirements partial list requires master-level engineering interpretation. Rainbow Mithril Ingot Legendary X10. Starcore Adamantite Legendary X5. Void Stabilizing Conduit Epic X20. High Order Arcane Conduction Matrix Epic X8. Titan Alloy Forging Technology. Hiss. Even though Chen Ping'an had lived 2 lives and was used to seeing divine equipment, his heart still raced as he held this blueprint. This thing is insane. Just a single core design diagram reveals such terrifying performance. If you make it by hand and then place it at the entrance of the safe house to guard it, the scene was absolutely beautiful. However, below the blueprint, the glaring requirement, Grandmaster Engineering Max, and a list of materials whose names alone scream legendary or epic quality. And the final key hint, Titanium Alloy Forging Technology. It's like pouring a bucket of cold water on it. Grandmaster level Max. Chen Ping'an frowned. His current master-level engineering skills are absolutely top tier among players, but there's still a huge gap between him and the Grandmaster level. Even the hysterical city lord Gong Shuyan is not certain whether he has even reached the level of a Grandmaster. Moreover, those legendary materials are not available on the market. Even if a lucky player manages to obtain them, each one would be enough to make major guilds fight tooth and nail for them. Most importantly, the core technology of this blueprint is actually bound to the highest level workshop access in Freedom City. Damn, it really wasn't that simple. He muttered a curse under his breath and carefully tucked the invaluable orange blueprint into the deepest part of his backpack. It seems that turning what's on these blueprints into reality won't be possible by simply crafting it by hand in the safe house. We must make use of the resources of the City of Freedom, especially that little girl Mo Yuan and the heart of the furnace workshop behind her. He leaned on his sword to stand up, his gaze sweeping over the devastation of the research institute, littered with lava pits and charred marks. Finally, it landed on the ancient central control key incomplete that lay quietly in the energy sphere of the central platform. I got the key, though it was damaged. This near-death experience at the ruins was definitely worthwhile. He dragged his slightly weary body step by step toward the floating fragment of the key, outside the entrance to the ruined capital. Association observer Zhao Ming squatted in the shadow of a huge gear wreckage, idly picking at the rust under his fingernails. Time passed second by second, but the heavy black wooden door at the entrance remained deathly silent. They've been inside for almost a day, why haven't they come out yet? He scratched his head in frustration and muttered to himself. Could we really be stuck there? That's the Fantasy Titans restricted area. Even the big shots up there with their most prized puppets wouldn't dare to provoke it lightly. He peered again into the bottomless, dark entrance, a chill creeping up his spine. Zhao Ming abruptly pulled his neck back and vigorously rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Forget it, who cares if he lives or dies? I only get a few measly gold coins from the association every month, why risk my life? I might as well just stay here and starve. If there's no movement in 2 more days, I'll just report him as missing and call it a day. He shrank further into the shadows, determined to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich. At the same time, Chen Ping'an's figure shifted from blurry to real within the teleportation coordinate circle in the corner of the heart of the furnace workshop. The moment his feet touched the blackened floor soaked in engine oil, the pungent smell of burning metal and the muffled hiss of steam enveloped him. He shook his head as if trying to shake off the deathly, decaying atmosphere deep within the ruined city. Phew, finally out. He muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping across the workshop. The enormous furnace still spewed crimson flames, and shirtless NPC craftsmen swung their hammers, striking the red-hot metal with a clanging sound. Sweat and oil mingled and dripped down their bronze skin. No one paid much attention to this suddenly appearing player in this city driven by gears and steam. Strange things happened every day. He couldn't be bothered with Zhao Ming, the observer sent by the association to monitor him, who was probably still waiting for his prey in some dark corner at the entrance of the ruined city. Chen Ping'an saw through that guy's cowardly nature right at the gates of the ruined capital. I only make a few cents a month, why should I risk my life? This kind of person doesn't even deserve to be a stumbling block in his path. With a clear goal in mind, Chen Ping'an strode through the passage filled with high-temperature steam and metal scraps, heading straight for the area where Mo Yuan often stayed, which was piled with unfinished mechanical beasts. Mo Yuan was crouching down, her indigo overalls outlining her taut figure. Holding a strange instrument that shimmered with a faint blue light, he carefully adjusted the spinal joints of a wooden puppet in the shape of a cheetah. Her bangs were stuck together with sweat, her expression focused, and her red lips slightly pursed. Hello. Chen Ping'an's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a stone thrown into calm water. Mo Yuan's hand trembled and she almost shoved the instrument into the joint of the wooden puppet. My name isn't He, it's Mo Yuan. She straightened up irritably, turning to yell at someone. Who is it, can't you see? You really trespassed into the core area of the ruined capital. Mo Yuan gasped, nearly dropping the wrench in her hand. Everyone in Freedom City knew that place was an absolute no-go zone designated by the association. No one who went in had ever come out alive. Chen Ping'an didn't answer but walked straight up to her and flipped his hand over. He slammed the two items onto the bronze workbench next to him with a thud. The first item was the incomplete ancient magic golem core design blueprint, which was neither gold nor leather and shimmered with an ancient arcane luster. Even in its incomplete state, the complex energy circuits and sophisticated mechanical structures exude a chilling sense of oppression. The second item was a palm-sized, dark gold metal piece shaped like the tip of a broken key, ancient central control key, incomplete. It lay quietly beside the blueprints, the residual energy fluctuations on its surface subtly echoing the blueprints, exuding a distorted and chaotic aura. Mo Yuan's eyes widened instantly. She seemed frozen in place, staring intently at the two items on the workbench, her breathing becoming rapid. This is a fragment of the design of Titan's heart. She suddenly looked up, her gaze towards Chen Ping'an as if he were a monster. And this, you killed the scavenger deep inside the ruins. How is that possible, that thing? Can the drawings be completed? Chen Ping'an interrupted her, his voice hoarse but carrying an undeniable authority. Name your price. Also take a look at this thing. He pointed to the fragment of the key. Mo Yuan took several deep breaths before she could barely suppress the turmoil in her heart. She carefully picked up the orange drawing, her fingertips tracing the intricate patterns on it. Her eyes grew brighter and more serious. Complete, are you kidding me? Mo Yuan shook her head with a wry smile, her finger tapping heavily on the line marked Titan alloy forging technology on the blueprint. See that? The core pressure-bearing structure and energy flow circuit all require this kind of thing. This is the closely guarded secret of the highest workshop in the City of Freedom, Heavenly Craft Workshop. Even we at Heart of the Furnace don't have permission to touch it. What good are blueprints alone? Even a 1 in a million skilled cook like me can't cook without rice. She put down the blueprints, then picked up the dark gold key fragment again, examining it carefully for a moment, her brows furrowing even more deeply. This key fragment has strange energy fluctuations, and it carries a bit of the stench of those madmen from the Thousand Machine cult. It seems to have been forcibly contaminated by some external force. Using it to sense the core control room? Difficult. The energy is too weak and too chaotic. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chen Ping'an frowned. After a perilous trip to the ruined capital, the key items they obtained turned out to be all unfinished products, and they're still stuck on a technological barrier. However, Mo Yuan abruptly changed the subject, a sly glint in her eyes, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Ping'an. The value of the blueprints themselves is immeasurable. Although it lacks the most crucial alloy technology, the arcane energy compression matrix, the ultra-efficient magic energy conversion circuit, and even the energy guiding valve design for the overload mode, are all timeless treasures. She became more and more excited as she spoke and suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Give me some time and give me some good stuff. I can figure out a way to bypass that damn Titan alloy limitation and use the top-tier materials available today combined with the mind-blowing ideas in your blueprint to create a budget version. I wouldn't dare say it can reach the power of the original Titan core, but it will definitely crush all the puppet engines on the market. It can even link with your storm power. A beggar's version of youth. Chen Ping'an's lips twitched. This phrase sounded so similar to a naming convention often used by a certain mobile phone manufacturer. That doesn't sound very plausible. It's a custom-designed prototype with unlimited potential. Mo Yuan's eyes lit up, as if she were looking at a moving gold mine. Stop talking nonsense. Where's the good stuff? Stop hiding it. I know you must have made a fortune during your trip in there. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an opened his backpack. With a whoosh, a pile of materials radiating various colored lights poured onto the workbench, instantly illuminating the entire workshop with dazzling brilliance. Millennium copper bearing epic, ancient mechanical beast siege ram blueprint fragment, legendary. The most dazzling thing is the heart of the earth legend, the size of a pigeon egg with lava flowing inside. And that local specialty that Chen Ping'an brought from the City of Hope, Heart of Lava legend. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding air became scorching and viscous, and the surging earth energy caused the lights in the workshop to flicker. Hiss! Mo Yuan gasped, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Heart of the ley lines, you didn't dig up the ley lines of the ruined capital. In this heart of lava. How did you get so many treasures? She rushed to the workbench, her hands trembling as she tried to touch the two legendary materials, yet fearing that her hands would defile them. The surrounding NPC artisans who had been pretending to work but actually eavesdropping were now in complete uproar. Holy crap, the heart of the Earth's veins, the heart of lava, a legendary energy source. My goodness. There are even bronze bearings, battering ram blueprints. This is worth mountains of gold. Boss Mo Yuan is going to strike it rich this time if this job goes through. Developed Maya ***. Didn't you hear the boss say we'd use these gadgets to make a prototype? Materials of this caliber, if they explode, the entire workshop will be wiped out. The old craftsman turned pale with fright. Shut up. Get to work, all of you. Mo Yuan suddenly turned around, her phoenix eyes glaring, her fierce aura frightening the craftsmen into scattering like birds and beasts. She turned back to look at Chen Ping'an, her face now displaying the expression of a fanatical tech enthusiast, all her previous disdain and concerns completely forgotten. Great, excellent, with these treasures as a foundation, I'm 70% confident. She grabbed the orange fragment of the map, then pointed to the heart of the Earth's veins, heart of lava, and several pieces of millennial copper bearings. These are mine, consider them for renovation and material costs. Also, get me some Earth Core molten core, void star sand, and rainbow mithril foil, the more the better. This is a crucial auxiliary material for stabilizing energy circuits and strengthening mental connections. They might have rusted gears on the black market's dark side of gears, but that stuff is extremely expensive. You need to be quite wealthy to even consider it. What a coincidence. Chen Ping'an opened his backpack and took out the materials he had previously purchased from the NPC Rusty Gear with a small amount of 30 million gold coins. Void Stardust Epic Material X8 Molten Core Essence Epic Material X3 Rainbow Mithril Foil Legendary Material X1. Is there enough? Mo Yuan's beautiful eyes widened. How could this person have everything? Did they really loot the city treasury on their way back? However, this was not what she was concerned about. It would be great if we really looted the city treasury. That would be more like me. Cough cough. Exhilarating. Mo Yuan banished the strange thoughts from her mind, her face flushed as she swept the materials into her tool pouch, grabbed the huge bronze wrench, and her eyes instantly became incredibly focused. Make room for me, nobody's allowed to disturb me, I'm going into seclusion. She shooed Chen Ping'an into a corner like she was swatting flies, then took a deep breath, swung the wrench, and a faint blue aura suddenly burst forth from her body. That's her innate skill, precision control, which greatly enhances her focus and success rate during manufacturing. It's worth mentioning that, unlike other major cities, most of the NPCs in Freedom City possess innate skills. Conversely, players belonging to the City of Freedom, including the starting area, have a very low probability of awakening talent skills. That is, when creating a character and entering the game to draw talents, most attempts will fail. In short, the players in Freedom City are worse than dogs. Drink up. With a low shout, Mo Yuan slammed the wrench down hard on a piece of millennial black bronze bearing, accompanied by a whistling sound. When a deafening clang of metal clashing echoed through the workshop, sparks flying everywhere. That hard, epic material was actually dented by Mo Yuan's ferocious power and precise landing, with the dent matching the angle of the blueprint. She was completely absorbed in the task, as if she had become one with the tools in her hands and the materials in front of her. Wrench, carving knife, and smelting torch blurred in her hands, each strike carrying a strange rhythm. A bluish light of precise control enveloped her and the pile of precious materials. The mysterious patterns on the blueprints swirled rapidly in her eyes as she disassembled and reassembled them. Sweat quickly soaked through her indigo overalls and her hair clung to her cheeks, but she was completely oblivious. Sometimes he would furrow his brow, deep in thought, as he stared at a circuit on the blueprint. Sometimes a flash of inspiration would strike and he would pick up a carving knife and etch new patterns into the mithril. At other times he would roughly swing a sledgehammer, smashing the scorching metal blank until sparks flew, forcibly shaping it. Here, an energy compression overload node. Should we try replacing it with a storm rune? The magic conductivity of black copper is still a bit lacking. Let's try mixing in some heart of the earth powder. Holy crap! This circuit conflicts, I've got it, let's go around it, add a shunt buffer. She muttered to herself, sometimes excited, sometimes irritable, completely immersed in her own world. The only sounds in the workshop were her frantic forging, the sizzling of materials melting, and the occasional bursts of arcane energy. Those precious legends and epic materials were constantly deconstructed, fused, and reshaped in her hands. Time ticked by second. Chen Ping'an leaned against the corner, closed his eyes to regulate his breathing but kept an eye on the movements of Mo Yuan. He could sense an increasingly powerful and violent energy fluctuation brewing from the center of Mo Yuan's workbench. Finally, buzz. An unprecedentedly violent energy shockwave erupted from the center of the workbench. A blinding blue-white light instantly filled the entire workshop, and a powerful energy shockwave blew the surrounding tools and parts to pieces. The light slowly faded. Mo Yuan leaned on the bronze wrench, panting heavily. Her whole body was soaked in sweat, but her face showed an almost exhausting ecstasy and satisfaction. On the workbench in front of her, a brand new blueprint floated silently. The material of this blueprint is neither gold nor leather, but rather has a deep blue-purple luster throughout, with tiny, star-like arcane crystals inlaid along its edges. In the center of the drawing, the outline of a half-humanoid puppet with sharp lines and a powerful presence is depicted. Its core thoracic cavity was designed as a rotating miniature storm vortex, with a faint, lava-like crimson hue visible at the center. Countless intricate energy circuits, blending arcane runes and storm trajectories, spread throughout the puppet's body like blood vessels, ultimately converging at the storm's core. What's even more unsettling is that the blueprint itself radiates a powerful, almost living energy field. The surrounding air was slightly distorted under this force field. System, item acquired. Brutal Messenger Prototype Blueprint, complete legendary. Item, Stormbringer Prototype Blueprint, complete legendary. Type, exclusive growth type War Puppet Blueprint, bound to player. I am a reverse butterfly. Description. This is a unique war puppet blueprint created by Master Mo Yuan by fusing the transcendent concept of the ancient magic puppet core design blueprint, incomplete, combining the immense power of the heart of the earth vein, the inextinguishable energy of the heart of lava, the ultimate toughness of the millennial copper, and perfectly adapting it to the power of the storm sword god. It breaks free from the constraints of traditional puppets, with Storm as its core possessing unlimited potential for growth. Core features: Stormforge Core, based on Heart of the Leyline Legendary and powered by Heart of the Lava Legendary, perfectly fused with the user's storm power, requires active infusion. The core is both an engine and a weapon. It can drive puppets and also unleash devastating storm energy shocks. Storm Body. The main body is made of storm alloy derived from Millennium Copper bearing. Epic requires Titan alloy forging technology, or an alternative, has extremely high resistance to physical magical attacks, and can absorb and convert part of the energy of the storm core. Storm Synchronization exclusive passive. The strength of the puppet is directly linked to the user's Storm Swordsman class level and spirit attribute. The stronger the user, the stronger the puppet. Some skill effects can be shared. Arcane Compatibility Frame reserves numerous high-level interfaces, allowing the installation of modules such as Arcane Torrent Barrage and Energy Shield Generation. Additional blueprints required. Overloaded Storm Annihilation Ultimate Skill detonates the Storm Furnace Core and all the storm power injected by the user for a short period, unleashing a devastating regional storm energy tsunami. The cost was severe damage to the core and weakening of the user. Current estimated attributes: LV.1 Basic Form, Health Points, 1 million. Attack Power 5,000 Storm Energy Impact. Defense 10,000 Physical Resistance plus 40%, Magic Resistance plus 30%. Movement Speed 150%. Skills: Basic Storm Impact, Storm Shield Passive Damage Reduction. Core Requirement: Manufacturing. Main materials: Heart of the Earth Legendary X1 consumed, Millennium Copper bearing Epic X3 consumed, Rainbow Mithril Ingot Legendary X15, Star Core Adamantite Legendary X8, Void Stabilizer Conduit Epic X30. Key process: Titan Alloy Forging Technology Tiangongfang Permission, or alternative, Storm Force Tempering requires user assistance, extremely high risk. Auxiliary materials: Star-patterned Mithril Epic X50, Void Crystal Dust Epic X100, High-rank Arcane Conduction Matrix Epic X12, Dragonblood Wood Epic X10 tons. It's ... it's done. It really is done. Mo Yuan stared at the floating blue-purple blueprints, her voice trembling with excitement, her face flushed with exhaustion and exhilaration. Storm as the core, synchronized with the user's power. My god, this idea is insane and it's too powerful. She looked at Chen Ping'an with a complex expression, a mixture of pride, shock, and lingering fear. The forging process just now almost resulted in a complete loss of control and explosion several times. The entire heart of the forge workshop was deathly silent. All the craftsmen stopped what they were doing, staring in disbelief at the floating blueprint that exuded legendary power and the charred figure standing ramrod straight beside it. Someone, seemingly realizing something, murmured, "Legendary blueprints, exclusive, evolving war machines." Big Sister Mo Yuan created a blueprint for a monster. I am the reverse butterfly, oh my god. The wrench in Mo Yuan's hand slammed to the ground with a loud bang, its sound particularly jarring in the deathly silent workshop. She stared intently at the blue-purple starlight-filled drawing floating in midair, her throat dry. Wind, storm as the core, synchronous growth, good heavens, if this thing were built it might be able to demolish the association headquarters. Is this really the blueprint I created? Am I really a one-in-a-million genius girl? Chen Ping'an completely ignored the dozens of pairs of eyes that were practically bulging out of their sockets in the workshop. With a flick of his finger, the invaluable Stormbringer prototype design blueprint, complete legend, transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his backpack. The next second, he threw a densely packed virtual list, flashing a blinding red light directly onto Mo Yuan's workbench, almost hitting her pert nose. System notification. Player I am a reverse butterfly has posted a list of required materials. Rainbow Mithril Ingot, Legendary X15. Starcore Adamantite, Legendary X8. Void Stabilizing Conduit, Epic X30. Star Pattern Mithril, Epic X50. Void Crystal Dust, Epic X100. High Order Arcane Conduction Matrix, Epic. Dragon Bloodwood, Epic X10 tons. The list was so long it could be used as a scroll, followed by rows of even more outrageous names. The system thoughtfully labels each material with a bright red acquisition method. Mo Yuan looked at the list of materials whose very names could make the hearts of the city's top craftsmen stop. Looking at Chen Ping'an's expressionless face, he almost choked. You think this is like buying cabbage at a market? Starcore Adamantite, that stuff only drops from the boss at the deepest part of the Forge Core dungeon. And then there are the Rainbow Mithril Ingots, which are monopolized by those bastards from the Mithril Brotherhood, driving up their black market prices to astronomical levels. 10 tons of dragon bloodwood, you might as well let me gnaw on that world tree in Freedom City. Okay, you stay here and prepare the materials, I'll be right back. Chen Ping'an spoke succinctly, his gaze sweeping across the list, instantly locking onto several targets marked Dungeon Wild Drop. Thanks, Mo Yuan, next time I have good materials I'll give them to you first. Before he could finish speaking, his figure blurred and with a swift step, leaving afterimages, he disappeared into the steam and hammering sounds that filled the workshop. Igiribus LV.65 Raid. The dungeon entrance is hidden deep within a vast, abandoned gear graveyard in the western district of Free City, where rusted metal hills rise and fall in endless rows. A normal player team needs to be equipped with a special armor-piercing engineering golem to deal with the rusty colossus inside, which has abnormally high physical defense. Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at the group of people at the door who were studying the strategy guide and looking worried. His figure blurred and like a ghost, he bypassed the guard puppets wandering at the dungeon entrance and rushed straight in. Inside the dungeon, the passageways were narrow and the walls and floor were made of huge bronze gears that turned slowly, emitting a deafening click sound. If you're not careful, you could get caught in the meat and be crushed into mincemeat. A dozen or so gear sentinels, LV.68, each 5 meters tall and covered in thick bronze armor with steam billowing from their joints, thundered over, shaking the ground with every step. Swift wind slash. Chen Ping'an gave a low shout and the storm's fury in his hand erupted with a dazzling blue light. He didn't flinch at all, charging straight into the torrent of steel, puff 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 puff. Minus 198,765, critical hit. Minus 201,342, critical hit. Minus 203,879. Critical hit. Wherever the sword energy passed, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. The Gear Sentinel's 1,800 points of physical defense and 35% physical resistance were rendered useless by the Storm Sword aura, easily torn apart and pierced. Countless wind blades swirled left and right, unleashing another wave of explosive damage. Minus 25,542, critical hit. Minus 34,236. Critical hit. Minus 34,476, critical hit. A 100x reward boost quality triggered. Obtained, inferior bronze energy valve X3 quality ascension. Precision void stabilizer epic X3. Obtained, broken bronze core X1 quality ascension. Precision void stabilizer epic X1. Deep within the dungeon, the rusty Colossus LV.75 dungeon boss, whose size rivals a 3-story building, had just raised its battering ram-like arm when it was struck in the face by a phantom slash that tore through the darkness. Chen Ping'an moved like lightning, relentlessly attacking its massive body, his storm sword chi specifically targeting the joints and gaps in the chest armor. Boom! The rusty Colossus collapsed with a crash, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Golden light showered down. System, congratulations to player. I am a reverse butterfly for clearing the raid gear abyss. Experience gained 50 million. Level increased to LV.76. Gained 15 free attribute points. Level increased to LV.77. Gained 15 free attribute points. Level increased to LV.78. Gained 15 free attribute points. Obtained item. Colossus Core Fragment triggered a 100x mass leap. Right arrow ultimate perfect void stabilizer epic X1. The materials scattered all over the ground turned into specks of light and automatically entered my inventory. I went all in on Constitution. He transformed into a streak of blue light and instantly burst out of the instance, leaving several small teams of players at the entrance staring at each other in disbelief, as the system announcement of the instance's completion was being spammed across the regional chat channel. They were all petrified. Furnace Core LV.805 Player Rift. The entrance to the secret realm is located deep beneath the City of Freedom on the banks of a lava river where waves of heat roll in. This is the territory of the Molten Chamber of Commerce. Several players dressed in gold-trimmed uniforms controlling fire lizard-shaped golems are guarding the entrance, arrogantly collecting entrance fees. Halt! The core of the furnace is contracted to our Molten Core Merchant Guild. Want to get in? 1,000 gold coins per person for admission, or exchange it for fire resistance materials of equal value. The squad leader controlling a lizard puppet blocked Chen Ping'an's path, the lizard spewing sulfurous sparks from its mouth. Chen Ping'an didn't stop, nor did he glance to the side. His icy voice drowned out the roar of the lava. Get out of the way. Hey, kid, you're looking for... Before the squad leader could even utter the word die, a flash of blue light appeared before his eyes. Sizzle minus 215,876, critical hit. That expensive fire lizard puppet was cleaved in two by a storm sword aura that had been condensed to the extreme. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. The squad leader in the control room was hit by the aftershock. His health bar was instantly emptied, and he vanished in a flash of white light. I am the reverse butterfly has killed player Lotus Pond Nightsir and has been penalized with a red name for 30 minutes. During this time, the player will be expelled by the guards of City of Freedom. The chance of dropping equipment increases after a player is killed. The expected red name punishment was incurred, but this time Chen Ping'an was truly in a hurry and didn't have time to wait for the other party to make the first move. Enemy attack. The remaining members of the Molten Core Guild screamed in terror and scrambled forward, manipulating their puppets to attack. Chen Ping'an moved like a ghost among the puppets, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword energy from swift wind slash. Minus 185,432, minus 187,899. minus 183,456. I am the reverse butterfly killed player. National server Shield Mountain requests battle, now penalized with a red name. Time 59 minutes and 56 seconds. During this time, the player will be expelled by the guards of City of Freedom. The chance of equipment dropping increases after a player is killed. I am the reverse butterfly killed player. Chicken blows up deer, now a red named player. Timed 1 hour 59 minutes 54 seconds. During this time, the player will be expelled by the guards of City of Freedom. The chance of equipment dropping increases after a player is killed. Several puppets were instantly dismantled. Without even glancing at the shattered parts scattered on the ground and the terrified players, Chen Ping'an stepped into the distorted portal to the secret realm. The secret realm contains scorching metal platforms and pools of flowing lava. Hordes of fire elemental monsters. Chen Ping'an immediately activated Dragon's Imperial Guest. The phantom of the storm dragon god flashed behind him and all his attributes surged, a swift and decisive victory. Braving the rain of lava and fire, he unleashed a flurry of attacks with Phantom Slash plus Swift Wind Slash, clearing the area before heading straight for the Molten Crystal Cluster Aggregate LV.85 realm boss at the deepest part of the secret realm. This is a gigantic monster composed of countless crimson crystal clusters with raging magma pulsating at its core. Each of its attacks unleashed a torrent of lava and fire. The three spirits have returned. Chen Ping'an roared. Active skill activated, an invisible force instantly detached from the crystal cluster giant and flowed into Chen Ping'an's body. He clearly felt his strength, agility, and physique increase by 20%. His entire body was brimming with explosive power. Die. The storm's fury, with its overwhelming power, pierced fiercely into the pulsating core of the magma. Boom! Amidst a massive explosion, the molten crystal cluster aggregate shattered into a shower of fire. Golden light flashed, level increased to LV.79. Level increased to LV.80. Level increased to LV.81. Obtained 100 molten crystals, quality enhancement. Right arrow 10 star pattern mithril epic. Gained 200 scorching dust, quality ascension, right arrow 100 void crystal dust epic. Materials arrived, physique surged again. Without pausing, Chen Ping'an rushed out of the secret realm, leaving the Molten Fire Merchant Guild players staring at the chaotic entrance and the system announcement on the verge of tears. Crystal Cluster Canyon, LV.85 Wilderness Map. Deep within the canyon, a towering 20-meter-tall crystal cluster colossus, LV.88 boss, entirely composed of massive purple crystals, is being besieged by 300-player raid groups from the Wings of Freedom Guild. Arrows, spells, and energy cannons fired by various puppets exploded on its body but with little effect. Each time the colossus swung its crystal arm, it sent a burst of white light flying towards the players. The command channel was filled with chaos and confusion. Quickly group all golems, tanks hold the line, healers go all out to keep them alive, DPS don't hold back with your burst potions. It's about to go berserk. Just as the Colossus's health was reduced to its last 10%, and a berserk red light began to spread. An incredibly fast cyan figure appeared as if by teleportation at the core of the Colossus's massive chest, which shimmered with arcane light. That sword, it's I am the reverse butterfly, someone cried out in terror. Stop him, he's trying to steal the boss, the leader of Wings of Freedom roared, his eyes blazing with fury. It's too late, swift wind slash. Phantom combo slash. A cold glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes, and the fury of the storm erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. One after another, the condensed, bluish-white sword energy ignored the thick crystal clusters protecting the Colossus's body and pierced its pulsating arcane core. Critical hit, weakness attack, minus 888,888. The massive body of the crystal cluster Colossus suddenly froze and a crisp sound like shattering glass came from its core. The next moment it collapsed with a deafening roar, it shattered into countless flying purple crystal shards. System announcement, congratulations to player I am the reverse butterfly for successfully defeating the boss Crystal Cluster Colossus, LV.88. Golden light surged wildly into Chen Ping'an's body. Level increased to LV.82. Level increased to LV.83. Level increased to LV.84. Level increased to LV.85. 100x reward boost quality triggered, obtained. Minimalist Arcane Core X1 Quality Enhancement, Perfect Arcane Conduction Matrix Legendary X1. Goal achieved, damn it, hand over the materials. The leader of the Wings of Freedom stared at the orange crystal plate in Chen Ping'an's hand, which shimmered with pure arcane light, his eyes turning red. He was surrounded by the remaining dozens of elite members with various weapons and puppet cannons aimed at him. Chen Ping'an casually put the precious matrix into his backpack, coldly glanced at the group of disheveled players, and pointed Storm's fury diagonally at the ground, the tip of the sword spitting out dangerous sword energy. Sorry, this place is temporarily under my control, please leave. An invisible killing intent mixed with the terrifying pressure of the LV.85 Storm Sword God spread out, making everyone gasp for breath, and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Not a single person dared to take a step forward. Their levels were generally only 50 and they only dared to attempt the Crystal Cluster Colossus because of their powerful puppets. Now, facing Chen Ping'an, a player whose level far exceeded theirs, they were naturally panicked. Weakness is a fundamental sin. Just as Chen Ping'an left the Crystal Cluster Canyon and was preparing to head to the Chamber of Commerce area, he stepped into an area filled with huge abandoned energy pipes. The environment was deathly still. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen or so crossbow bolts glowing with an eerie green light shot out from the treacherous shadows of the pipes from all directions. The angle was extremely insidious, sealing off all room for maneuver. At the same time, dark purple arcane runes appeared on the ground, forming a viscous, slowing force field. Finally couldn't hold back anymore. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Ping'an's lips. He didn't even bother to activate Swift Step and merely twirled the Storm's Fury sword in his hand with a seemingly casual flourish. Ding 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 ding! All the poisoned crossbow bolts were shattered within 3 feet of his body by an invisible, rapidly spinning pale blue wind. Let's do it. A furious roar came from the shadows. 7 figures dressed in gray linen cloaks and wearing gear-shaped dragon masks suddenly pounced out, their movements as swift as ghosts. The weapons in their hands gleamed with an eerie light, clearly coated with deadly poison. They worked in perfect harmony, attacking Chen Ping'an's vital points one by one. A clown. Chen Ping'an's eyes sharpened and he suddenly activated Swift Wind Step. He was so fast that he left several afterimages in his tracks. His true form appeared behind an ambush attacker as if by teleportation. -287,654, critical hit. Storm's fury easily pierced through the opponent's protective energy and leather armor, instantly killing them. Immediately afterwards, Phantom Slash erupted. Dozens of condensed sword shadows swept out like a storm. Puff, 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 puff. -198,765. -201,342. -197,889. The 6 ambush NPCs didn't even have time to scream before they followed in their companions' footsteps. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Chen Ping'an walked up to the last ambusher whose legs had been severed by the swift wind slash sword energy and was struggling on the ground. He stomped on the ambusher's hand, which was reaching for something in his arms. The insects of the 1,000 machine cult. Chen Ping'an's voice was devoid of any warmth. The eyes beneath the ambush mask were filled with fear and venom, staring intently at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an was too lazy to ask any more questions. With a flick of his sword, he pulled out a secret letter sealed with sealing wax from the inside pocket of the other party's torn clothes. The seal wax marks are precisely the twisted gears and the shadow of a dragon. With a flick of his fingertips, he cut open the seal and unfolded the letter. The target has entered the ruins and touched the key, threat level raised to maximum. The power of the storm poses a fatal obstacle to the Holy Lord's resurrection. Threat level raised to annihilation. The Holy Lord's will instructs, eliminate it before it completes the puppet core at any cost. Order no. 3. Surveillance shows it is frantically collecting high-level materials. Operation Rock has failed. At all costs, completely eliminate the target before it obtains enough parts. May the glory of our Holy Lord be eternal. The Holy Lord has been resurrected. A cold glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. We must strike at the heart of the enemy before the 1,000 machines evil dragon awakens. Otherwise, the difficulty of killing him will increase exponentially. A wisp of wind and thunder emerged from his fingertips, turning the secret letter and the corpse at his feet into ashes, just at this very moment. Ding. Player I am a reverse butterfly's red name penalty period has ended. Everything was as he expected. At this moment, he turned his gaze to the most bustling commercial district in Freedom City, where the Mithril Brotherhood's gleaming headquarters building stood. Next target, Rainbow Mithril Ingot. Mithril Brotherhood Headquarters. The headquarters of the Mithril Brotherhood is a magnificent building constructed from massive brass gears and mithril alloy. 2 rows of well-equipped and imposing NPC guards stood at the entrance. The atmosphere tensed instantly when Chen Ping'an appeared at the bottom of the steps. Halt! Mithril Brotherhood Headquarters, no unauthorized personnel allowed. The captain of the guards forced a shout, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. I am the reverse butterfly, the infamous #1 on the heavenly ranking, is now known to everyone in the City of Freedom. I'd like to speak with your association president about a business deal. Chen Ping'an kept walking, his voice calm. Soon, Chen Ping'an was led into an extremely luxurious reception room on the top floor. The leader of the Mithril Brotherhood, a fat NPC with a bloated belly and 10 fingers covered in jeweled rings, Yuanyuan Mankang, LV.75 merchant. He sat on a large, gilded chair with a forced smile, attended by 2 scantily clad maids. Oh my, what a rare guest! The butterfly goddess, ranked #1 on the heavenly ranking, graces our humble abode with her presence. It is truly an honor. Yuanyuan Mankang rubbed his hands together, his beady eyes gleaming with shrewdness. What kind of business does Butterfly Goddess want to discuss? Our Mithril Brotherhood may not have much else, but we have plenty of money and materials. Rainbow Mithril Ingots. 15 pieces are enough. Chen Ping'an got straight to the point, not bothering with pleasantries. Yuanyuan Mankang's smile froze for a moment, then he forced an even more exaggerated grin. Butterfly Goddess has excellent taste. The rainbow mithril ingot is our most prized possession. However, well, about the price. He held up 5 short, chubby fingers and waved them. The market price is 500,000 gold coins per piece, but for the sake of the butterfly god, the package price is 7 million gold coins. No deception. This price is double the black market price. However, the black market had high prices but no buyers, so in the end they had no choice but to buy materials from this person. Chen Ping'an was in a hurry and didn't want to haggle with this kind of person. With a blank expression, he simply dumped a small mountain of gold coins from his backpack. Chen Ping'an didn't care about this small amount of money at all. Yuanyuan Mankang stared wide-eyed at the pile of gold coins gleaming with an alluring golden light, his mouth practically watering. He licked his lips greedily, his eyes darting around, greed overwhelming his reason. Hey, butterfly god, it's not that I'm being disrespectful, brother, but our brotherhood is a bit short on cash lately. That's 10 million gold coins, cash on delivery. This is blatant harassment and extortion. Chen Ping'an finally raised his eyelids and looked at Yuanyuan Mankang. That gaze was calm and unwavering, yet it made Yuanyuan Mankang feel as if he were being stared at by an ancient, ferocious beast, a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Are you sure? Chen Ping'an's voice was very soft. I'm definite, Yuanyuan Mankang managed to say, his voice trembling slightly. 10 million, not a penny less. That's the rule of our brotherhood. Rules. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Ping'an's lips. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingers pointing like a sword. Buzz. A terrifying, sharp sword intent instantly filled the entire luxurious reception room. The valuable oil painting hanging on the wall was torn apart by an invisible sword aura with a tearing sound. Countless fine scratches silently appeared on the surface of the expensive mahogany furniture. Yuanyuan Mankang was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. The fat on his face trembled. What do you want? This is the Mithril Brotherhood, we have guards. Look outside. Chen Ping'an interrupted him, pointing his sword out the window and lightly slashing at the slightly shorter but equally magnificent subsidiary merchant building next to the Mithril Brotherhood headquarters. A condensed, hair-thin yet dazzlingly bright bluish-white sword aura shot silently from his fingertips. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The attached Chamber of Commerce building, which was tens of meters high, looked as if it had been cleaved by an invisible, colossal blade that pierced through the heavens and earth, starting from the top floor. A perfectly smooth, enormous cut runs diagonally through the entire building. The upper half of the building, along its smooth cut, slowly and silently slid down amidst the horrified screams of Chen Ping'an and his two maids. Rumble, 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 a deafening roar and plumes of smoke shot into the sky. The entire western district of Liberty City seemed to tremble. Chen Ping'an withdrew his finger as if merely dusting it off, and his gaze returned to Chen Ping'an, who was pale-faced and slumped in his chair. "Now what are your rules? Give it to me right now." Chen Ping'an screamed like a pig being slaughtered, scrambling to the safe beside him. Trembling, he entered the password, pulled out 15 exquisitely beautiful metal ingots that shimmered with iridescent light, and scrambled to Chen Ping'an's feet. "Butterfly, butterfly goddess, spare my life. This is my offering to you. I won't take a single penny. I only beg you to show mercy." Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at Chen Ping'an, who was shaking like a leaf, and waved his hand to collect the 15 rainbow mithril ingots. Legend. He turned around and, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, calmly walked out of the ruins of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. The sunlight shone on him, casting a long shadow behind him. The next place is... When he reappeared at the entrance of the heart of the Forge workshop, covered in dust and carrying enough epic and legendary materials to buy half of Free City, the clanging and B******G of the forging inside fell silent instantly. Mo Yuan was hammering a piece of mithril when she heard the noise and looked up. When she saw the mountain of materials behind Chen Ping'an, which almost blocked the entrance and was woven from various colored precious lights, the hammer in her hand clattered to the ground, and her rosy little mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. 10 tons of dragon bloodwood. She murmured the question unconsciously, her voice barely audible. Chen Ping'an didn't speak, but simply raised his hand and casually waved it towards the open space outside the workshop that was filled with scrap metal. Rumble, a small mountain made up of countless massive logs with bark flowing with a dark red sheen that resembled congealed blood, appeared out of thin air and crashed heavily to the ground. The strong stench of blood and the surging vitality of life instantly filled the air, overpowering the smell of machine oil in the workshop. Dragon bloodwood epic x 10 tons. The entire heart of the Forge workshop fell into an even more profound, deathly silence than when they had first seen the legendary blueprints. All the craftsmen stopped what they were doing as if petrified. Chen Ping'an walked to Mo Yuan's workbench and slammed the Stormbrella prototype design drawing, which was shimmering with starlight, onto the table again. A crisp snap broke the silence. "The materials are all ready." His voice was calm and even, yet it exploded in Mo Yuan's ears like thunder. "Let's get started." Mo Yuan looked at the mountain of legendary epic materials before her, then at the design drawing. Finally, his gaze fell on Chen Ping'an's still expressionless face, and a chill mixed with an indescribable excitement rushed to his head. This monster, he really only took one day, no, most of the day. They actually brought back this pile of divine materials that theoretically required the entire city's resources and would take months to gather. Meanwhile, deep beneath the City of Freedom lies the core of a forgotten ancient ruined city. The darkness surged like thick ink, driven by some remaining force. Countless enormous, rusted gears emitted a more muffled, more rapid click, click sound than ever before. In this desolate sea of gears, an unimaginably vast shadowy silhouette seemed to twitch almost imperceptibly. 2 points of light, darker than the abyss, slowly lit up in the absolute darkness, locking onto the direction where I Am the Reverse Butterfly was located. In the workshop of Heart of the Forge, the heat was intense, and the sounds of hammering, metal scraping, and humming energy filled the air, almost lifting the roof off. Mo Yuan threw herself onto the Stormbrella prototype design drawing that was shimmering with starlight, her eyes bloodshot yet sparkling with excitement. In one hand she held a bronze carving knife engraved with intricate runes, and in the other she clutched a rainbow mithril ingot that shimmered with iridescent light. They are carefully etching energy circuits onto a newly formed, incredibly complex metal core component. On the workbench next to him, there were piles of precious materials such as star-core adamantite and void-stabilizing conduit, which were so valuable that just one glance was enough to terrify anyone. Here, the energy overload buffer needs to be diverted using storm runes. The heart of the earth powder isn't blended well enough. Let's try adding some dragon bloodwood extract. She muttered to herself, completely absorbed in this epic manufacturing project, oblivious to everything around her. The other craftsmen NPCs kept their distance, barely daring to breathe for fear of disturbing her. Chen Ping'an stood aside, watching Mo Yuan's frantic dedication, and then glanced at the mountain of legendary materials. He knew this process couldn't be rushed. The system notification he'd just received clearly stated that it would take 72 hours to complete. A considerable amount of time has passed in the real world. Although the 24-hour virtual real anchoring period has not yet arrived, Chen Ping'an still cannot put his mind at ease. If attacked by external forces, could his handmade puppets withstand the attack? The materials are all ready, so hurry up and finish. Chen Ping'an spoke, his calm voice interrupting Mo Yuan's murmurs. Mo Yuan didn't even look up and waved her hand impatiently. Okay, don't rush me. You're driving me crazy. Do you think you can rush this thing out? Go do what you're supposed to be doing, don't get in my way. Chen Ping'an didn't say much. With a thought, he directly chose to log off. Swish. His body instantly became ethereal, transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing from the spot. Chen Ping'an's figure gradually faded amidst the noisy hammering and billowing steam of the heart of the furnace workshop, eventually transforming into a beam of white light and disappearing from sight. Mo Yuan, who was intently staring at the Stormbrella prototype design with a wrench in her mouth and her brows furrowed, suddenly looked up as if something was amiss. Staring at the spot where Chen Ping'an had disappeared, she paused for a moment. A rare hint of loss and emptiness flickered in her usually languid and cunning phoenix eyes. It's like a child who has obtained a priceless treasure and is excitedly disassembling and studying it, only to suddenly discover that the only person who could understand her madness and provide her with more toys has disappeared. HMPH, you run fast. Mo Yuan pursed her lips, muttered something under her breath, shook her head, and shook off that inexplicable feeling. He turned his burning gaze back to the star-studded blueprint on the table and the mountain of legendary materials beside it, his eyes once again captivated by the tech fanatic's fervor. I don't care anymore, I'm going into seclusion, don't bother me even if the sky falls. She wielded the enormous bronze wrench and threw herself back into the grand deification project, muttering those obscure engineering parameters again. The workshop was instantly filled with the sounds of dense metal clanging and energy humming. In the real world, in the control room of the safe house, the cold alloy walls emitted a faint glow and various monitoring screens and data streams operated quietly. A blinding white light flashed and Chen Ping'an's consciousness returned to his body. The initial excitement of dominating the game and collecting divine materials quickly faded, replaced by a sense of security returning to the real world and a subtle unease. He took a deep breath, removed his gaming helmet and stood up. The long hours online had left him slightly stiff, but his physical condition now showed a full 50 points improved offline. It allowed him to quickly recover to his best condition after just a little movement of his hands and feet. The 82 points of mental energy made his mind incredibly clear. Now he doesn't even need to catch up on sleep, which can satisfy his need to work up a 24-hour non-stop grind. He took a deep breath. The air inside the safe house, after being circulated and filtered, carried a slightly cold, metallic smell. Fortunately, the air system is still functioning normally. Let's check the surrounding area first. He first brought up the holographic monitoring interface on the main control panel, preparing to quickly scan the surrounding situation. This sight made him frown instantly. The energy indicator lights representing the 15 basic sentinel crossbow golems on the outer perimeter have all dropped to the yellow zone, which is close to 50%. Chen Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine. Something's not right. Chen Ping'an's eyes narrowed. Based on their minimum standby power consumption after such a short time, their energy should be at least 2/3 full. The abnormally high consumption has only one reason: they have been activated and deployed in combat. He immediately switched to the surveillance camera feed, retrieving live footage from outside the gate and previous recordings. Although the Reaper seems to have some kind of cleanliness mechanism, regularly cleaning up. In addition to the body, all kinds of video and photographic data from the time of death will also disappear. It can be said that the cleanup was quite thorough. The body and most of the bloodstains are now gone, but upon closer inspection, many clues can still be found. There were some unnatural charred marks and craters on the ground as if caused by an explosion. On some rocks and tree trunks there are obvious new impact dents and scratches, and even some deeply embedded, twisted and deformed metal fragments. Several patches of soil were a darker color than the rest, as if they had been heavily soaked in some liquid and then roughly treated. A faint, strange smell of gunpowder and blood still lingered in the air, despite the ventilation system filtering it many times. Most importantly, near the edge of the sparse woodland, there were obvious signs of vehicles roughly running over the area, as well as footprints indicating a chaotic movement of multiple people. Someone has indeed been here. Chen Ping'an's heart sank, and they used explosives and heavy firepower, but it seems the barrel exploded. Judging by the situation, there must be quite a few people. He quickly calculated the sentry golem's sensing range and attack patterns. It's probably impossible to kill them all. After all, the basic sentry crossbow golem sensing range is only 30 meters, and its attack pattern prioritizes targets that enter that range. The invaders certainly aren't that stupid. They wouldn't all come out of the cave. There must have been lookouts on the outside, and now they've most likely escaped, seeing the situation turn against them. This is not good news. Now that someone knows his location and has witnessed the strength of the outer defenses, they will be much better prepared next time. This intensified his sense of crisis. The location of the safe house no longer appears to be an absolute secret. Just as he was analyzing the situation with a heavy heart, the overhead lights suddenly flickered very slightly and at a high frequency a few times. At the same time, several indicator lights representing the power system on the main control panel dimmed slightly before returning to normal. Power fluctuations. Chen Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. He immediately brought up the energy management system interface. The icon representing the large diesel generator was flashing a yellow warning sign frantically. Warning. Main power supply unstable. Output voltage frequency fluctuating abnormally. Warning, backup battery is intervening to compensate, expected to last 4 hours and 32 minutes. Possible causes. Aging of internal generator components, load surge, external electromagnetic pulse interference. Damn it, Chen Ping'an cursed and quickly tried to use the backup generator. As it turns out, those damned unscrupulous merchants bought a defective backup generator at a high price. It makes a crackling sound as soon as it starts running. It felt like it was about to explode at any moment. Who would dare use that? Chen Ping'an quickly replaced the generator that had already reported a problem. It's like when it rains, it pours. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. This is a matter of life and death. Almost everything in the safe house depends on electricity to operate. Air filtration, water circulation, temperature control, defense systems, monitoring. Without power, it's just a giant metal coffin. He didn't want to suffocate, freeze, or starve to death underground. It's most likely because of that group of people. The shockwave from that heavy weapon that exploded may have affected some wiring buried in the exterior walls or underground. He immediately thought of that possibility. The cooldown for Void Anchor is still over 3 hours away, so it's impossible to get high-level materials out of the game right now for emergency use. Although the basic sentry crossbow golem outside the door has lost half its energy, it is still operational and can provide some protection for the time being. The most urgent task is to solve the power problem immediately. He immediately rushed to the supply depot, pulled out several high-capacity external hard drives containing a vast amount of technical data that he had frantically downloaded before the apocalypse. Connecting to his spare laptop, he quickly found relevant documents on energy and generator repair and modification, principles and maintenance of diesel generators, power system design and troubleshooting, emergency energy solutions. The exceptionally high mental attribute played a crucial role at this moment. Those dense texts, complex circuit diagrams, and tedious formulas became incredibly clear and easy to understand in his eyes, and he grasped them at an astonishing speed. They can understand and remember key information with just a glance. His brain was like the most efficient computer, frantically absorbing, analyzing, and integrating massive amounts of information. Knowledge that might take an average person months or even years to digest and master, he grasped in a very short time and was able to apply it to other situations. He quickly became familiar with the existing electrical system of the safe house and identified several potential points of failure and solutions. Having a strong learning ability is a good thing, but as Mo Yuan said before, even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. The main problem with the generator is likely to be in the internal voltage regulator or excitation system, or even the main shaft bearing, which may have been slightly deformed due to previous impacts. However, he simply didn't have the right precision electronic components or heavy tools to replace or repair it. Materials, damn materials. Chen Ping'an slammed his fist on the control panel in frustration. In the real world, there's no such thing as a 100x reward boost. You can get whatever materials you want just by killing a monster. Chen Ping'an scratched his hair in frustration. Should we risk going out and scavenging through the wreckage of the attacker's equipment to see if there are any usable parts? The risk is too great. Who knows if those escaped guys might be lying in ambush nearby? Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept over a metal box placed in the corner. Inside were a few valuable items cashed out from the game, including the Heart of Lava obtained from defeating the lava behemoth. Heart of Lava, legendary material. Type, all-round top-tier energy source forging material. Description, an energy core crystal formed by absorbing the essence of the Earth's powerful veins. It is entirely crimson red with lava-like energy slowly flowing inside. Containing the violent yet pure power of the Earth, it is one of the ultimate materials for driving giant war golems, forging top-tier defensive equipment, or performing forbidden Earth-type enchantments. Its energy is extremely stable and enormous. At the time, I just thought it was a top-tier forging material in the game, and I figured I could use it to enhance equipment or create even more powerful puppets in the future, so I just took one out as a spare. He opened the box as if possessed and took out a reddish-brown crystal the size of a pigeon egg, warm to the touch with what seemed like slowly flowing lava inside. Holding the Heart of Lava, he could clearly feel the terrifyingly stable energy contained within it. At the same time, his high mental strength of 82 points allowed him to perceive some extremely subtle things. The crystal in my hand seemed to resonate with an extremely faint, yet undeniably present, energy between it and the diesel generator struggling to run in the distance. A pulsation that falls under the categories of both thermal energy and kinetic energy. A bold, crazy idea struck him like lightning. In reality, does this thing also contain such enormous energy? The game describes it as having extremely stable and enormous energy. Could we use it to modify the energy system of the safe house? Once the thought entered my mind, I couldn't stop it. He immediately picked up the pigeon egg-sized Heart of Lava and strode to the energy core area of the safe house, the location of those large diesel generators. The roar of engines and the smell of diesel fuel filled the air. He closed his eyes, maximizing his 82 points of mental power, carefully sensing the energy fluctuations of the Heart of Lava, while simultaneously sensing the diesel generator's energy output mode, thermal efficiency conversion, and circuit layout. My brain was working at an unprecedented speed, combining the knowledge I had just learned in courses such as electric power system design and introduction to geothermal energy utilization. A vague idea using the stable release of enormous heat energy from the Heart of Lava as a source to create a geothermal electrical conversion device gradually became clearer in his mind. The principle is not complicated. It uses Heart of Lava instead of fuel combustion, and its continuously emitted enormous heat energy heats the heat transfer medium, generating high-pressure steam to drive a steam turbine to generate electricity. Essentially similar to thermal power generation and geothermal power generation, except the energy source has been changed to this legendary material from the game world. The key is the structure and materials. how to safely contain the heat of the heart of lava, how to efficiently convert it, and how to integrate it into existing circuitry. Done. A glint of ruthlessness and excitement flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Life and death are inherently unpredictable. If one cherishes life, how can one defy fate? Besides, I can even handcraft puppets. This level of energy modification isn't something anyone with hands can do, is it? Chen Ping'an encouraged himself. In reality, there's no system to assist him. He has to do it all himself. As the saying goes, the bolder the person, the greater the harvest. Let's do it. He immediately began this real-world massive project. First, he found the highest-grade, high-temperature resistant steel and alloy plates left over from the previous renovation of the safe house. Using a laser cutter and welding tools, they began to build a specially made boiler container, thick enough and with excellent sealing according to the design in their minds, to house the heart of lava. Sizzle, 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 buzz, blinding welding flashes and the sounds of metal cutting echoed within the energy zone. His exceptionally high mental attributes grant him meticulous control over his power, allowing him to wield various tools with ease and move with speed and precision. Soon, an ugly-looking but incredibly sturdy cylindrical metal container was created, with a dense network of heat-conducting copper pipes embedded inside. Then, he carefully used specially made heat-resistant pliers to place the heart of lava, which was radiating terrifying heat, inside and quickly sealed the lid. Next, he began modifying the existing diesel generator set, removing the fuel system. Connect the steam turbine section to the new lava core boiler, lay new high-pressure piping, and install heat exchangers, condensers, and pressurizers. The entire process is incredibly complex, involving multiple areas such as machining, pipeline laying, and circuit modification. Any error in any step could lead to terrible consequences such as a boiler explosion or energy leak. But Chen Ping'an, relying on his practical engineering knowledge and the precise control brought about by his exceptional mental strength, managed to accomplish it step by step. His movements were devoid of any fancy moves, yet frighteningly efficient, like those of a seasoned engineer. Sweat soaked through his clothes and his face was covered in grease, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally comes the crucial grid connection and commissioning phase. He took a deep breath, checked all the interfaces and valves, and then suddenly opened the main valve. Boom. A deep and powerful roar of energy suddenly erupted from the specially designed lava core boiler. The temperature on the container's surface skyrocketed instantly, turning bright red. Even the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. Through the thick observation window, one could see the heart of lava shining brightly. Inside, it felt as if real lava was surging and roaring. Terrifying heat penetrated the container walls and the dense network of copper pipes, frantically heating the heat transfer medium in the circulating pipes. High-pressure steam was rapidly generated, driving the modified steam turbine to emit an increasingly loud hum, and the speed increased dramatically. Buzz, connected to the grid, the lights in the entire safe house suddenly turned on, even more steadily and brightly than usual. On the main control panel, the data in the energy management system was fluctuating wildly. Primary energy source, lava core thermal energy conversion system. Output power 150%, 200%, stabilizes at 250%. The output power far exceeds the total output of the original diesel generators. The next second, the pointer of a voltmeter connected to the adjacent terminal suddenly swung to its maximum, immediately detonating. A blinding arc of electricity crackled and flickered between the terminals. The voltage is too high. Chen Ping'an was startled and hurriedly adjusted the exported heat flow and connected several high-power resistors and voltage regulator modules salvaged from various electrical appliances. After a series of thrilling adjustments, the voltage finally stabilized at around 400 V, the standard industrial voltage, and the current also became stable. With trembling hands, he connected the output line to the bypass circuit of the safe house's main power input switch, closed the circuit, buzz. The lights in the entire safe house suddenly brightened by 1 degree, becoming incredibly stable without the slightest flicker. The readings of all instruments on the main control panel instantly returned to normal, and the warning icons on the energy management system went out one by one. Main energy supply has been switched. Output is stable. The backup battery pack has stopped discharging and entered charging mode. All systems are functioning normally. I did it. It seems I might perhaps actually really be a genius. Looking at the impressive data on the screen and feeling the steady, powerful hum of energy emanating from beneath his feet, Chen Ping'an finally broke into a smile, his previously tense face now showing a hint of amusement. A tremendous sense of accomplishment welled up inside me. This thing, which he named the Lava Core Basic Geothermal Generator. Although it looks crooked and has a rough, handcrafted look with even a few sparks at the joints, it actually works. Moreover, its output power is much stronger than the original diesel generator and its energy is almost limitless. My sense of security regarding energy has instantly skyrocketed. In Chen Ping'an's view, this power supply upgrade and the previous handmade puppet were both milestone advancements. Using legendary materials obtained from the game, a deadly energy crisis in the real world was solved. He wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at the rudimentary device that was still humming softly, steadily outputting enormous amounts of energy. I thought to myself, it may look a bit ugly, but the effect is ridiculously good. At least I won't have to worry about the power supply for decades. But the Reaper won't give me that much time. However, another advantage is that in winter you can turn on the heating whenever you want without worrying about the power supply. Although by then, given his physical constitution, he should not be afraid of the severe cold. But as the saying goes, you can choose not to use it, but you must have it. Chen Ping'an walked to the side, fried some peanuts, then opened a case of Brave the World cigarettes, picked up one of the cans and gulped down several mouthfuls. While waiting for the void anchor skill to cool down, he stared blankly at the bright incandescent light. Stormbringer prototype. If this feedback could be applied to the real world, wouldn't it be like taking off immediately? I don't care what kind of monsters or state apparatus you are, they're all paper tigers, just sweep them away. Which guy doesn't love the romance of mecha? Chen Ping'an was no exception. After briefly considering it, Chen Ping'an shook his head self-deprecatingly, feeling that he was thinking too far ahead. Currently, his illusory anchoring skill still had many limitations. Who knows when we'll be able to bring the Stormbringer prototype to the offline world? Perhaps only after the 1,000 machines, Evil Dragon is slain will the Void Anchor skill have a chance to evolve. Before that, all I can do is make ample preparations for the battle. Both offline safety and in-game attribute enhancement are of paramount importance. Chen Ping'an was perfectly aware of this. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. At this stage, what we can do is to add as many basic Sentinel crossbow golems as possible before the Stormbringer prototype is completed. 2 or 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the game, God of Magic Augustus led the elite group of Hall of Oracles to clear several more dungeons, and in the reward settings, 90% of the experience was allocated to God of Magic Augustus. Furthermore, the team also had several experience boosters, a general term for players with experience-boosting talents hired at great expense by the God of Magic Augustus. This allowed him to barely reach level 55, and his equipment was now passable, consisting of a mix of several decent blue items and green items. With the game's abysmal drop rate, having gear on your character makes you look like a rich guy at first glance. There are also many low-level players who are still wearing the same tattered clothes they had when they created their characters. Alternatively, players can find an NPC to tailor a decent-looking coat for them. It doesn't provide any stat boosts, it just makes them look better. Players generally refer to these as skins. The God of Law Augustus was still not happy at all. Instead, he felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, making him feel uncomfortable and prickly. The reason was simple. Lieutenant Wang had vanished into thin air. He didn't even return to report, let alone leave a trace. The friend list in the game was grayed out, and the military's emergency communication channel in reality was also silent, without even a beep notification sound. This is very abnormal. Who is Deputy Commander Wang? Those were soldiers trained by his father, Ma Waiguo. Discipline was ingrained in their very bones. They are meticulous and highly disciplined. When carrying out a mission, one must carry out a mission. There is absolutely no way one would run off to do something else halfway through, much less disappear for so long without any reason. Even if the mission fails, even if they're on their last breath, they'll crawl back to report or at least send a message to report the situation. It's absolutely impossible for things to be like this now, with no trace of anyone, neither alive nor dead, and not even a single word sent back. You could say that Augustus went out for a while, picked up a few girls, and explored the true meaning of life, having some fun. That's somewhat reasonable. Lieutenant Wang is the kind of officer who takes orders as seriously as mountains and never hesitates to act decisively. Back in his room in the guild territory, Augustus paced back and forth restlessly, the hem of his gold-trimmed mage robe swishing loudly. Damn it, what on earth is going on? He scratched his head, a chill running down his spine. His mind was a jumbled mess and he started to let his thoughts wander. Damn it, could it be that Chen Ping'an isn't just some ordinary college student at all? Is he some kind of tough guy? Is he playing the fool and trying to take advantage of me? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, how could he explain the disappearance of Lieutenant Wang, who had led a group with rocket launchers? Scarface and his gang were useless idiots, but Lieutenant Wang brought along some real military experts and they even brought rocket launchers. How could they possibly fail like that? How hard must Chen Ping'an's tortoise shell be? Does his family own a military factory? How is that possible? Or perhaps... Augustus's eyes hardened. Is it that old cunning B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** strings behind the scenes. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chen Ping'an sold his +10 flowing wind-chasing shadow sword to Yi Gucheng. And that eccentric mage with a broken bow and as much health as a city wall, the newspaper boy, was also entrusted by Chen Ping'an to Yi Gucheng's Sword Pavilion Guild. There's definitely some shady deal going on between those two. Perhaps Yi Gucheng sent a master to secretly protect Chen Ping'an in reality and tricked Deputy Wang and his men. Yi Gucheng's Sword Pavilion Guild is powerful, so it's not surprising that it has some influence in the real world. Thinking of this, Augustus slammed his fist on the mahogany table next to him in anger, causing a crystal paperweight on it to jump. Damn it, it's all that son of a B*****ch Reaper's fault. He cursed through gritted teeth. They make a stupid game that's so realistic, just like real life, but they don't even have a way to make money from in-game purchases. It's making it impossible for me to spend my money. I'm struggling to make ends meet. If I could just spend money, I'd already have a full set of god-tier gear and crush. I am a reverse butterfly under my feet. Why bother with all that trouble in real life about launching armed raids? They'd probably just end up botched. And that idiot Scarface Dragon, his whole gang hasn't been online either. Who knows where they've disappeared to? They're utterly useless trash, good for nothing. Augustus grew angrier the more he thought about it and felt a throbbing pain in his temples. His actions in real life failed, and in the game he was overwhelmed by I am a reverse butterfly. This double frustration was driving him to the brink of explosion. Just as he was about to explode with frustration, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right forearm. Augustus's heart skipped a beat. This was a task he had given to his subordinates in the real world. If there's something urgent, remind him to log off in this way. Augustus quickly exited the game and took off his helmet. According to a subordinate's suggestion, it turned out that his father, General Ma Weiguo, had returned. His expression changed, and he quickly rubbed his face, trying to appear normal as he walked out of the game room. He then took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the irritability and guilt on his face, and tried to put on a relatively calm expression. Sure enough, sitting on the sofa in the living room was a tall, middle-aged man with straight shoulders and wearing a crisp military uniform. He had a square face, an imposing presence between his brows and sharp, eagle-like eyes, though a few wrinkles had appeared at the corners of his eyes and his temples were streaked with gray. It was Augustus's father, General Ma Weiguo. To Augustus's surprise, his father's face wasn't as stern and rigid as usual. Instead, it carried a rare, even gentle expression. This was even more unsettling to him than being scolded. "Horse," Ma Weiguo began, his voice as steady as ever but his tone much gentler. He rarely called his son by his nickname Mario, except on rare occasions when he was in a very good or very bad mood. "He doesn't sound like he's about to get angry." Ma Weiguo patted the sofa next to him. "Come sit down. How's your progress in that Doomsday Era game lately?" Augustus felt a little uneasy, but he still obediently walked over and sat down. Well, I just logged off to rest for a bit, analyzing the dungeon data. He made things up on the spot, trying to make himself appear as if he were focused on his career. Ma Waiguo's gaze swept over the gaming helmet beside him, and unusually he didn't show any disgust. Instead, he sighed, "The world is changing too fast, there's a lot of debate in the military right now." Augustus didn't dare to reply and listened obediently. Some of the old fogies are out of touch, clinging to outdated ideas, clamoring to concentrate resources on developing more powerful weapons to confront those Reaper aliens head-on. Ma Waiguo shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness and sarcasm. To try and break a rock with an egg is utterly foolish. He paused, his gaze shifting to Augustus, a different look appearing in his eyes. Another voice led by your old man believes that this Doomsday Era game is probably not as simple as it seems. Dad, I also went into the game and tried it out. It's so realistic, it's incredibly realistic. Its emergence, I believe, will one day bring about fundamental changes to this world, such as force feedback. Perhaps this is the way forward for humanity, capable of bringing about a different kind of change to the real world. Augustus was stunned. He hadn't expected that the military leaders were already discussing this, and he certainly hadn't expected that his own father was the leader of the game farming faction. This art style is a bit off. Wasn't Dad always the one who hated him playing video games? Ma Waiguo seemed to see through his son's thoughts and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Your dad is getting old. He's a bit slow to accept these new things. But these eyes aren't blind yet, circumstances dictate otherwise. Ultimately, the future depends on you young people. He abruptly changed the subject, looking at Augustus with a hint of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, my horse has loved playing games since it was a puppy's. In this respect, it's quite gifted, much better than us old fogies. Boom, these words were like a thunderbolt, completely stunning Augustus. Cold sweat broke out on his back and a chill ran down his spine. Gifted? I have absolutely no talent. Back in the day when we played those online games, wasn't it all about having rich families, spending tons of money on peripherals and equipment, hiring the most expensive power levelers and brute forcing our way to the top? In terms of operational awareness, he's only slightly better than someone with terrible hand-eye coordination. He's bragging so much, even he's embarrassed. But seeing the rare look of expectation in his father's eyes, how could he dare to tell the truth? He could only grit his teeth, force a simple yet confident smile and thump his chest loudly. Please rest assured, father, I will certainly not let you down, nor will I let the country down. Looking at his son's high-spirited statement, Ma Waiguo nodded in satisfaction, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out a bit. Good, that's the son of Ma Waiguo I have, he's responsible. He hesitated for a moment, then asked casually, by the way, I haven't seen Xiao Wang these past couple of days. He's reliable and steady. With him by your side to help, I feel more at ease. Augustus's heart skipped a beat again. Here it comes. He'd finally gotten the information he wanted. His heart raced, his throat went dry, but he had to maintain a calm facade and vaguely retort with the words he had already prepared. Oh, Lieutenant Wang, I think he led a team out to deliver a batch of emergency supplies a few days ago. The signal might not be very good over there. I've been focusing on the game and leveling up these past few days, and I haven't seen him for several days. He tried to downplay it, but his palms were already sweating. Upon hearing this, Ma Waiguo merely nodded slightly, not delving into the matter further but simply offering a word of advice. Yes, things are not peaceful in various places right now, so there are indeed risks involved in transporting supplies. Xiao Wang is a reliable and capable young man, and he's also the only son of my old comrade-in-arms. That's why I asked him to assist you. You should listen to his opinions more often and never act rashly or impulsively, understand? I know, father, don't worry. Augustus nodded vigorously, but he was terribly nervous inside. Ma Waiguo stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the heavily guarded but still desolate military compound outside, his tone became heavy. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic and resources are becoming increasingly scarce. We're doing all right here, outside. In some places they've probably already resorted to cannibalism. He turned around and looked intently at Augustus. As your father, I can still try to hold you up for a while longer and provide some support. But you must seize the time and improve your strength in the game as quickly as possible. I have a feeling that the things in this game will soon become more than just a game. Yes, father, I understand. Augustus quickly stood at attention and assured him. Ma Waiguo nodded, said nothing more, and left the study with steady steps. Watching his father's slightly hunched but still trying to stand figure disappear through the doorway, Augustus seemed to have all his strength drained away, slumped back into his chair, and let out a long sigh of relief. His undershirt was soaked with cold sweat. He knew that Lieutenant Wang was not only his adjutant but also the only son of his father's fallen comrade-in-arms. Although Ma Waiguo didn't say it aloud, he always regarded Deputy Wang as half a son and placed high hopes on him, which was also a way of fulfilling his duty to his comrade-in-arms. If something were to really happen to Lieutenant Wang, Augustus couldn't even imagine how his father would react or what his own fate would be. Damn it, Chen Ping'an, Yigacheng, Scarface Long. It's all your fault, you bunch of bastards. Augustus channeled all his worries and fears into resentment towards the two men, growling through gritted teeth. The more he thought about it, the more frightened and angry he became, yet he was completely helpless. The people sent in reality have disappeared without a trace, they're most likely dead. In the game, he couldn't beat Chen Ping'an and he might not even be able to defeat Yi Gacheng. What alarmed him even more was that his father had returned, making it impossible to gather people to investigate at this moment. This feeling of powerlessness drove him almost insane. I am upset and extremely anxious. No. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Augustus sprang up from the sofa, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I can't touch you in real life for now, but in the game. I'm going to level up quickly. Chen Ping'an went to another major city for refuge, very good. Then Yi Gacheng, you just wait. He now strongly suspects that Yi Gacheng is behind this, and both old and new grudges surge up in his heart. Log in, damn it, I'm going to collect gold coins, collect materials, collect skill books, bounties, wanted posters. I refuse to believe that I can't crush you all with my power. He's now desperate to get revenge in the game, or rather, desperate to do something to cover up his inner panic and unease. Augustus grabbed the game helmet and roughly put it on his head. A flash of light and the god of law Augustus descended once more upon the world of the end times. He immediately opened his friends list and guild chat and began frantically contacting gold merchants and material dealers. At the same time, they prepared to issue an exorbitant bounty on the world channel, targeting the Sword Pavilion, Guild, and everyone related to Chen Ping'an and Yi Gacheng. He wanted to use the simplest and most brutal method to unleash a bloodbath in the game. It seemed that only in this way could he slightly vent his inner fear and frustration, and temporarily forget the immense pressure brought about by the disappearance of his adjutant, Wang. However, he did not know. Everything he did, in the eyes of a certain cheater who had already become the Storm Sword Master and could gradually feed back the game's power into reality. It might just be a joke. Sword Pavilion Guild leader Sword Emperor Yi Gacheng just led his elite team to clear a high-difficulty dungeon, and his level just reached 58. Most importantly, we invited a healer from the guild who has a 3x drop rate to finish off the boss, and she got a purple item and some rare materials. That felt so good, that was really awesome. Everyone is currently dividing the harvest and everyone has a happy expression on their face. He casually opened the world chat channel, which was still flooding with messages, and happened to see God of Magic Augustus's bounty posters, each one more resentful than the last. It's all directed at him, Giant G, and all the rubbish related to I Am the Reverse Butterfly and the Newspaper Boy. The pay was outrageously high and their tone was incredibly arrogant, acting as if they thought, I'm rich, so I'm the boss and I'll bury you all in money. Yi Gacheng raised an eyebrow, his face expressionless, and simply let out a soft heh, carrying a hint of disdain and speechlessness. Has this little brat gone mad? He muttered under his breath, his tone more of disgust than anger. Playing a game and you actually think you're someone important? If it weren't for this damn apocalypse with all order collapsed, would someone like you even dare to yell at me? I've already brought my real-world forces and wiped out your entire fortune. What he despises most are those second-generation rich kids who think they can do whatever they want just because their family has some influence. To someone with true experience and strength, Augustus's behavior was as childish as a mad dog. Instead of developing properly in the game, it bites everywhere. Isn't this just plain stupid behavior? Standing next to him, Li Qiang, whose game ID was selling newspapers, young man spat directly at him, his face full of contempt. "Pa, what a piece of trash, a spineless dog, all it dares to do is bark and howl in the world chat. If it really came down to a fight, my dad would crush him in no time." Pshaw, a piece of trash. After cursing, he didn't forget to continue drawing his tattered short bow and shooting arrows at the newly spawned monsters nearby with a mechanical yet persistent motion. With each arrow fired, the number of health points above his head would jump. It had already risen to an astonishing 66,666. Seeing his maximum health points skyrocket to an astonishing 66,666 thanks to the Hand of Divine Punishment talent, he grinned from ear to ear. The sight brought tears to the eyes of a group of professional tank players nearby. Neither Yi Gucheng nor Li Qiang took the bounty on Augustus to heart. What time is it now? The apocalypse. Survival and becoming stronger are the only true principles. Martial arts feuds, seeking revenge, who has time to waste on these childish arguments and bounties? Instead of wasting time, it's better to grind more monsters or run more dungeons to improve your strength. After distributing the equipment and handling guild affairs, Yi Gucheng gave Li Qiang a few instructions. "I'm logging off for a bit to take care of some things. You'll rejoin the main force and head back to the city. Stay near your base and don't wander too far, there are rabid dogs attacking people outside." "All right, Chengji. Go ahead without worry." Li Qiang readily agreed, his attention entirely focused on his terrifyingly high health bar. In the real world, in a quiet room decorated in an antique style full of charm. Yi Gucheng slowly took off his gaming helmet. His face appeared slightly more mature than in the game, with deep and sharp eyes, carrying the composed demeanor unique to those who had long held positions of power. And a kind of classical charm that seems out of place in the modern city. He stretched his stiff neck, walked to the window, stood with his hands behind his back and gazed calmly at the somewhat desolate courtyard outside. He doesn't exude the ruthless aura of a top guild leader in the game at all. Instead, he seems more like a scholar or hermit who has been immersed in his studies for many years. His true identity is not that of an ordinary gaming expert, but rather the current leader of an extremely secretive, secluded sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Yi family has practiced swordsmanship for generations, a tradition with ancient roots. In a world unknown to ordinary people, they hold an extremely high status and influence. Yi Gucheng was immersed in swordsmanship from a young age and possessed extremely high talent. He took over as the sect leader at the young age of 30. His swordsmanship was superb and unpredictable, and he was recognized in the circle as the #1 swordsman of the contemporary era. Before meeting Chen Ping'an, he even thought that he was already the best in the world when it came to swordsmanship, and that he was hard to beat. It wasn't until he saw Chen Ping'an's fighting style in Doomsday Era that he realized it. It was a completely different kind of swordsmanship, a perfect combination of speed, power, precision, and an ineffable momentum, both ferocious and precise, full of efficient killing aesthetics. He could clearly sense that Chen Ping'an's understanding and application of the sword was in no way inferior to his own and might even be more terrifying. That was an application that was almost like the Tao, a sword that had truly been forged through countless trials and tribulations. Even he, a true master swordsman, felt a faint sense of threat and excitement. This is why, at the entrance to the Rock Canyon, he ultimately chose to abandon cooperation with Augustus and instead developed a great interest in and wariness of Chen Ping'an. He was always cautious, never fighting a battle he wasn't sure of winning, and even less likely to easily make a mortal enemy of a powerful figure he couldn't see through. He walked to the desk, picked up an old-looking calligraphy brush, and casually wrote the names Chen Ping'an and Augustus on a piece of Xuan paper, his gaze deep. "Chen Ping'an, who are you in real life?" Yi Gucheng muttered to himself, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. He absolutely refused to believe that someone possessing that kind of sword intent could be just an ordinary college student, as the intelligence report had suggested. His identity and experience shaped his extraordinary caution and meticulousness. He scoffed at loud and boastful opponents like Augustus, but he paid the utmost attention and vigilance to mysterious and powerful figures like Chen Ping'an. In fact, long before Augustus showed hostility towards Chen Ping'an, Yi Gucheng had already taken precautions. They secretly planted spies within the Hall of Oracles Guild and even in Augustus's real-world social circle. The most important piece among them is the confidant of the player with the game ID Dark Raven. In reality, this person is also skilled in stealth and intelligence gathering, and is one of the outer sect stewards of the Heavenly Sword sect, deeply trusted by Yi Gucheng. Just now in the game, during a break from commanding the instance, Dark Raven had already transmitted an urgent intelligence message to Yi Gucheng via an encrypted channel. Although the intelligence contained only a few keywords, Yi Gucheng had no choice but to log off and handle it personally. Dark Raven bowed respectfully, sect leader. Speaker. Yi Gucheng spoke calmly. Dark Raven lowered his head and reported in a steady voice. Reporting to the sect leader, Augustus did indeed find Chen Ping'an's safe house at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain in the western suburbs of Nanjiang City through a local thug named Scarface Dragon in reality. Several days prior, it dispatched its adjutant, surnamed Wang, leading an elite squad equipped with heavy weaponry including an M202 quadruple rocket launcher, to conduct a cleanup operation. Yi Gucheng's hand holding the pen paused slightly and a small blot of ink spread across the name Chen Ping'an. Rocket launcher? This Augustus is truly insane, using this kind of weapon against a student in real life. And the result? His voice remained calm. Dark Raven's tone shifted almost imperceptibly. The operation has completely failed. Wang and his entire team have lost contact and are most likely dead. Based on scattered traces observed from a distance afterward and subsequent inquiries, there were signs of a violent explosion and intense fighting around the target location. But the main structure of the safe house appeared to be intact. A glint of light flashed in Yi Gucheng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He put down his brush, turned around, and looked at Dark Raven. Are you sure? Everyone's out of contact, even the rocket launchers were ineffective. He repeated it, his tone tinged with disbelief. Yes, Master, the evidence at the scene suggests that the rocket launcher may have exploded, resulting in some casualties. What followed appeared to be an extremely fierce counterattack by automated defensive weapons, and the methods were very bizarre. Dark Raven carefully choosing words. A brief silence fell over the quiet room. Yi Gucheng's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. I see. No wonder Augustus was so impotently furious in the game, like a mad dog. It turns out he suffered such a huge setback and heavy losses in real life, yet had no outlet for his anger. But Chen Ping'an, a college student, possessing defensive capabilities capable of wiping out an elite squad equipped with rocket launchers, isn't that pure nonsense? This is the real world, the apocalypse. This isn't like in Doomsday Era, where the number one on the heavenly ranking sweeps through everything in his path, killing gods and Buddhas alike. What about Chen Ping'an? What did he do after that? Yi Gucheng pressed for the most crucial question. Dark Raven shook his head. That's also what I find strange. The target, Chen Ping'an, has not appeared in the game since that incident, nor has he shown any signs of logging off. It's like ... it completely disappeared. Yi Gucheng's brows furrowed deeply. In reality, the attackers were attacked by heavy firepower, their entire force was wiped out, and the target himself also disappeared. This is too bizarre. Could it be a mutual destruction, or was he also seriously injured during the defense and unable to log back in? Yi Gucheng considered various possibilities. After all, the power of a rocket launcher was no joke. Even if the fortress wasn't breached, the shockwave could still cause internal injuries. Dark Raven bows its head. I cannot confirm. That safe house is extremely well defended. Our people cannot get close at all, and we cannot obtain any internal intelligence. Currently, everything regarding Chen Ping'an's condition is unknown. Unknown? Yi Gucheng disliked the unknown the most. He walked to the window and looked out again. Augustus's madness, Chen Ping'an's bizarre power and sudden disappearance, all of this exudes an unusual aura. If Chen Ping'an is alright, why hasn't he shown up? Is he planning something? Or has something really happened? If something were to happen to him, Yi Gucheng found himself vaguely feeling a little sorry for him. He was a worthy opponent to be taken seriously, someone with whom he could potentially find common ground in swordsmanship. Moreover, he still owed him a favor, but more than anything it serves as a warning. An entity capable of easily annihilating a squad equipped with heavy firepower regardless of the means employed is far too dangerous. While befriending them can bring tremendous benefits, becoming their enemy, the consequences are unimaginable. Continue to monitor Augustus's movements, especially in reality. Add 2 more people to keep a close watch on Chen Ping'an's safe house from a distance, using the most covert methods. Report any unusual activity immediately. Yi Gucheng gave the order in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yes, sect leader. Dark Raven bowed and accepted the order, then quietly withdrew from the quiet room. In the quiet room, Yi Gucheng was alone and once again turned his gaze to the name on the rice paper that was blurred by ink dots. Chen Ping'an, are you dead or alive? How many secrets are you still hiding? He muttered to himself, his eyes darting around uncertainly. He knew that Augustus would never let this go. The losses this time were too great and they had almost become mortal enemies. The variable of Chen Ping'an further shrouds the future situation in mystery. In this brutal apocalyptic game, one wrong step could mean utter destruction. He must be more careful and cautious. Before he can figure everything out, patience and planning are the most important things. He took a deep breath, crumpled the piece of Yuanyuan paper with his name on it into a ball, and with a burst of internal energy, the paper instantly turned into dust. Whether Chen Ping'an lives or dies, this martial world will not be at peace for long. He needs to improve his strength as soon as possible, whether in the game or in real life. He must carry forward the legacy of the Heavenly Sword sect and ensure it is not lost in his hands. At the same time, Nanjiang City at the foot of Finglan Mountain in the western suburbs, inside the safe house. Looking at the buzzing lava core basic geothermal generator that occasionally sparked electricity, Chen Ping'an finally felt a little more at ease. The power problem has been temporarily solved, but the external threats have not disappeared. Relying solely on those dozen or so basic sentry crossbow golems at the entrance, each with half their energy depleted, still doesn't give me much confidence. Chen Ping'an stroked his chin. All the guilt stems from insufficient firepower. We need to add some more fuel. He acted immediately. As soon as the cooldown of the phantom anchoring skill is over, he immediately activates it, transferring batches of puppet materials he has accumulated in the game to the real world. Complete Mechanical Core X15, Bronze Essence X450, Toughwood Heart X225, Cloudy Energy Crystal Small X15. Oh yeah. Each withdrawal is at maximum power, providing materials to craft 15 basic sentry crossbow golems. 3 times in a row, we've gathered enough materials to craft 45 basic sentry crossbow golems. Looking at the puppet materials that filled almost half of the supply area, Chen Ping'an's eyes were bloodshot, but his gaze was frighteningly bright. For the next 3 days, Chen Ping'an was extremely busy in the safe house. Aside from eating well, he hardly rested, devoting himself entirely to the hand-rubbing project. Cutting, grinding, assembling, connecting energy circuits, debugging sensing modules. The sounds of various tools at work echoed throughout the safe house. Drawing on his previous experience of handcrafting and his enhanced physique, Chen Ping'an frantically processed and assembled the items. One after another, cold, metallic crossbow golems were born in his hands, standing silently against the wall like the most loyal soldiers. When the 45th puppet was assembled, Chen Ping'an let out a long breath. He felt completely drained but also much more at ease. Now that Chen Ping'an has become more skilled, the puppets he assembles are no longer like the ones he dug out of a junkyard the first time he tried to assemble them. While the puppets created this time may not be exactly the same as those in the game, they at least look like a regular army. Done. Chen Ping'an habitually wiped away non-existent sweat. Although he felt a little tired, he was still quite satisfied. He looked at the 45 new regular army puppets, stroked his chin, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. With everything out in the open, it's too easy for someone to target us. Hiding and plotting against others is the key to success. Let's do it. As usual, observe the surroundings through the observation hole for 3 hours to confirm that no one is around the safe house. He quietly opened the door to the safe house, then, like a thief, carried the puppet cautiously to the perimeter of the safe house. Then he took out his entrenching tool and started digging a hole. Given Chen Ping'an's current strength, physique, and agility, his digging efficiency is astonishing. He can dig a 2-meter deep pit in less than a minute. However, he still had some other thoughts in his mind. If I get the chance, I must ask Mo Yuan for some recipes for crafting life-related puppets. I don't expect them to provide hot meals every time I log off, but at least they could do the digging work for me. As they were thinking, 45 large pits were quickly dug, roughly one every 5 meters. Then, they buried the basic sentry crossbow golems like planting radishes, leaving only the extremely concealed sensors and crossbow firing ports exposed. Then, it was cleverly covered with loose soil and weeds. Haha! Chen Ping'an laughed as he buried the object, as if he could already see the amusing scene of the foolish fellow barging in and being riddled with crossbow bolts that suddenly appeared beneath his feet. After working for most of the day, all the new puppets are finally set up. Adding to the original 15, there were a total of 60 sentry golems, completely surrounding his safe house and creating a death zone. I'd like to see no mad dog dare to act so recklessly again. After finishing his work, Chen Ping'an returned to the safe house. Standing in front of the monitor, looking at the dense red dots on the ground representing the lurking puppets, his sense of security increased even more. All feelings of insecurity stem from insufficient firepower. The ancients were right. This should be enough to tide us over for a while. You must hold out until I've defeated the 1,000 Machines evil dragon. After finishing all this, Chen Ping'an stood with his hands on his hips, looking at his masterpiece. The anxiety and unease he felt from the attack were finally dispelled by the sense of security brought by the powerful firepower. While it's known that this isn't absolutely safe, it should be more than enough to handle ordinary harassment and attacks. While dealing with the real-world defenses, he kept thinking about the Stormbringer prototype that was being built in the game. Alright, things are stable in reality for now. Time to log on and see how Mo Yuan is doing. My Stormbringer. Chen Ping'an couldn't wait to put on the gaming helmet, and his consciousness instantly connected. I am a reverse butterfly, now online. A flash of white light appeared before my eyes, followed by a cacophony of clanging metal and a surge of powerful energy. A flash of white light and I am the reverse butterfly reappeared in the corner of the heart of the furnace workshop. But the scene before him was completely different from when he logged off 3 days ago. The sight before him startled him slightly. The workshop was even more chaotic than when he logged off, but also much more exciting. High-grade processed materials are visible everywhere. Star-patterned mithril shimmered with a star-like light. Rainbow mithril ingot flows with dreamlike colors. Dragon blood wood cut into standard sizes, radiating a rich life energy. The central area of the workshop has been completely cleared out and a cordon has been set up around it. Several trusted artisan NPCs of Mo Yuan are patrolling the area nervously, preventing anyone from getting close. In the center of that open space, a colossal, intricately structured furnace was roaring and its walls glowing red-hot. Its surface is covered with countless shimmering arcane runes, frantically absorbing the energy channeled from the Earth's ley lines. Inside the furnace, the terrifyingly high temperature distorted the air, where molten white metal and dazzling arcane light swirled and fused together. Mo Yuan stood on a high platform in front of this giant furnace. She looked much more haggard, with sunken eyes and alarmingly dark circles. Her once neat and tidy hair was now a bit messy, and her bangs were stuck to her forehead. His indigo overalls were covered in oil stains and metal shavings. But her eyes were frighteningly bright, filled with an intensely focused and fanatical light. She wore a pair of huge rune-engraved metal gloves on both hands. Like a butterfly flitting among flowers, it swiftly danced in the air, precisely controlling dozens of mechanical arms to perform the final carving and rune engraving on a huge component that was gradually taking shape in the furnace. Energy output is stable. Inject Star Core Gold solution. Quickly, rainbow mithril foil cover the third energy circuit node. Synchronous etching of the storm rune array. Precision must reach the micrometer level. Core slot ready. Final quenching with dragon bloodwood ash to stabilize the structure. She issued commands rapidly, her voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable authority. The surrounding auxiliary NPC craftsmen were extremely busy, constantly throwing various precious materials into the furnace or sending them to the robotic arm. Chen Ping'an even saw the heart of the Earth's veins and heart of lava, each the size of a pigeon egg, hovering and spinning above the furnace, radiating immense energy. Like two small suns guided by countless energy conduits, they slowly poured into the gradually forming colossal creation below. The entire manufacturing process is filled with a cool blend of steampunk and magical arcane elements, with stunning lighting effects that are absolutely breathtaking. Mo Yuan's eyes shone like searchlights, constantly staring at the enormous and complex structure before her. The structure was already taking on a human form, standing at a height of 15 meters. It exuded a deep bluish-black metallic luster with sharp, powerful lines. Several craftsmen and PCs were busy below, installing the parts engraved with intricate runes according to Mo Yuan's instructions. Third drive shaft on the left, yes, lock it in, connect the energy circuit. Chestplate armor, damn it, lift it gently, there are storm-guiding runes embedded in there, don't drag me down with you if you want to die. Inject energy fluid into the leg's hydraulic transmission system. Quickly! Mo Yuan's voice was already incredibly hoarse, but her tone was unusually excited and focused. Mo Yuan, who was completely absorbed in making the puppet, didn't even notice that Chen Ping'an had come online. Chen Ping'an didn't disturb her, he just watched quietly. Mo Yuan then picked up another oddly shaped tool, its tip gleaming with intense arcane light. She took a deep breath, her eyes sharpening, and began the final engraving of runes inside the massive, dark blue-green chest armor. Her movements were so fast they left afterimages, every stroke was incredibly precise. Complex energy circuits spread and connected at a visible speed, radiating a chilling energy fluctuation. Energy circuit infusion. Activate maximum power. Mo Yuan roared hoarsely. The craftsmen below immediately worked together to push a huge energy conduit, connecting it to the interface on the back of the puppet. Buzz. A massive amount of energy surged into the puppet's body like a flood, instantly illuminating the newly engraved energy circuits, which emitted a dazzling blue-white light. The entire puppet frame vibrated slightly, emitting a low hum. Core slot, install. Mo Yuan gave the order again. Several craftsmen laboriously carried a huge, extremely complex ring-shaped device and carefully installed it on the puppet's chest. That's exactly where all the energy circuits converge. The ring-shaped device fits perfectly, and the runes on its surface immediately connect with the surrounding circuits, forming a perfect energy cycle. Finally, after a series of dazzling maneuvers, Mo Yuan suddenly waved her hand. Now. Final shaping stage, maximize energy infusion, give me, merging. Boom! The giant furnace roared deafeningly, the entire workshop shook violently, the furnace roof opened, and a blinding blue-white beam of light shot into the sky, almost blowing the roof off. The light lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading away. Everyone held their breath, staring wide-eyed at the center of the furnace. A gigantic humanoid silhouette was suspended silently in midair, surrounded by lingering energy vapor and tiny blue-white arcs of electricity. It stands approximately 15 meters tall, its entire body featuring streamlined, dark blue-green armor that exudes power and mechanical beauty. The armor's surface was not smooth. Instead, it was covered with mysterious, natural patterns resembling storm trails with a faint shimmering light. Its limbs are long and strong, and the joints are not simply mechanical connections. Instead, it formed visible, slowly rotating miniature storm vortexes, emitting a low hum as if containing boundless power. Most striking is its chest, in the center of which is a huge, circular slot that appears to be made of energy. It's currently empty, but it subtly exudes an extreme thirst for powerful energy. This is the Stormbringer prototype, a powerful pressure spread out, making all the craftsmen want to kneel down. Mo Yuan collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, but a smile of extreme satisfaction and pride appeared on her face. It's a success. Looking at the enormous creation before her, brimming with powerful beauty, Mo Yuan was so excited that her voice trembled and her body went limp, almost causing her to fall off the workbench. Chen Ping'an reacted quickly, appearing beside her in a flash and supporting her. Mo Yuan then noticed him and paused for a moment. Then a smile of extreme exhaustion yet triumph bloomed on her face, which, combined with her heavily painted face, looked somewhat comical. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Your monster is created. Chen Ping'an noticed that Mo Yuan's name had changed from purple to gold. This was the first time Chen Ping'an had ever heard of NPCs being able to advance in rank. Looking again, I realized that her favorability rating towards me had unknowingly risen to 8,000. Chen Ping'an remembered that last time it was only a little over 5,000 points. Is this girl just spending all her time trying to seduce herself? This is not the time to study this. Chen Ping'an helped the great hero Mo Yuan to a chair and sat her down before staring intently at the towering, 15-meter-tall, dark blue-green puppet before him. So cool, so charismatic, this is practically every man's dream war machine. He suppressed his excitement and used his inspection skill on the enormous creature. Instantly, an incredibly luxurious attribute panel popped up with dazzling lighting effects. Stormbrella prototype evolving legendary bound to player. I am a reverse butterfly. Type exclusive war puppet. Level LV.1. Health points 1,000,000/1 million. Energy. Infinity powered by the Stormforge core. Attack power 5,000 to 8,000 storm energy impact physical strike. Defense 15,000 physical resistance plus 45%, magic resistance plus 35%. Movement speed 180% land, 120% airborne. Skill Storm Shield passive reduces all damage taken by 20% and ignores some crowd control effects. Basic storm impact. Launches a condensed storm energy ball from the palm, dealing magic damage equal to 250% of attack power to a single target. Mini Storm Field passive. A storm field surrounds the user, dealing continuous damage to nearby enemies and reducing their attack speed. Storm Synchronization exclusive passive. All of the puppet's attributes grow with the Storm Swordsman, class level and spirit attribute of the bound player. I am the reverse butterfly. Current buff, 0% not activated. Overloaded Storm Annihilation ultimate skill detonates the Storm Furnace core and all the storm power injected by the user, unleashing a devastating regional storm energy tsunami that deals massive true damage to all enemies within a huge area. Cost, core severely damaged, requires lengthy repair, user suffers 24-hour weakness. Core slot, empty, requires continuous infusion of Storm Sword Aura or similar energy to activate Storm Synchronization. Growth requirements. Consuming rare metals, energy cores, and storm-related materials will accumulate experience points for leveling up. Upgrading increases attributes, and depending on the attributes of the materials consumed, there is a chance to unlock new skills or enhance existing skills. Current experience gained from upgrades. 01000000000. Description: crafted by engineering master Mo Yuan, this ultimate war weapon combines ancient magical technology with the power of storms, possessing limitless growth potential. It is the embodiment of the storm, the master of the battlefield. Looking at this long list of exaggerated attributes, especially with its million HP, tens of thousands of defense, and the storm synchronization skill that synergizes with its own attributes, and that ultimate skill, Storm Annihilation, that looks incredibly powerful. Even having witnessed the late game and high-level equipment of Chen Ping'an, I even felt my breathing become rapid, awesome, invincible. This is only the basic LV.1 form it can grow. It can also absorb materials to become stronger. If this budget version is this overpowered, how strong must the original Titan core be? Mo Yuan, that tech-savvy girl, is really something. All that money spent on materials was definitely worth it. How was it? Are you satisfied? Mo Yuan stood up and leaned against Chen Ping'an, asking weakly but with a hint of smugness. Chen Ping'an nodded emphatically, his voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Thank you for your hard work. HMPH, good thing you knew. Mo Yuan grunted, her eyelids drooping. Hurry up. Get the mental link sorted out, I need to sleep for 3 days. Chen Ping'an no longer hesitated. Following the method Mo Yuan had previously instructed him, he concentrated his mind and slowly extended his spiritual power. Like tentacles, it carefully touched the core of Stormbringer's chest. Buzz! The moment his spiritual power made contact, he sensed the immense and vast energy of the heart of the earth veins, as well as the precise transmission of energy throughout the puppet frame. He guided his spiritual power, leaving his own unique imprint within it. The process went smoothly. After all, Stormbringer was extremely compatible with his storm power and mental attributes. Soon, a wonderful feeling welled up inside me. He felt as if he had gained another body. A massive, powerful body brimming with boundless strength. He could even feel the ground trembling beneath Stormbringer's feet. You can hear the hum of the storm vortex at its joints. It can see what it sees through its own eyes from a perspective much higher than its own. A feeling of effortless control arose spontaneously. A thought flickered in his mind. Boom. The Stormbringer slowly lowered its massive metal head, its blazing blue-white eyes focusing on Chen Ping'an. Then, it raised its right arm and the ferocious yet powerful metal hand slowly opened and stretched out in front of Chen Ping'an. The movement was incredibly smooth without any of the sluggishness typical of giant machines. Looking at the hand in front of him, which was bigger than his whole body, Chen Ping'an felt an indescribable surge of excitement and joy. It worked. From now on, I'm a Gundam owner too. No, it's a Stormbringer that's even more awesome than Gundam. He could almost see this ultimate war machine, his own, sweeping away all enemies and crushing all obstacles in the future.
Ha 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 ha.
Chen Ping'an couldn't help but burst into laughter which echoed through the noisy workshop. That's awesome, this feels so good. With such a powerful damage dealer and tank, wouldn't running dungeons, fighting bosses, and conquering territory be much easier and more enjoyable? Imagine other players seeing the Stormbringer prototype, several times stronger than the bosses in the guides, standing right in front of them. Would they still have the slightest desire to struggle? As for future nation wars, there's nothing to say about those Indians and Koreans. We'll just sweep them aside. Looking at the excited Chen Ping'an, Mo Yuan also showed a relieved smile, but then reminded him. Don't be too happy yet. It's only in its initial activation stage now. The storm synchronization passive hasn't been fully activated yet. You need to find a suitable core energy source to inject into that slot or nurture it with your storm sword aura over a long period of time. Moreover, the experience points and resources required to train it are astronomical. No problem, I have plenty of resources. Chen Ping'an waved his hand, his heroic spirit soaring to the heavens. Experience, just fight. Resources, just plunder. With 100-fold reward and godlike luck, how could he possibly be afraid of not being able to support a puppet? He looked at the majestic and imposing Stormbringer prototype before him, his eyes filled with anticipation and ambition. Mo Yuan looked at the guy beside her who was as happy as a child weighing over 100 pounds. He glanced again at the obedient behemoth and managed a strained smile. Then her head tilted to the side and she fell asleep completely against Chen Ping'an. She was too tired. Chen Ping'an stopped laughing, carefully helped the unconscious Mo Yuan up, and handed her over to the craftsman NPC beside him who looked on with admiration and awe. Take good care of your eldest sister. He gave an order, then turned his burning gaze once more to the silently standing Stormbringer. Let's go, big guy. Chen Ping'an's eyes burned with intensity. I'll take you to test your skills. Let's see just how powerful your legendary puppet really is. He had a sudden thought and gave the order. Stormbringer's eyes shone brightly, and a deep energy hum emanated from the core in its chest. Its massive metal body slowly rotated before transforming into a stream of light and entering Chen Ping'an's backpack. The Stormbringer in your backpack takes up 9 storage slots. Compared to the other gleaming materials and props around it, it was simply a behemoth. Let me take you to meet my old friend first. He happens to have the ingredients you need. Amidst the utterly awe-inspiring gazes of the group of NPC craftsmen, Chen Ping'an walked out of the heart of the furnace workshop. The central teleportation plaza of the City of Hope was as bustling as ever. The shouts, bargaining, and calls to team up for dungeons mingled together, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, the largest main teleportation array burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling light without warning. The dazzling light instantly drew the attention of everyone in the square.
Buzz!
With a deep, resonant tremor in the air, a figure gradually solidified in the bright light. As the light faded, Chen Ping'an with the game ID I am a reverse butterfly appeared in the center of the teleportation array. His equipment was understated yet exuded an invisible, imposing aura. Simply standing there, he seemed to be the center of the world. The NPC teleportation officer closest to the teleportation array was lazily yawning, but when he saw the person's face clearly, his eyes widened instantly. He forcefully suppressed a yawn and stood up abruptly as if he had been electrocuted. His voice cracked from extreme shock, the sharp sound piercing the noise of the square. The plenipotentiary envoy. I am the reverse butterfly lord is back. That shout was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a pot of boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire square. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered, and the shock spread rapidly in all directions from the teleportation array as the center. The city guard NPCs who were originally on patrol, whether captains or soldiers, moved in perfect unison. With a sharp whoosh, they all stood at attention, clenching their right fists and pounding them heavily on their left chests, performing the most solemn knightly salute. Their eyes were filled with fervor, utter awe and worship. An NPC in the tavern who was drinking and bragging suddenly spat out a mouthful of ale, choking and turning his face red. The vendors at the stall forgot to haggle and didn't even bother to pick up the goods that fell from their hands. Even the stray dogs dozing by the roadside jumped up, tucking their tails between their legs and whimpering. Look, it's Lord I and the reverse butterfly. Good heavens, the envoy has returned from the City of Freedom. I feel full of power. It's the glory brought by the adults. One of the NPCs shouted something, and then something amazing happened. Buzz, 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 buzz. Rays of golden light like fountains shot up from the NPCs in every corner of Hope City. The rays of light merged into one, almost turning the sky gold. These golden lights all came from the NPCs in the city. The levels of these NPCs are skyrocketing like they're on a rocket. Originally, they were generally only level 60, but their auras surged wildly, and in the blink of an eye, they all stabilized at level 90. System notification: City of Hope region. The highest player level in this city has reached 85, meeting the requirements. All NPCs in the city will now be upgraded to level 90. Player I am a reverse butterfly. Hope City reputation points plus 8000. Chen Ping'an was leveling up like crazy in the City of Freedom, and his level had already soared to level 85. According to the hidden rules of the main city, all NPCs levels will be automatically adjusted to be 5 levels higher than the highest level player in the city. And so, at this moment, all the NPCs in the City of Hope ascended to immortality. They generally reached a terrifying level of 90. Their auras were visibly stronger, their equipment more sophisticated, and their eyes sharper. All these changes originated from that man, I am the reverse butterfly. The entire City of Hope seemed to be injected with new vitality, and all the NPCs felt that they had become much stronger. The way they looked at Chen Ping'an was no longer reverence. It was as if they were seeing a god descended to earth. The saying, when one attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, is absolutely true. Welcome back, Your Excellency. It's unclear which NPC started it, but the next moment, thousands upon thousands of NPCs bowed simultaneously, their voices like a mountain roaring and a tsunami shaking the entire City of Hope. Welcome back, Your Excellency. This spectacle, this grandeur, is 100 times more extravagant than the city lord's procession. Chen Ping'an, who had just been teleported back and was preparing to keep a low profile, was stunned for a moment. Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency. All the NPCs on the street, whether guards, merchants, or ordinary residents, bowed in unison towards Chen Ping'an, their faces filled with gratitude and fervor. Chen Ping'an knew about this setup, but he didn't expect the effect to be so explosive. Now it's hard to keep a low profile. He looked at the NPCs around him whose levels had skyrocketed and who were now extremely grateful to him, and he felt a little amused and exasperated. This is quite a grand affair. The NPCs are making such a big commotion that it's hard to avoid attracting the player's attention. After a brief silence, the player community completely erupted. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What happened? One player was so startled that he dropped his weapon. Golden light, absolutely golden light. Have all the NPCs leveled up? It's I am the reverse butterfly, the #1 on the heavenly ranking is back. It was him who caused this. Holy crap, what kind of godlike treatment is this? All the NPCs are bowing to me. I've been playing for so long and the NPCs have never even given me a second glance except to take my money. Where is this for real? He's been gone for so many days. I thought he'd been killed off by his real-life enemies offline and his ashes had been scattered. Is the person upstairs an idiot? Didn't they see that god of magic, Augustus, was still gritting his teeth and placing a bounty on him in the world chat a couple of days ago? He's clearly alive and well. He just teleported back from the City of Freedom. His aura is incredibly powerful. Damn, he seems even more powerful now. Did he go to the City of Freedom for some advanced training? The world chat channel exploded with over 999 messages per second. I am the reverse butterfly, the great god returns. All NPCs in Hope City stand up, welcome the Dragon King. Oh no, welcome the butterfly goddess. Live from the scene. The butterfly goddess returns and all NPCs get a major upgrade. The spectacle is off the charts. Blurry screenshot attached. Butterfly goddess, look at me. I am your long-lost younger brother, the Chrysalis. Please take care of him. Quick, Central Square, follow me, I need to see what's going on. It's unclear who started it, but the players surged towards the Central Square like a tidal wave, converging in the direction Chen Ping'an was heading, much like fans chasing after a star. But they didn't dare get too close, only daring to watch from a distance. They craned their necks, their faces filled with excitement, curiosity, and awe. Ignoring the gasps and stares that nearly overwhelmed him, Chen Ping'an walked straight out of the city with a blank expression. Wherever he went, the NPCs made way for him, maintaining their respectful demeanor. The players automatically parted like Moses parting the sea, watching him leave. Where is he going? Someone asked in a low voice. Judging by the direction, are we heading to Rock Canyon? Rock Canyon, isn't that where Hall of Oracles and Sword Pavilion often clash? Got it, butterfly goddess is off to fight. Brothers, let's go watch the show. Let's go. The battle of the century is about to begin. The news spread like wildfire and a large number of players cheered excitedly, spontaneously forming a huge crowd to follow Chen Ping'an. Everyone wanted to witness firsthand the unparalleled prowess of the top-ranked player on the heavenly ranking and the earth-shattering battle that was about to unfold. More and more players gathered, spontaneously forming a long line of people following behind Chen Ping'an. The scene was just like an emperor's procession, a grand and imposing procession teeming with people and filled with murmurs and exclamations. This massive influx of people has once again set the City of Hope abuzz with excitement, which had only recently begun to calm down. Ignoring the group of followers behind him, Chen Ping'an headed straight for the Rock Canyon with a clear objective. He came back this time to have a heart-to-heart talk with the lava behemoth, loosen its bones, and also get some ingredients to feed the new members of his family. At this moment in the City of Hope at the headquarters of the Hall of Oracles Guild, Mage Augustus, LV.56, was listening to his subordinates' report on the progress of the guild dungeon, and his expression was not good. I was about to lose my temper and yell at them for doing a terrible job in the dungeon. Suddenly, a trusted henchman rushed in, his face ashen. Boss, something terrible has happened. I am the reverse butterfly. That be ************* I am the reverse butterfly is back. What? Straighten your tongue before you speak. Augustus sprang up from his chair, his face instantly contorting into a ferocious grimace, his staff clenching so tightly it cracked. It's I am the reverse butterfly, he's back in Hope City. Now all the NPCs in the city are bowing to him and they've all leveled up. He's heading towards Rock Canyon followed by thousands of players. What? I am the reverse butterfly. Augustus stood up abruptly, his face turning ashen, his eyes flashing with venomous resentment. All the old and new grudges surged into my heart at once. He was humiliated at the auction, instantly killed while stealing monsters in the wild, and his bounty seemed to have vanished without a trace. Not to mention the suspicious disappearance of Lieutenant Wang. He suspected that all of these things were related to this I am the reverse butterfly. Fine, very well, you have a path to heaven but choose not to take it, and you barge into hell when there's no way out. And you dare to come back so arrogantly. Augustus gritted his teeth and slammed his staff heavily on the ground. Assemble, gather all guild elites immediately, head to Rock Canyon. Today, I'm going to blast it to smithereens. He wanted to wipe away his shame in front of everyone. He paused, then lowered his voice and said to his trusted aide, "Go offline and secretly contact the spies you've dispatched. Tell them to keep their eyes peeled and see if they can find any clues about Lieutenant Wang's disappearance." Damn it, I want to see him alive or dead. He always felt that Lieutenant Wang's failed mission and disappearance were inextricably linked to Chen Ping'an. Yes, boss. The entire Oracle Hall Guild mobilized instantly, with elite players gathering and heading towards Rock Canyon with murderous intent. At the same time, at the Jianzhe Guild headquarters, Sword Emperor Yuanyuan.He LV.59 is leisurely enjoying tea. Yes, the game Doomsday Era also features a tea ceremony gameplay element. He's recently become obsessed with the spiritual flow skill point allocation and feels that his understanding of the game has deepened. His subordinate rushed in to report. Guild Master, I am the Reverse Butterfly, has returned to Hope City and is heading towards Rock Canyon. The elite team from the Temple of Oracles has been mobilized. It looks like Augustus is going to intercept him. Yuanyuan paused for a moment, his hand holding the teacup raised slightly, and then a just as I thought smile appeared on his face. That kid, I knew he'd be all right. His trip to Liberty City definitely caused quite a stir. He put down his teacup, stood up. That idiot Augustus is probably thinking of going to his death again. He pondered for a moment. Although he felt that Chen Ping'an dared to return so ostentatiously, he was definitely not afraid of Augustus's encirclement and suppression, and might even have deliberately lured the other party there. But as an ally, one must always maintain appearances. Gather the men, we're going to Rock Canyon too. Some of his subordinates were puzzled. Guild Master, are we going to help I am the Reverse Butterfly take down that B******** D Augustus? He knew that his guild leader seemed to have a good relationship with I am a Reverse Butterfly, and they had even done big business together. Yuanyuan shook his head, his tone calm. Help that idiot Augustus. Even if he brought the entire Hall of Oracles, it probably wouldn't be enough for I am the Reverse Butterfly to cut down all of them by himself. He wouldn't have returned so publicly if he wasn't absolutely certain. He paused, then continued. Our trip is to demonstrate the stance of Jianzhe and to support our allies. It's better to offer help in times of need than to add flowers to brocade. Although it may seem like he doesn't need it, we must still make this gesture. Yuanyuan continued making arrangements. Remember, our main purpose is to support and observe and learn. Unless the butterfly goddess clearly needs help or that idiot Augustus goes too far, try not to get involved in the battle. Looking at the current strength of the top-ranked player on the heavenly ranking is beneficial to us. He was meticulous and cautious, not wanting to offend Chen Ping'an, a promising talent, nor wanting to needlessly deplete his guild's resources to become cannon fodder. Simply standing by and offering support, expressing your stance is enough. Yes, Chairman. The guild members of Yuanyuan.He quickly assembled and headed towards Rock Canyon, a low-level map. Newspaper boy Li Qiang LV.45 was huffing and puffing as he used his small mage frame to shoot wild boars with his bow and arrow. There's no way around it. The hand of divine punishment talent dictates that he has to develop like this when he's alone. Suddenly, the explosive messages on the World Channel and the urgent call to arms in the Guild Channel startled him. Then he let out a deafening squeal. Holy crap, Ping'an Daddy, it's Ping'an Daddy back, woohoo, take off. Li Qiang was so excited he danced around, forgetting even to hunt the wild boar in front of him. I knew it. How could my dad die so easily? He immediately opened his friends list, found I am a Reverse Butterfly, and sent a string of crazy voice messages. Dad, my dear dad, you're finally back, take me with you. I want some hot boss experience points. After sending the message, he stopped leveling up and ran straight to the teleportation array, eager to get help from the powerful players in Rock Canyon. On the road from City of Hope to Rock Canyon, Chen Ping'an walked at the front, expressionless at a moderate pace. Behind him was a vast army of players, making it even more exciting than a siege battle. These people followed along while simultaneously spamming the world and local channels with live streams. Breaking news, the butterfly goddess has left the city, Target confirmed. Rock Canyon. Judging by the looks of it, there are at least several thousand people following behind. It's spectacular. The people from the Temple of Divine Oracles have already started gathering manpower to leave the cave. And the people from Sword Pavilion have F***G moved too. A fight's about to break out, a fight's about to break out. Place your bets now. I bet Augustus can last a few more minutes. The betting's open. I bet Augustus will have diarrhea as usual. He won't last a single round. The entire city of Hope was thrown into a frenzy of excitement and anticipation because of Chen Ping'an's return. Chen Ping'an glanced at the massive crowd and the frantically scrolling chatter behind him, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. Let them make a scene, the bigger the better. He glanced at the massive device in his backpack that took up 9 slots, the Stormbringer prototype. Hey buddy, don't worry, I'll let you have your fun soon. He quickened his pace and headed towards the entrance of Rock Canyon. The road from Hope City to Rock Canyon was packed with people, even more bustling than during the Lunar New Year. Chen Ping'an walked ahead, expressionless, but inwardly he was extremely pleased. A large, dark mass of players followed behind to watch the spectacle. The huge crowd of players behind him was like his fan club. Although many of them were there to watch the show or even wait to see him fail, the sheer number of them was unmatched. These people didn't dare get too close, so they just hung at a distance, all of them incredibly excited, flooding the world chat with messages. Look, the butterfly goddess has sped up. The butterfly goddess has entered the Rock Canyon. Holy crap, he really went in alone. Where are Augustus's men? Haven't they arrived yet? Look, it's about to start. Seeing Chen Ping'an step into the iconic, bare entrance of the Rock Canyon, the players following behind became even more excited. They all crowded at the entrance, craning their necks to look inside, but no one dared to go in easily. The monsters here are quite powerful for casual players. Without a team and without any skill, even a slight blast from their attacks could be fatal. Chen Ping'an completely ignored the followers behind him and stepped into the territory of the Rocky Canyon. Inside the canyon, the familiar, sweltering air rushed towards us. Just as I casually accepted newspaper boy Li Qiang's request to join a party, several wandering level 32 rock guardians charged over, brandishing their stone arms, looking quite intimidating. These monsters, which would require careful handling by lower-level players, were no different from roadside weeds in Chen Ping'an's eyes. He was too lazy to even do it himself. Come forth, Stormbringer. For some reason, Chen Ping'an suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When I was little, I used to imitate the TV shows and shout, "Come out, Lightbringer." Before I could think, I heard a whoosh. A massive, dark blue figure appeared out of thin air and crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth 3 times. The 15-meter-tall Stormbringer prototype crashed heavily onto the canyon floor like a god descending to earth, sending rocks flying and even causing the ground to tremble slightly. The dark blue armor gleamed with a cold light in the dim canyon, and the miniature storm vortexes at the joints emitted a deep, powerful hum. The empty core slot in its chest resembled the eyes of a behemoth, radiating a thirst for energy. Oh my god! From the crowd of players watching from a distance behind them, countless gasps and exclamations erupted instantly. What is that thing? One player's mouth was so wide open it could fit an egg. Mech. This game lets you pilot Gundams? Another player's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Are you kidding me? This oppressive atmosphere ... It's scarier than a dungeon boss. It was summoned by the butterfly goddess. Holy crap. He was busy making this thing all this time he disappeared. Where did the butterfly goddess get this amazing treasure? Is she even letting anyone play with it? I'm reporting this. Someone's cheating. The world chat channel went completely crazy, filled with along with all sorts of incoherent exclamations. The god of magic, Augustus, activated his speed-up skill and arrived at the entrance ahead of the main force, only to witness a scene that nearly made his eyes pop out. He stopped abruptly, his face turning extremely pale. What's the point of even fighting? Sword Emperor Yiga also arrived first at top speed. He saw the majestic Stormbringer and a deep sense of shock and certainty flashed in his eyes. He whispered to the random player next to him whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Awesome, see that? That's his confidence. pass down the order. Without my command, no one is allowed to make a move. We'll watch the show. Chen Ping'an had no time to care what others thought. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and quickly and successfully connected with the Stormbringer's perspective through the mental link. In an instant, the world changed. He felt incredibly tall with a vast field of vision, and everything beneath his feet seemed insignificant. A powerful sense of strength filled his new body. Feels good. A smile appeared on Chen Ping'an's lips. He was too lazy to do anything himself and just stood there with his hands behind his back, yet his mind was already controlling the massive war machine. Clear the way. He issued the first instruction. Stormbringer's pale blue eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his massive metal right arm, palm facing a group of rock guardians who had been alerted and were roaring as they charged forward. Basic storm impact, buzz puff. A highly condensed, violently spinning blue-white energy ball shot out from the palm of his hand in an instant, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound as it tore through the air and smashed precisely into the center of the monster horde. Boom. Minus 385,421, minus 382,367, minus 379,885. A series of exaggerated damage numbers floated up, accompanied by a violent explosion. The dozen or so tough-skinned rock guards didn't even have time to scream before their health bars were instantly emptied and they were blown into pieces. Experience points gained, 82,500. Experience points gained, 82,500. Gained Solid Stone X3 Quality Ascension, Obsidian Core Blue Material X3. Obtained Worn Armor Piece X5 Quality Upgrade, Refined Steel Ingot Green Material X5. A 100x mass increase has been triggered. The dropped junk materials instantly transformed into glittering high-quality goods, along with a massive amount of gold coins, which turned into streaks of light and automatically flew into Chen Ping'an's backpack. That felt amazing, hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed both inside and outside the canyon. This damage, this monster-clearing efficiency, it's outrageous, gurgle. In the crowd watching from a distance, someone swallowed hard. The monster-clearing efficiency, the damage output, the satisfaction of looting. They fought tooth and nail for ages, but it wasn't as effective as a single, casual shot from someone else. Chen Ping'an's smile widened. The thought arises again. Stormbringer strides forward on its massive metal legs, rumbling and charging forward. It needs no skill whatsoever, it's just a straight push. Encountering a strange group. Raise your hand and unleash a basic storm impact, or simply stomp on it. Over 50,000 crushing damage wiped out the entire enemy team, encountering a clueless rock warrior blocking the way. With a casual slap, the enormous metal hand smashed into the rock wall like swatting a fly, and it couldn't be pried off. Mini Storm Field. When passively activated, nearby monsters continuously lose health and their attack speed becomes like slow motion. Chen Ping'an's true form truly stood with his hands behind his back the entire time. Leisurely following behind the Stormbringer, watching the experience bar climb rapidly and the materials in my inventory pile up, I felt incredibly satisfied. This is practically automatic monster spawning, and with a 100x drop rate, that's awesome. This is practically a mobile fortress. Invincible, what's the point of playing this? Other players work hard to team up and kill a single monster, and he's like a harvester. Is this guy here to grind monsters or just stroll around his own backyard? Are we playing the same game? I have to fight tooth and nail to defeat a small monster, and he's just taking a stroll. Damn, this Gundam is insane. What quality is it? Epic, legendary. No wonder the butterfly goddess doesn't care about teaming up. With this amazing treasure, who would bother with teaming up? Bullshit, butterfly goddess is currently in a party. Look at the guy next to you. Everyone turned to look, and there stood Li Qiang, the newspaper boy, on a small mound, arms crossed, his eyes gleaming. The valley wind made his somewhat worn mage robe flutter loudly. A well-worn wooden bow in the background is quite eye-catching. However, his wide grin, reaching his cheeks like a pout, and the occasional flashes of golden light betrayed his true feelings. And the noble status of being a teammate of I am a reverse butterfly. Damn it, those who get their money through connections deserve to die a horrible death. The players who noticed this felt a deep sense of contempt and intense envy. The players outside were completely dumbfounded. Their initial shock had turned into numbness. Augustus's face was ashen and his fists were clenched white. At this moment, he finally understood that the gap between himself and Chen Ping'an had become unimaginably large. While I was still methodically grinding through my skills, the opponent was already automatically farming monsters in a Gundam-like manner. The elite group he assembled would probably be nothing more than an appetizer in the face of this war machine. Yi Gucheng's eyes flickered as he stared intently at every movement of the Storm Messenger, trying to analyze its weaknesses and control principles. But in the end, it could only turn into a helpless sigh. I don't understand at all. This doesn't seem like something the current version should have. Keep moving forward, Chen Ping'an said calmly, stepping forward. Stormbringer followed him with a thunderous roar, its massive metal legs carrying it on. Wherever it went, it was a crushing massacre. Your name is Rock Warrior. One punch and he smashed it into a stone pancake. Flying gargoyles swooping down from the sky, Stormbringer raised his hand and unleashed a storm blast, blasting it into fireworks midair. Experience points gained, 98,000. Obtained, Gargoyle Wings X2, triggered 100x reward boost quality. Complete Gargoyle Wing Membrane Blue Material X2. Obtained. Worn Great Axe X1, triggered 100x reward boost quality. Steel Executioner's Axe Green Equipment X1. My experience points are skyrocketing, and my inventory is overflowing with high-level materials and various equipment. Chen Ping'an could simply follow behind leisurely, watching the Stormbrello perform. It was incredibly easy and enjoyable. Behind the God of Magic, the vanguard of the Temple of Oracles rushed as fast as they could and finally arrived at the entrance of the canyon, only to find the God of Magic already petrified. And the goal of this trip, I am a reverse butterfly, is strolling leisurely. Hall of Oracles, the elite squad watched helplessly as the enormous steel monster beside Chen Ping'an swept through the canyon like a bulldozer, utterly unstoppable. One of the squad leaders turned pale instantly and quickly shouted in the guild chat, Boss, something's wrong. That I am reverse butterfly got a super powerful puppet from somewhere. It's like a Gundam. Are we sure we still want to go in? Augustus then came to his senses. Even though he felt guilty as the guild leader, he had to maintain his composure when necessary and immediately launched into a tirade. Useless. You're scared by a mere puppet? Even if it's fierce, it's still a puppet. It's bound to have weaknesses. In a moment, I'll give the order and you'd all charge in. We'll wear it down. That's what he said, but he wasn't sure himself, so he quickly blended into the main group and then told the team to slow down and observe first. Meanwhile, the main force of Jianzhe also arrived. Yi Gucheng ordered, everyone stay put. No one is allowed to move without my command. We're here to observe and learn. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. Chen Ping'an led Stormbringer through the canyon with ease, followed by a large group of players watching the show and two large guilds with ulterior motives. Surprisingly, no one dared to come up and disturb them. Stormbringer continued his rampage and Chen Ping'an once again reached the deepest part of the rock canyon. A familiar, scorching heat wafted over and a river of lava flowed slowly across the ground. Rumble. With a violent tremor of the ground, the enormous figure rose once more from the river of lava. Lava Behemoth Gratoni, LV-50, area boss. Its massive body is composed of cooled black rock and flowing, scorching lava, radiating terrifying heat and oppressive force. However, when its gaze swept over the colossal creature that was much taller than itself, its entire body shimmering with a bluish-black metallic luster and storm energy. Especially when it saw the human standing behind it with his hands behind his back, who left a deep impression on it. In the lava behemoth's enormous lava eyes, a rather human-like expression of frustration, anger, and even a hint of helplessness, it pounded its chest angrily, letting out a deafening roar, humans. The roar of the lava behemoth echoed like rolling thunder through the canyon, yet carried a hint of helplessness and resentment. The divine aura emanating from you is growing ever stronger. You should be challenging far more powerful beings, so why do you keep coming to cause me trouble? It's almost crying, when will this guy ever stop? Does he think he's an ATM? Chen Ping'an finally moved. He raised his eyelids, glanced indifferently at the lava behemoth and still didn't bother to speak. Why waste time arguing with him? The materials are what really matter. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother with pleasantries this time. With a thought, he directly issued an attack command to Storm Messenger. The Stormbringer's eyes shone brightly, its chest cavity hummed, its massive metal body crouched slightly, and then it suddenly exerted its power. Like a cannonball launched from a gun, it charged headlong into the lava behemoth with unparalleled momentum. The battle erupted instantly. Roar. Seeing that its opponent ignored it, the lava behemoth launched an attack, roaring as its massive lava fist, carrying a destructive aura, slammed towards Stormbringer. Stormbringer showed no fear, his massive metal arm meeting the attack head-on, his fist enveloped in raging storm energy. Boom, fists collided, a deafening roar erupted. The shockwave spread instantly, causing Chen Ping'an's clothes to flutter in the distance. Players further away fared even worse. The shockwave spread, causing them to lose their footing and stagger. Minus 58,741, Stormbringer. Minus 81,588, Lava Behemoth. In terms of power, Stormbringer is slightly inferior. After all, its level and grade are what they are. It is currently only level 1. But it has storm protection to reduce damage and ridiculously high health, so this damage is nothing to it. And its attack speed is even faster. Therefore, Chen Ping'an was not flustered at all. He calmly controlled the Stormbringer, using its agile movements to dodge attacks while unleashing storm energy orbs one after another on the lava behemoth. Puff puff puff, minus 45,432. Minus 46,879, minus 44,987. The lava behemoth's health bar was slowly but steadily decreasing. No sooner had the first strike been delivered than the Stormbringer had already conjured a basic storm impact in his other hand, slamming it down squarely on the lava behemoth's chest. Boom. Minus 95,632, critical hit. The lava behemoth staggered from the blast, its chest rock-shattering and lava flying everywhere. It angrily opened its massive maw, spewing out a blazing pillar of lava that instantly engulfed most of the Stormbringer's body. Minus 15,542, burning damage. Minus 15,542, burning damage. The scorching lava continued to burn the Stormbringer's armor, emitting a sizzling sound. However, the dark blue-black storm alloy has extremely high resistance, and the rate at which health decreases is completely within an acceptable range. Chen Ping'an, controlling the Stormbringer, withstood the pillars of lava fire, his massive metal arm raised high. The storm's energy gathered wildly, then transformed into a series of powerful punches that slammed into the lava behemoth's head and joints like iron being struck. Bang, 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 bang. Minus 41,235, minus 39,876, minus 42,901, minus 40,123. The lava behemoth's health bar was dropping rapidly, piece by piece, at a speed visible to the naked eye. It tried to resist, slamming its massive, molten lava hands against the ground and charging forward with its body. However, the Stormbringer is too agile compared to it, always able to avoid vital points or withstand attacks with its thickest armor. Occasionally, after being knocked back a few steps, it would immediately rush forward again and continue its relentless barrage of attacks. This is a completely unequal battle. It's a head-on clash between a steel storm and an elemental behemoth. The visual effects are explosive. The players outside were completely mesmerized, exclaiming in amazement, "That's incredible. That's incredibly tough. They're taking on the boss's attacks head-on. This puppet's defense is insane. I have a feeling this puppet has a powerful attack up its sleeve. It's completely toying with this stone golem. The butterfly goddess doesn't have to lift a finger. She can just watch. I'm so envious." Poor stone man got beaten up again. Augustus was already pale, while Yi Gucheng's face was solemn as he continuously assessed the puppet's combat strength. The outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. A few minutes later, the lava behemoth let out a mournful howl of despair, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, once again turning into a huge pile of cooled rocks and flowing lava. System notification: congratulations on defeating the lava behemoth LV50, gaining 900,000 experience points, 100x increase. Level increased to LV.86. Gained 15 free attribute points. A golden light shone down and Chen Ping'an's physical form was upgraded. At the same time, the 100x reward boost quality has been triggered. Not much loot was dropped next to the lava behemoth's corpse. Since it was the third kill, the first kill reward was long gone, so only one core material and a large amount of gold coins dropped. But this drop still made all the onlookers drool with envy. A large pile of glittering gold coins formed a small mountain, and at the top of the mountain of gold coins, a crystal the size of a pigeon egg, radiating scorching energy and crimson light, stood out conspicuously. Obtained Lava Core X1, triggered 100x reward boost quality, Lava Heart Legendary Material X1. Gained 50,000 gold, quality ascension. Right arrow 5 million. Although only one core material was obtained, it's a legendary material, and there's a massive amount of gold coins. This harvest is enough to drive any guild mad with envy. After all, so many people have been playing this game day and night and haven't even seen a purple epic item more than a few times. Chen Ping'an walked forward expressionlessly and picked up the heart of lava. It feels warm to the touch as if magma is flowing inside, containing immense energy. He glanced at the corpse of the lava behemoth at his feet and said calmly, "A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. I'll be back next time it refreshes." The words weren't spoken loudly, but they were clearly heard by every player behind them who was eavesdropping, sending a chill down their spines. This guy is treating this boss like a cash cow and Rock Canyon like his own private domain. After saying that, Chen Ping'an made another thought. The Stormbringer bent its massive body, its enormous metal head approaching the lava heart in Chen Ping'an's palm. The empty core slot in his chest emitted a powerful suction force. Chen Ping'an gently tossed the heart of lava aside. Call out, Heart of Lava transformed into a streak of red light and was precisely absorbed into the core slot of Stormbringer's chest. Boom! The next second the Stormbringer's massive body shuddered violently. The dark blue armor instantly turned crimson and countless magnificent patterns like flowing lava appeared on its surface. An even more powerful and violent force awakened within it. System, your Stormbringer prototype has consumed the legendary material Heart of Lava, gaining a large amount of experience points. System, your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV2. System, your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV3. System, your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV4. System, your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV5. System, your Stormbringer prototype has successfully fused with the power of Heart of Lava, greatly increasing its attributes and adding the lava explosion effect to its attacks. A series of system notifications appeared. Chen Ping'an quickly opened the puppet's attribute panel to check. Stormbrella prototype evolving legendary bound to player. I am a reverse butterfly. Type exclusive war puppet. Level LV5. Health 2,800,000 / 2,800,000. Energy infinity powered by the Stormforge core can be overclocked by 10%. Attack damage 12,000 to 18,000 combined storm and fire damage. Defense 25,000 physical resistance plus 50%, magic resistance plus 40%, fire resistance plus 80%. Movement speed 190% land, 130% airborne. Skill Storm Protection passive basic Storm Impact, mini Storm Field passive. Lava Burst new passive. Basic attacks and storm abilities have a 30% chance to trigger an explosion, dealing additional attack power asterisk 100% fire-based area damage to the target and enemies in a small surrounding area. Core slot current Storm Synchro activation progress 15%. Growth requirements 20, 250, 825, 250,000,000. Its attributes have skyrocketed, and it's gained a powerful area of effect explosion passive ability. At this moment, the Stormbringer's armor was adorned with interwoven red and black patterns, and the power of storm and lava had begun to merge, making it far more powerful than before. Standing there, he looked like a demon of destruction emerging from purgatory. Looking at the enhanced Stormbringer, Chen Ping'an could no longer contain his joy and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good. You're in for a treat if you follow me. Chen Ping'an's laughter echoed through the rocky canyon. Behind them in the distance were countless players' gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and utter awe. Augustus's face turned ashen, and in the end he did not dare to give the order to take action. Yigacheng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock, upgrading with legendary materials. This puppet has limitless potential. This is absolutely beyond the scope of the curriculum. I can't learn it, I really can't learn it. The World Channel has completely gone mad. World Channel, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Did you guys see that? Rock Canyon, Gundam, it really is a Gundam. A message flashed by at lightning speed. Recorded, the #1 player on the leaderboard, I am the reverse butterfly, summoned a mech that looks to be 15 meters tall and beat up the lava behemoth like it was his son. This game can be played like this. He's so G handsome, I'm so mad at you. Are you going to the City of Liberty with a team? Piloting a Gundam would be so cool. It's clear that a player got carried away after watching the replay, shouted one of the players. Look at you, you're not thinking straight. Who's piloting that Gundam? #1 on the heavenly ranking, I am reverse butterfly. If you go, you might just be used as a puppet. You really have no self-awareness. Someone immediately retorted, their tone filled with awe for the expert and disdain for the newbie. Butterfly goddess, are you still looking for a keychain? The kind that says 666. Does the big boss need another accessory for his leg? I can shout better than that guy upstairs. +1. This game is terrible, I've reported it. Someone's cheating. Stop being so sour, it's useless, that's their talent. The chat was scrolling rapidly, filled with discussions about I am the reverse butterfly and his Stormbringer prototype, at the entrance to the canyon. The god of magic, Augustus's face turned ashen as he watched Chen Ping'an easily put away the heart of lava, which radiated terrifying energy. Looking at the Stormbringer, its armor adorned with interwoven red and black patterns, exuding an even greater aura of power, he felt like a complete clown. All the ambitions and vows to avenge past humiliations that I had before coming here were ruthlessly crushed by reality. How long has it been since I last saw Chen Ping'an? They've even brought Gundams to be their henchmen. Meanwhile, they're racking their brains trying to get a new purple weapon. What's the point of playing this game? Even with my guild's elite troops, I doubt I could withstand a single slap from that big guy. This gap is beyond what hard work can bridge. This is a F***G chasm, an insurmountable barrier. The initial resentment and desire for revenge vanished instantly. We can't beat them, we simply can't beat them. After a period of intense frustration and a hint of fear, a thought suddenly occurred to Augustus: Hope City is hopeless. With a monster like Chen Ping'an in the City of Freedom, there's no hope whatsoever. No way. I'm going to other major cities for further training too. The names of the 12 main cities in the Daxia region flashed through his mind. Prosperity? Yes, I'm going to Prosperity City. Augustus's eyes lit up. This name sounded powerful and imposing. It was definitely not simple. Who knows, maybe there's an opportunity for me there and I might even get my hands on some awesome inheritance or a set of top-tier equipment. He couldn't stay here any longer and watch Chen Ping put on airs. Every extra glance was a cruel blow to his confidence. Augustus arrived in a high-profile manner, but now he only wanted to leave quietly and didn't even dare to go up and say a word to Chen Ping'an, not even a harsh word. He whirled around and growled in a low voice at the still somewhat stunned elites of the Hall of Oracles behind him. HMPH, I have nothing to say to this kind of person. We're on different paths, so there's no point in staying here. Everyone, return to the city immediately. After forcibly saving face, he didn't give his subordinates any time to react. He was the first to crush the return scroll and disappear in a flash of white light. Actually, what he was thinking was, what the hell am I talking about? If that guy slaps me down in a minute, I'll die on the spot. Then that D Chen Ping'an arrogantly told me, from now on, bow your head before me. Don't I have any dignity? Let's get out of here, let's get out of here. The remaining guild members looked at each other in bewilderment. Looking at the spot where the guild leader had disappeared, and then at the godlike man and his mech in the canyon, they all silently pulled out their return scrolls. This spectacle is so lively, watching it any longer could easily shatter one's resolve. On the other side, Sword Emperor Yi Gucheng and newspaper boy Li Qiang, who had just squeezed in, clearly saw Augustus's high-profile arrival, low-profile departure maneuver. Yi Gucheng's face revealed undisguised disdain. He shook his head, his opinion of Augustus dropping even further, and softly uttered two words, "Idiot." Li Qiang went even further, making a face in the direction Augustus had disappeared. "Pa. All talk and no action, my Ping'an daddy is the real deal. Dad, look at me, it's your dear Kaiengzi." He jumped up and down, waving at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an naturally noticed the commotion. He was completely unmoved by Augustus's departure. That clown could no longer stir any emotion in him. He nodded slightly in the direction of Yi Gucheng and Li Qiang, as if to say hello. Then he spoke loudly, his voice calm yet clear, reaching their ears. "I was in a bit of a rush to get back this time, so I won't chat much. I'll take you guys out another day." After Chen Ping'an finished speaking concisely, he crushed the return scroll. A flash of white light, and "I am the reverse butterfly," and the suffocating storm messenger beside him vanished from the spot. The canyon was left with countless players who were still eager for more, and a scene of utter devastation. Central square of City of Hope. Chen Ping'an's figure appeared silently. The square was deserted at this moment, a stark contrast to the bustling crowds at the entrance to the rock canyon just moments before. Clearly, almost all the players went to see his Gundam performance and haven't returned yet. Only the various NPCs remain, diligently performing their duties. Whenever an NPC sees Chen Ping'an, whether it was patrolling guards, vendors setting up stalls, or passing residents, they all immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed to him with utmost respect. "Your Excellency." "My lord, you're back." "Adult High-End." "Greetings, Your Excellency." Their eyes were filled with heartfelt respect and gratitude. It was the power of this man that caused their entire team to level up and gain stronger attributes. Chen Ping'an remained expressionless and nodded slightly in response. With a clear goal in mind, he headed straight for the Golden Scale Pavilion. Just as I reached the magnificent Golden Gate of Jinlin Pavilion, a graceful figure emerged, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. It was indeed Kaiyan Duoduo, the master of Jinlin Pavilion. Kaiyan Duoduo was clearly dressed up carefully today, wearing a well-tailored purple high-slit cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and graceful figure. Her hair was pulled back, her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and her eyes sparkled with captivating charm. She seemed to have anticipated Chen Ping'an's arrival and was waiting here on purpose. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, a bright yet slightly melancholic smile immediately bloomed on her face, her voice so soft it could make one's bones feel light as a feather. "Oh, my esteemed envoy, you finally decided to come and see me." She approached gracefully, almost pressing herself against Chen Ping'an, her voice soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of coquettishness, sending shivers down his spine. "It's been so long, have you been thinking about me? I've missed you so much." His tone and expression made the NPC guards standing nearby stare wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping. When had his usually shrewd and capable, even somewhat harsh in his eyes, boss's wife ever spoken in such a girlish voice? Although Chen Ping'an was determined, he was still a male college student after all and had never experienced anything like this before. Now being whispered and coquettishly pleaded with by such a charming and beautiful NPC, almost cheek to cheek. A sudden, unavoidable shiver ran through me, and I felt a burning sensation at the base of my ears. I muttered to myself, this is unbearable. But he had lived 2 lives and his will was firm. He instantly suppressed the ripples, adjusted his mindset, took a small step back and created some distance. His face returned to its usual calm and indifferent expression, adopting a businesslike demeanor. "Master Kaiyan, I've come to handle some materials and also to buy a few things." His voice was calm and expressionless, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Seeing his expression, Kaiyan Duoduo's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but her smile remained charming. "She's a smart woman, she knows when to stop." "Sir, really, all you do is talk business as soon as you arrive." All right, whatever you say." She stepped aside to make way. "Please come in, sir, your presence is our greatest honor." She sighed with feigned sorrow, then swayed her hips and personally led Chen Ping'an into the inner hall. Chen Ping'an took out all the unusable blue and green materials he had previously harvested in the rock canyon and sold them off. Refined steel ingots X2500. Obsidian core X1200. Complete gargoyle wing membrane X800. Solid rock core X350.
Oh yeah.
Although it was a byproduct for him in the process of obtaining the heart of lava. However, after 100-fold increase in quality, these materials are all top-quality blue materials. The quantity was enormous. Piled together, they shimmered with a dazzling light, their energy fluctuations astonishing. Cayenne Duoduo only glanced at it briefly but had already estimated the price in her mind. She glanced at Chen Ping'an in surprise. This guy's earnings from just one trip were almost equivalent to a small guild's monthly earnings. My lord, these are all highly sought-after and excellent materials. Cayenne Duoduo giggled and waved her hand. One price, 8 million gold coins, what do you say? Chen Ping'an nodded. The price was fair, even slightly higher than the market price, clearly indicating that Cayenne Duoduo was trying to curry favor with them. Gained 8 million gold. Looking at the fluctuating numbers in his wallet, Chen Ping'an remained expressionless and cut straight to the point. Master Cayenne, do you have any rare metals, energy cores, or storm-related materials? The higher the quality, the better. Price is not an issue. When Cayenne Duoduo heard that he hadn't come to talk about romance but rather to buy those cold, hard materials, her heart sank even further. But the more she saw this, the more attracted she became to the powerful, calm, and focused man before her. He possessed a fatal charm. She composed herself and smiled. Of course, I'll make sure to keep track of anything you need, my lord. She swayed her hips as she walked to the back treasure vault, and after a moment took out several shimmering boxes. As she spoke, she flipped her wrist and took out several materials that shimmered with different lusters. Void Stardust Epic Material. This stuff is a treasure for constructing spatial magic arrays. It's extremely rare. Thunderous Adamantite Epic Material. Imbued with the power of lightning should match your description of storms, right? Adding just a little bit when forging weapons can greatly increase their power. And this Wind Spirit Feather Epic Material is said to have been collected from the Storm Elemental Lord, containing pure wind elemental power. Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. These were all good items, especially the thunderous refined gold and wind spirit feather, which were perfect for cultivating the storm messenger. I'll take them all. How much? Cayenne Duoduo's eyes darted around and she quickly calculated in her mind, quoting a price that was almost at cost. These are some of my most prized possessions, but since you are our most honored guest at Golden Scale Pavilion, I'll give them to you at cost price. The total will be 2 million gold coins. This price is definitely not unreasonable. It even feels like a friendly price. Chen Ping'an readily paid and pocketed the materials. Player I am a reverse butterfly paid 2 million gold coins. Player I am a reverse butterfly received. Void Stardust Epic Material X5. Thunderous Adamantite Epic Material X15. Wind Spirit Feather Epic Material X25. Next, he purchased a batch of materials for making the portable teleportation coordinates. Void Dust X200. Astral Shard X50. Earth Core Iron X100. Master Cayenne, please keep an eye out for rare metals and energy cores for me in the future, especially those with storm and lightning attributes. I'll take as many as you have, and the price will remain the same. Chen Ping'an gave his instructions. Don't worry, Sir Tilda, I'll definitely keep your instructions in mind and make sure I handle it perfectly, Tilda. Cayenne Duoduo patted her ample chest and assured him, her chest heaving with a breathtaking arc. After finishing his business, Chen Ping'an prepared to leave. Master Cayenne, I'm sorry to trouble you, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Seeing Chen Ping'an about to leave, a hint of resentment and impulsiveness flashed in Cayenne Duoduo's eyes. Just as Chen Ping'an turned around, she suddenly made up her mind, lunged forward, and with lightning speed. With a pop, he kissed Chen Ping'an on the cheek. The warm, moist touch dissipates upon contact, leaving behind a faint, sweet fragrance. Chen Ping'an froze instantly, his mind going completely blank for even a fraction of a second. He turned to look at Cayenne Duoduo in disbelief. This NPC, how dare he be so bold? This artificial intelligence is just too intelligent. After Yuanyuan.He finished kissing him, 2 blushes appeared on her face. But she forced herself to remain calm, giving Chen Ping'an a flirtatious, disdainful look. She said in a soft, sweet voice, "Remember to come back and visit me often, okay? Otherwise I might sell all these good materials to someone else." Chen Ping'an instinctively cast a detection spell. Golden Scale Pavilion Master Yuanyuan.He, LV.90. Status admiring. Affection level 10,000 devoted to you. 10,000 points of favorability, a special affection. Chen Ping'an was completely dumbfounded. When did his favorability rating rise to such an absurd level just because I sold him something? Or is it because of his strength and status as the #1 on the heavenly ranking? The NPC favorability system is so weird. In his previous life, Chen Ping'an was solely focused on strength and never seriously studied the favorability system. But I've never heard of any examples of NPCs admiring players. It seems I'll have to spend some time doing in-depth research on this when I have the time. Chen Ping'an opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to react. In the end, he could only maintain an icy expression and nod somewhat hastily. They left the Golden Scale Pavilion almost as if fleeing in panic. Chen Ping'an's lips twitched slightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. He took a deep breath, suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, nodded, said nothing more, turned around and strode away from Golden Scale Pavilion, his steps seeming a few times faster than usual. Watching Chen Ping'an's slightly flustered back, Yuanyuan.He chuckled, gently touching her lips, her eyes becoming increasingly dreamy and her mood inexplicably improving. "HMPH, you little man, let's see how long you can keep up this act." Chen Ping'an walked on the streets of the City of Hope. "This game ... it's a bit too realistic." He touched his cheek, which still seemed to retain a little warmth and fragrance, and felt a little strange. He then quickly shook his head, trying to banish the image of Yuanyuan.He's captivating charm from his mind. "They're just NPCs, just data streams. If you take it seriously, you've already lost." He muttered to himself, trying to convince himself, but his heart still seemed to be beating a little faster than usual. He composed himself. Now was not the time to think about these things. He then found a quiet corner and with a thought summoned the enormous creature. Swish! The towering 15-meter-tall Stormbrella prototype reappeared, its cold metal shell shimmering with a blend of bluish-black and crimson luster under the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chen Ping'an didn't waste any words. He immediately stuffed the newly acquired Thunderous Refined Gold X15 and Wind Spirit Feather X25 into the core slot near the chest of Stormbringer like candy. The Stormbringer's body trembled slightly, and the core slot in its chest emitted a cheerful hum, bursting forth with a strong suction force. Those precious epic materials were instantly torn apart and devoured by the suction force, transforming into an incomparably pure torrent of energy that surged into the Stormbringer's body. Boom, buzz! The Stormbringer shone brightly, and his dark blue armor seemed to deepen in depth. The crimson lava patterns seemed to come alive, flowing slowly, with even tiny golden arcs of electricity occasionally leaping across them. An even more powerful energy surge emanated from it. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has consumed 15 thunderous adamantite, gaining a large amount of experience points. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has consumed 25 wind spirit feathers, gaining a large amount of experience points. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV6.
Oh yeah.
System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV8. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has successfully fused with a portion of Void, Thunder, and Storm power, resulting in attribute enhancements and storm synchronization activation progress plus 5%. Current total activation progress 20%. He was promoted 3 ranks in a row. Chen Ping'an quickly opened the attribute panel to check. Stormbrella prototype evolving legendary bound to player. I am a reverse butterfly. Type exclusive war puppet. Level LV8. Health 4,500,000/4,500,000. Energy infinity powered by the Stormforge core can be overclocked by 10%. Attack power 20,000 to 28,000 mixed damage, storm plus fire plus weak thunder. Defense 38,000, physical resistance plus 55%, magic resistance plus 45%, fire resistance plus 80%. Movement speed 200% land, 140% airborne. Skill Storm Shield passive, basic storm impact, mini storm field passive, lava burst passive. Weak thunder attachment, new passive. Attacks have a very small chance to inflict a weak paralysis effect, causing the target to be briefly stunned for 0.5 seconds. Core slot, current storm synchro activation progress 20%, growth requirements. 88,050,825/580 million. The attributes have increased significantly again. Chen Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. This thing was getting tougher and tougher, and its output was becoming more and more terrifying. Not only does it increase lightning resistance, but it also adds a new passive effect, weak lightning attachment. Although the skill description states an extremely low probability with the Great Fortune buff, it should still be passable. But in Chen Ping'an's view, as the Stormbringer continues to grow, it will only become stronger. After feeding the Stormbringer, Chen Ping'an didn't delay any longer and immediately headed to the central teleportation array of the City of Hope, choosing to teleport to the City of Freedom. Under the reverent gaze of the guards, the teleportation light shone. However, as soon as the light faded after he was teleported to the City of Freedom, Chen Ping'an frowned instantly when he saw the scene before him. Something's not right. The City of Freedom before him was completely different from the one he had left before, which, while not free, was still quite orderly. The air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and the burnt smell of energy overload. In the distance, the faint sounds of explosions, metal clashing, and players' screams and curses could be heard. On the street, several low-level golems, presumably responsible for moving or cleaning, were attacking the surrounding buildings and NPC guards like madmen, sparks flying everywhere. The streets were in chaos, with many players running around in panic, some even with injuries. What's going on? A sense of foreboding rose in Chen Ping'an's heart. Warning, warning, a puppet has gone out of control in Zone 3. Requesting backup. Stop that excavating golem, it's going to sever the energy pipeline. Watch out, the crossbow's range on that guard golem has been maliciously modified. The NPC guards shouted and frantically dealt with the sudden chaos. Some players stayed in safe places to watch the excitement or tried to take advantage of the situation. The chaos seemed to originate from more than one source. Black smoke was rising from several places in the distance and explosions could be heard. Chen Ping'an's eyes narrowed. This is definitely not an accident, it looked more like a premeditated riot. He immediately strode towards the heart of the forge workshop. The further in you go, the more obvious the signs of chaos become. Some of the mechanical guard golems that were supposed to patrol along fixed routes were now acting like madmen, their eyes glowing in abnormal red light as they indiscriminately attacked the surrounding players and buildings. Damn it, this puppet's gone mad, shoot it down. Damn it, I'm almost out of health potions. Why is this monster attacking the player on its own? Where are the guards? Help them. Where did all the NPCs go? The players grumbled and cursed as they dodged the attacks of the rioting golems. Chen Ping'an's eyes narrowed as he noticed a strange symbol engraved on most of the rioting puppets. An eye made up of countless gears seemingly constantly spinning and devouring, the symbol of the Thousand Machine Cult. It really was those persistent bastards who were behind it. Chen Ping'an instantly understood. It's the Thousand Machine Cult. It seems they've started making their move. I only went to the main city to get some food for Stormbringer, but I didn't expect the other party to be so impatient. He ignored these lowly minions, activated Swift Step, and moved like the wind, quickly traversing the chaotic streets, heading straight for Heart of the Furnace. He was now more worried about Mo Yuan's condition. As Chen Ping'an's key tech-savvy girl, she was in a very weak state right now, and he couldn't let anything happen to her at this critical juncture. Just as they were about to reach the street where the Heart of the Furnace workshop was located, suddenly, even more intense fighting sounds and a sharp shout came from ahead. It's Mo Yuan's voice. Chen Ping'an sped up, rushed around the street corner, and the scene before him instantly ignited his anger. Outside the Heart of the Furnace workshop, Mo Yuan was controlling a puppet, struggling to fend off an attack from a group of people. Mighty God Prototype LV.75. Health 385,623 5, 80000. Attack power 8,000.
Skills.
Super heavy energy cannon, engineering hammer strike overclocking. Description: a heavy engineering golem privately modified by Mo Yuan, possessing astonishing firepower but poor mobility. The attackers weren't players but a group of people dressed in the uniforms of the Puppet Gladiator Association. The one in the lead was none other than Zhao Ming, the observer who had previously guided him and later stood guard outside the entrance to the ruined capital. Holy crap, wasn't this guy supposed to be the type who only makes a few bucks a month? Why risk his life? He seems like a completely different person. At this moment, Zhao Ming's face no longer showed the respect and fear he had shown before. Instead, it was filled with a sinister grin and greed. He was accompanied by more than a dozen NPC guards from the association, all of whom were at a high level, generally above level 75. They were also driving several association standard combat golems which were frantically attacking Mo Yuan's temporary defenses. Mo Yuan, stop struggling, Zhao Ming shouted arrogantly as he attacked. The guild leader has decided to cooperate with the Thousand Machines cult. A wise person knows when to yield. Hand over the core technology and resources from your workshop and you might just be spared.
Bullshit.
Mo Yuan was clearly unwell from lack of rest and had exhausted herself. Her face was pale but she remained sharp-tongued. Zhao Ming, you traitor, you've completely disgraced the association. You want to steal my workshop? You'll have to step over my dead body first.
HMPH.
You won't listen to reason, so don't blame me for being heartless. Zhao Ming's eyes hardened and he ordered his men to intensify their attack. Pa, what past relationship could I possibly have with someone like you? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll spit your stinking mouth out. That's what she said, but the defensive puppet that Mo Yuan had hastily put together was about to be completely dismantled. Just then, a cold voice swept across the battlefield like a chilling wind. My partner is that someone you can control. Chen Ping'an appeared before Mo Yuan like a ghost, his face ashen as he looked at Zhao Ming and the others. I am the reverse butterfly. When Zhao Ming saw Chen Ping'an, he was startled and subconsciously took a half step back. After all, a person's reputation is immense, and the pressure from being ranked number 1 on the heavenly ranking was too strong. But he quickly regained his composure, a smug, defiant grin spreading across his face. It's good you're back, saves us the trouble of looking for you. Looking for me, looks like you've latched onto the Thousand Machine cult. Chen Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly. HMPH, it was Lord Qianji who chose us, Zhao Ming said smugly. By order of the chairman and the Thousand Machines cult's special envoy, obediently hand over your special puppet. Lord Thousand Machines is very interested in its energy source. Perhaps it can become the best offering for Lord Thousand Machines to awaken. Zhao Ming puffed out his chest, seemingly trying to bolster his confidence. As long as you hand it over, the association can guarantee your safety in Freedom City. Special Envoy, sleeping, Thousand Machines. Chen Ping'an picked up on a few keywords which suggested that the association's higher-ups were indeed colluding with the Thousand Machine cult. And their target was indeed the Stormbringer because they wanted to use it to accelerate the awakening of the Thousand Machines' evil dragon. What a joke. What if I say no? Chen Ping'an said coldly. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Zhao Ming's face darkened and he abruptly waved his hand. Attack, take him down, seize the puppet. The association guards and combat puppets behind him immediately turned their guns and opened fire on Chen Ping'an with all their might. Various energy beams, physical crossbow bolts, and control skills rained down on us. System prompt, activated endless hunt mode permission. Do you wish to enable this mode? Once enabled, the attitude of NPCs in Freedom City towards you will change to hostile. If a player from the City of Freedom kills you, the chance of your equipment dropping increases to 80%. Choose wisely. Choose carefully. Is there even a choice? Although Chen Ping'an had never heard of this so-called endless hunt mode before, the enemy's attack skills were already swarming him. Chen Ping'an decisively abandoned his initial plan to extort money from Gongshu Yan, the Lord of the City of Freedom. The puppets rebelled and this old guy didn't even say a word. He's really derelict in his duty. Since that's the case, then I'm not going to care anymore, even if it means becoming enemies with the entire city of freedom in the future. Chen Ping'an's mind raced and he made a decision in an instant. Start. System notification. Player I am the reverse butterfly has activated the endless hunt mode. The attitude of NPCs in Freedom City towards I am the reverse butterfly will change to hostile. Player I am a reverse butterfly will drop items by attacking NPCs belonging to the Freedom City. The system announcement had just finished. From the shadows of the surrounding streets, dozens of NPC followers dressed in thousand machine cult attire suddenly emerged and quickly planted several metal pillars covered in runes into the ground. Buzz, a massive dark purple energy barrier instantly rose up, enveloping the entire street. System notification. You have been trapped in the Forbidden Field. Player movement speed reduced by 50%, all skill cooldowns increased by 50%, and teleportation items and skills cannot be used. Summon creatures are partially suppressed. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ming laughed triumphantly upon seeing this. I am the reverse butterfly. I know you're very strong and you can even summon that giant golem. We've been preparing for this for a long time. This combination of attacks will surely defeat you today, even if you have extraordinary abilities. Charge, seize him and take the puppet. As he spoke, more thousand machine cult members and traitors from the association appeared from all directions. Among them were even 4 clearly high-end, grotesque puppets belonging to the sect, their eyes glowing red as they locked onto Chen Ping'an. A meticulously planned ambush. Block off retreat routes, suppress summons, and overwhelm with sheer numbers. Watch out, this force field is troublesome. Mo Yuan's face turned even paler as she anxiously looked at Chen Ping'an. The key to the trap is that glowing controller on Zhao Ming. Dismantle it. Hand over these weakling puppets to me. Excellent, it seems all that effort put into building that goodwill wasn't for nothing. Chen Ping'an's only worry had been put to rest. He then scanned the surrounding enemies and tested the effects of the Forbidden Field. I do feel that the connection with Stormbringer has become slightly sluggish, and I estimate that its attributes will be somewhat reduced when summoned. However, Chen Ping'an's pressure was greatly reduced at this moment. His gaze instantly locked onto the controller at Zhao Ming's waist, which was constantly emitting energy ripples. That's it. Although his movement speed was slowed, Chen Ping'an's killing intent had already locked onto Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming felt Chen Ping'an's icy gaze and took a step back in fright, hurriedly directing the puppets beside him. Stop him. Stop him now. Several puppets charged at Chen Ping'an again. Get out of here. Chen Ping'an let out a low shout and immediately activated Swift Step. His figure moved like a ghost. Although his speed was not as fast as usual, he still nimbly dodged the puppet's attack. Phantom Combo. The sword energy flashed, instantly leaving several deep wounds on the joints of a traitorous puppet, sparks flying everywhere. Minus 80, 8,421, minus 80, 9,855, minus 80, 1,002. As the high damage numbers appeared, the puppet's movements immediately became sluggish. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Ping'an slipped through the gap and charged straight at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was terrified, screaming as he backed away. Stop him, quick. What are you waiting for? Just then, a chilling pressure suddenly came from the side of the battlefield. A gigantic puppet with an extremely bizarre shape, completely black and seemingly composed of countless twisted gears and metal tentacles, slowly emerged from the shadows. This puppet is about 10 meters tall and its shape is not humanoid. Rather, it resembles a combination of a giant metal spider and an octopus. 8 enormous metal limbs supported its body, and at its center was a huge, ever-rotating eye that emitted an ominous red light. Its body was covered with the symbols of the Thousand Machines cult. Thousand Machines Secret Guard Spider Mother Messenger LV, Lord level. Health points, attack power, skill, description. A high-level war puppet of the Thousand Machine cult exuding an eerie and ominous aura. Above this terrifying puppet stood a figure draped in a black cloak and wearing a metal mask, the envoy of the Thousand Machines cult.
Useless.
A cold, synthesized voice came from beneath the mask. The giant single eye of the Spider Mother Messenger puppet suddenly lit up and a dark red beam of light shot out instantly. It wasn't aimed at Chen Ping'an but at Mo Yuan and her giant god who were wreaking havoc. Mo Yuan reacted extremely quickly, controlling Mighty God to raise a huge engineering hammer in front of him. Boom. The dark red beam struck the engineering hammer, causing a violent explosion. Mighty God was blasted backward and obvious signs of melting appeared on the engineering hammer. Mo Yuan's face also paled slightly. Damn.
That's ruthless.
Mo Yuan spat. The appearance of the sex envoy and the terrifying blow from this powerful puppet instantly reversed the situation once again. Zhao Ming, as if grasping at a lifeline, exclaimed with ecstasy, "My lord. You finally arrived, quickly capture them." The sex envoy's cold gaze swept over Chen Ping'an. "Hand over that puppet imbued with the power of a storm and I'll make your death easier." Chen Ping'an felt the immense pressure from the spider mother messenger, and his heart sank slightly. The trap was still active when another tough opponent appeared, a lord-level puppet that looked like a formidable foe. Traitors within the association, sectarian conspiracies, powerful enemies. The other side really came prepared this time, and the situation has become somewhat tricky. But there was no fear in his eyes, instead his fighting spirit soared. "Want to steal his Stormbringer? Let's see if you have the teeth." He gripped his sword tightly, coldly glancing at the cult's envoy and the bizarre spider puppet. A great war is about to break out. Dear viewers, what follows is the climax of the story. Chen Ping'an facing the 1,000 Machines evil dragon. Gentlemen who have free gifts to generate electricity for love, please send them. Earning only a few dollars a day is really hard to make ends meet. Hand over the puppet with you bunch of rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs and this iron spider. Chen Ping'an was so angered by the arrogant words of the sex envoy that he let out a cold laugh. His anger, however, only made him calmer. The situation is indeed tricky. The forbidden force field made him feel as if he were wearing shackles, slowing his movements considerably. Even his mental link with the Stormbringer felt like it was separated by a membrane, making it somewhat blurry. Moreover, the opposing team has a lot of people, and there's that really powerful-looking spider puppet and its controller. But you can't back down. If you back down, you're really doomed. The cult envoy was clearly enraged by his words. Even his synthesized voice crackled with static. He's courting death. Spider Queen's messenger, tear him to pieces. The leader standing atop the spider puppet waved his hand, and the enormous single eye of the 1,000 Machines secret guard spider mother messenger once again shone with a terrifying red light. 8 metal limbs slammed into the ground, charging towards Chen Ping'an with an overwhelming momentum. The ground thumped loudly underfoot. At the same time, Zhao Ming seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, howling as he ordered the association traders and combat puppets to attack him together. The energy beams flew wildly, almost drowning him. "Watch out." Mo Yuan shouted anxiously from behind, trying to control her giant god to come and help, but she was immediately entangled by several puppets and could hardly protect herself. But Chen Ping'an remained completely calm. "Showing numbers, showing strength, I've never been afraid. The primary task is to break the forbidden force field in order to fully unleash our combat power." A thought suddenly struck him. "The 3 Chi return. Give it to me." Chen Ping'an pointed his sword, and an invisible force of plunder instantly enveloped the 1,000 Machines secret guard spider mother envoy, who was the highest-level player in the entire arena and whose attributes were even unreadable. System prompt: you used 3 Chi return on 1,000 Machines secret guard spider mother messenger LV, Lord level. Successfully absorbed 20% of its strength, 20% agility, and 20% constitution, converting them into your own attributes for 820 minutes.
What?
The 1,000 Machines Sect Envoy 1,000 Machines Sect Envoy Shadow Claw LV.85 above Spider Mother Messenger's head clearly did not expect Chen Ping'an to possess such a bizarre skill. As the Spider Mother Messenger's aura instantly weakened, she was caught off guard and lost her balance, nearly falling to the ground. "That's not all. Your Majesty the Emperor is here, open." Boom! A powerful storm force suddenly appeared, like a blue tornado surrounding Chen Ping'an. His eyes instantly flashed with a blinding bluish-white light, his hair moved without wind, and all his attributes surged once again. System notification: You have activated Dragon's Imperial Guest, increasing all attributes by 20%, agility by 50%, and physical and magical defense by an additional 100%. Duration: 30 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. A sense of power filled his entire body, and the oppressive feeling brought by the forbidden force field was forcibly diluted to a great extent. Chen Ping'an could clearly feel the power erupting within his body like a volcano. His attribute panel started jumping wildly, his strength, agility, and spirit all surged. "You scoundrel. You're the first one I'll kill." Chen Ping'an's gaze suddenly locked onto Zhao Ming, who was still shouting. "This traitor is the key. We must first disable his controller and break the forbidden force field. Die." Chen Ping'an made a move. Swift step, activate. Having activated Dragon's Imperial Guest and used 3 Qi return to absorb exaggerated attributes, he became as fast as lightning under the blessing of swift wind step. Even with the forbidden force field slowing him down by 50%, he was still many times faster than an ordinary person. During the dash, Chen Ping'an glanced briefly at his attribute panel. Character name: I am the Reverse Butterfly. Numbers: 0.1. Class: Storm Sword Master, Swordsman's only hidden class. Level: 86. Health points: HP 280, 2982, 82980. Mana MP 85,644, 85644. Basic attributes: Strength 4862, Agile 1952, Physical Fitness 1235, Spirit 1235. Combat attributes: Physical Attack 19,256, Physical Defense 2863, Magic Defense 1869. Attack Speed 10 attacks second, maximum attack speed. Movement Speed 823%, Forbidden Field Suppression. Critical Hit Rate 55%. Evasion Rate 53%. Hit Rate 128%. Terrifying, his mana is higher than some tanks who claim to be tanky. With a major battle imminent, Chen Ping'an's heart only fluctuated slightly before he regained his composure. His incredibly high speed allowed him to instantly dodge several streaks of corrosive black slime sprayed by the Spider Queen messenger. The slimy substance fell to the ground, making a hissing sound, and melted large craters into the metal floor. In almost the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhao Ming. "You!" Zhao Ming was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He felt as if the forbidden force field hadn't been activated at all. Or is it that this "I am a reverse butterfly" can teleport? He instinctively raised the controller in his hand to try and block it. Shatter. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother using skills to deal with these small fry. He didn't even draw his sword and simply threw a punch. A fist wreathed in the power of a storm, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom. Bang, click, minus 154,822. Critical hit. The controller in Zhao Ming's hand, along with his blocking arm, was shattered by this punch. He felt as if he had been hit by a battering ram. It only managed half a scream before flying backward and crashing heavily into the wall behind it. He slid down like a puddle of mud, his head lolled to the side, and he just died. System notification: you have defeated Puppet Gladiator Association observer Zhao Ming, LV75, gaining 37,556,000 experience points. Because you're in endless hunt mode, you'll receive an additional 500 free city reputation. Gold coins gained 550, a 100x increase. Obtained 10 exquisite metal parts, triggered 100x reward boost quality, right arrow 10 perfect kinetic bearings blue material. Obtained Guild Standard Longsword green equipment, triggered 100x reward boost quality, refined rune longsword blue equipment. Refined rune longsword quality blue excellent. Attack power 155 to 188. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 10. Special effect: there is a 5% chance to trigger sharpness when attacking, ignoring 10% of the target's physical defense. Equipment level 65. Job requirements: Swordsman. The worst of the worst gear. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother to look at it, just threw it in the corner of his backpack and planned to sell it to the Sword Pavilion Guild later. With the control core destroyed, the forbidden force field that had enveloped the street flickered a few times and then vanished with a hum. The oppressive feeling on his body vanished instantly. Now's the time. Stormbringer, get to work. Chen Ping'an roared, feeling the connection between himself and the Stormbringer instantly restored, and even stronger now thanks to his thousands of spirit points. Swish. A gigantic, dark blue figure appeared out of thin air and crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the entire street. Red and black patterns intertwine on the armor, storm vortexes at the joints emit a pleasant hum, and the core slot on the chest shines brightly. Although it was suppressed by the force field just now, as soon as it came out, the legendary pressure still made all the enemies around it freeze in their tracks. How is that possible? When the cult's envoy saw the Stormbringer appear unharmed, his voice beneath the mask carried a hint of shock for the first time. Go and blast that iron spider to pieces. Chen Ping'an directly issued orders to the Storm Messenger. The Stormbringer's massive metal head turned towards the thousand-machine guardian spider mother messenger, its eyes flashing brightly and its enormous metal arm rose, palm aimed at its target. Basic storm impact. Repeatedly, buzz, 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 one after another, highly condensed blue-white energy spheres trailing flames rained down on the spider mother messenger like a barrage of projectiles. Golden arcs of electricity danced on the surface of the energy sphere. Boom, 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 minus 68,541, storm damage. Minus 65,987. Storm damage. Minus 129,885. Critical hit triggers lava burst. Minus 82,322. Additional fire damage. Exaggerated damage numbers were frantically floating above the Spider Queen Messenger's head. Although this guy is a Lord-level being with high health and defense, he still can't withstand this barrage of attacks. Its limbs trembled violently from the blows, cracks and scorch marks appeared on the black armor covering its body, and even its huge single eye dimmed for a moment.
Hiss.
The Sex Envoy, Shadowclaw, gasped, clearly not expecting the Stormbringer's firepower to be so intense. This is different from what the chairman said in the intelligence report. In the midst of the chaos, a burst of light emanated from his body, clearly indicating that he had used a skill to enhance his own attributes. He then took out a syringe and hysterically stabbed himself in the neck. As the potion was administered, within a breath, stripes of jet-black armor sprouted from his body. During this process, Chen Ping'an was not idle either. While still in the dragon's honored guest state, he suddenly jumped up. Using the Stormbringer's arm for leverage, he shot towards the Spider Queen's head like a cannonball. The location of that Sex Envoy, Phantom/Combo. The longsword in his hand transformed into countless afterimages, sweeping away like a storm. The sword light was also interspersed with bluish-white wind blades and golden lightning snakes. Puff, 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 puff. Minus 88,421. Physical damage. Minus 45,122. Wind-type damage. Minus 22,331. Lightning damage. Minus 90,855. Physical damage. The Sex Envoy hastily raised his dark arm to block, but the Spider Mother Messenger he sat on was preoccupied with the Storm Messenger and had no time to protect him. Chen Ping'an's innate Storm Sword aura passive skill ignores 30% of the opponent's defense. The extremely powerful attack instantly pierced through the Sect Envoy's armor, leaving more than a dozen deep, bone-revealing wounds on his body. My health bar suddenly dropped by a huge chunk. Hole. How can this person be so strong? The Sex Envoy was both shocked and furious, his voice trembled. What are you all still looking at? Attack him together. Kill him and that guy surnamed Mo. He screamed at the still-stunned association traitors and sectarian believers. The henchmen finally realized what was happening and, gritting their teeth, charged forward. But at this moment, Chen Ping'an and the Storm Messenger were already on a killing spree. Stormbringer charged straight into the crowd, its massive metal feet capable of crushing an entire person with a single stomp. Mini Storm Field is passively activated, causing nearby enemies to continuously lose health and move at a snail's pace. Occasionally, lava burst will be triggered, and with a bang, a small group of enemies will be blown away. Basic Storm Impact is fired once per second, specifically targeting and eliminating elite monsters and golems with slightly higher health. Chen Ping'an's true form is like a ghost, using swift step, combined with the extremely high agility granted by Dragon's Imperial Guest to traverse the battlefield. Use Phantom Slash and Wind Slash alternately to finish off low health and squishy targets. System notification: you have defeated Traitor of the Puppet Gladiator Association, LV-70, gaining 14,850,000 experience points. Gained 120 gold coins. Confirmed to have increased by 100 times. Obtained crude leather armor white equipment, triggered 100x reward boost quality, hard leather chest guard green equipment. System notification: you have defeated Thousand Machine Cult Fanatic, LV-72, gaining 144,000 experience points. Gained 150 gold coins. Obtained Rusty Dagger white equipment. Triggered 100x reward boost quality, Poison Dagger green equipment. Kill, kill, kill in the Endless Hunt mode. Killing these free city NPCs yields extremely high experience points and even drops loot. Although most of it is junk and the gold coins are pitifully small, the equipment can be improved 100-fold in quality and eventually become something that is at least presentable. Especially since I cleared out my backpack at that young woman's place Golden Scale Pavilion Master Cayenne Duoduo before, and even though it's completely empty, I still have 122 slots left. The experience bar shot up like a rocket. It felt amazing. In Chen Ping'an's opinion, defeating these NPCs was much easier than defeating monsters. After all, monsters have thick skin and tough flesh, so while hacking them down is satisfying, it's not as easy as hacking down NPCs. Because many NPCs were terrified and had almost no fighting ability, Chen Ping'an stepped forward and killed them one by one, taking the experience and equipment into his pocket. The entire process was like an assembly line. The NPCs of the Thousand Machines sect and the City of Freedom themselves were like pigs waiting to be slaughtered on an assembly line. They were killed in an instant, and after making a sound, they turned into white light and disappeared. Those players who rushed to the back upon seeing this scene resembling a painting of hell instantly regained their senses. Was the City Lord's order just now serious? Are we going to attack this demon god? What's the point of fighting? You guys fight if you want, I'm logging off. Damn it, this kind of behavior is considered desertion in the City Lord's orders. It will result in a huge deduction of contribution points. Fine. I just got this blue weapon yesterday, I don't want it destroyed. I'm outta here. Oh crap, that demon god leveled up. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin-like player promptly logged off. Another archer who had chimed in looked at Chen Ping'an, who seemed to have descended from heaven, and then at the Storm Messenger prototype pressing down on the Thousand Machines secret guard Spider Mother Messenger hammer. Only someone with a screw loose would rush in and die. He then promptly chose to log off. Mo Yuan, who was not far away, was completely stunned. She was still struggling to hold on. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ping'an and his steel behemoth wiped out her enemies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. She watched as Chen Ping'an ravaged the enemy ranks like a storm god. Watching the Stormbringer unleash its devastating firepower, witnessing their impossibly perfect teamwork. Her small mouth opened into an O shape, and the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Is this really something a human could do? He's clearly a swordsman, so why does he control puppets as naturally as breathing? The coordination between humans and puppets is practically like they share a single brain. System notification: Mo Yuan's favorability towards you plus 5000. Current favorability 13,000. Deeply in love. Chen Ping'an was enjoying the killing spree when he suddenly heard a system notification, almost causing him to stumble. Holy crap, he's already fallen deeply in love. This tech-savvy girl's popularity is so easy to win over. Is it because I look too cool commanding the mechs? But he doesn't have time for that right now. Seeing that things were going badly, the cult's envoy was already trying to escape, controlling the badly wounded Spider Mother Messenger. Trying to run? Did you even ask me first? Chen Ping'an roared. Stormbringer, take it down. Stormbringer suddenly stepped forward, his massive metal arm grabbing one of Spider Queen's hind limbs, and then he swung it around violently. Boom. The enormous Spider Mother Messenger was slammed to the ground, crushing half of the house. Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity, leaped up again, concentrated all his strength into the tip of his sword and spun at high speed like a drill, thrusting towards the sect's envoy.
Storm Heartpiercer.
This is a usage he figured out on his own, combining his skills. There might not be a multiplier bonus, but at that moment of explosive attribute increase, it's just unbelievably cool. Minus 255,881, a fatal blow. This sword pierced straight through the chest of the sect's envoy. It even pierced a large hole in the shell of the spider puppet behind him. Ugh. The sect's envoy let out a piercing scream as his health bar instantly emptied, but he wasn't dead yet. A puff of black smoke rose from his body and he suddenly broke free, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled state. The spider mother messenger also vanished in a flash of black light, clearly having been stored away. I am the reverse butterfly. The sect's envoy clutched his chest, his voice filled with resentment and fear. You wait. Lord Kainji is about to awaken. Your puppet will ultimately become a sacrifice when the adults descend. The city of freedom, and indeed the entire world, will grovel before the mechanical might of Lord Thousand Machines. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Ping'an impatiently swung his sword again. The sect's envoy was terrified. He suddenly crushed a black rune and with a bang his body turned into a cloud of black mist and vanished without a trace. If you can't beat them you resort to threats, that's the same old trick. Chen Ping'an pursed his lips and sheathed his longsword. Looking around, the association's traitors and sectarian followers had been mostly eliminated, and those who weren't dead had long since disappeared. As for those players, some are dead, some have logged off, and some have gone into hiding. Not a single one remains in the open. The streets were a mess, littered with the remains of puppets and traces of explosions. Hey, little girl. You're not dead, are you? Chen Ping'an walked to Mo Yuan's giant god. Nonsense, I'm just a little exhausted. Mo Yuan forced herself to stand up, looking at the mess in the workshop, a look of heartache flashing across her face. My workshop. I've lost so much money. Suddenly, Mo Yuan seemed to remember something. Her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Ping'an, so excited that she stammered a little. That's amazing. My god. How did you do that? That maneuver, that teamwork, you were born to manipulate puppets. She circled Chen Ping'an twice as if looking at some rare animal. Basic operation, don't go for 6. Chen Ping'an appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was quite pleased. Enough of this talk, we can't stay here. Since the association has betrayed us, they must have other plans. Where is the entrance to the ruined capital? We must get in immediately. Mo Yuan calmed down and nodded. I know a shortcut, that's why I installed the elevator, but it's 100 times more dangerous than the one at the association. Are you sure? Yes, take me there quickly. Chen Ping'an did not hesitate. He had a premonition that Thousand Machines was about to awaken. Then come with me. Mo Yuan wasn't one to dwell on things. She raised her finger and pointed to a secluded alley. Chen Ping'an immediately put away Storm Messenger and followed Mo Yuan to quickly leave the ruins. In the endless hunt mode, Chen Ping'an's name was extremely infamous, but at this moment no one dared to come up and provoke him. Behind them, only wreckage remained, along with players who stood in the distance, staring in disbelief. The world chat channel crashed again. Holy crap, unrivaled in the streets of Freedom City. Butterfly Goddess is just too awesome. Voice cracks. I am the reverse butterfly has gone on a killing spree in the city of Freedom. I heard he's taken down a lot of NPCs. It's true, I saw it, and there was a super cool mech. Fighting a giant spider, it was so awesome. The NPCs in Freedom City must hate him to death. What's the use of hatred? Didn't you see he treated the guild's elite NPCs like mere minions and wiped them out? Chen Ping'an didn't have time to watch the channel. He and Mo Yuan ran as fast as they could, shaking off any potential pursuers, and soon arrived at an extremely hidden, abandoned elevator leading underground. Going down from here will take you to the true entrance to the ancient, ruined capital city. Mo Yuan took a breath, her expression grave. It's 100 times more dangerous inside than outside, and the association and the Thousand Machine cult definitely know we're here now. They've absolutely laid a trap. Chen Ping'an stared at the dark entrance, sensing the ancient and dangerous aura emanating from it, his gaze growing ever sharper.
Walk.
The two stepped onto the elevator, and as the mechanical gears turned, they slowly sank into the dark underground. The elevator made a dull creaking sound. It was pitch black all around, with only a few dim miner's lamps at the edge of the elevator providing a faint light that barely illuminated the rusty metal floor beneath our feet. The air was thick with the smell of engine oil, the smell of rusty metal, and an indescribable, unsettling sense of oppression. It was as if some enormous creature was breathing in the darkness, each breath carrying a heavy pressure that made one's chest feel tight. "Can you feel it?" Mo Yuan's voice was a little tense, and she subconsciously took a step closer to Chen Ping'an. "The pressure from 1,000 machines increases as you go down. This is just the outer perimeter. Once you enter the core area, the mental pressure will be even more terrifying. Those with weaker mental strength might not even be able to stand." Chen Ping'an nodded, his senses were clearer than Mo Yuan's. That oppressive force not only acted on the body but was also more like a direct mental attack, attempting to break down the intruder's will. But strangely, within this suffocating sense of oppression, there seemed to be an extremely faint, yet exceptionally tenacious force resonating within him. Like a gentle breeze, it tried its best to dispel the surrounding gloom. Was it a trace of resonance from the storm dragon god's bloodline? He wondered to himself. System prompt. You are affected by 1,000 machines' mental pressure, and all your attributes are temporarily reduced by 5%. A resonance of shared power was detected. The negative effects are halved. Current all attributes are reduced by 2.5%. The notification that his attributes had decreased made Chen Ping'an frown slightly. Although the attribute suppression is only 2.5% after being halved, it has a negligible impact on his current stats. But sometimes, it's these details that determine victory or defeat. Chen Ping'an raised his vigilance to the highest level. In his previous life, he had a similar experience of attacking high-level dungeons, but back then he had companions around him and they could laugh and encourage each other. In this life, there is only one NPC by my side, and that NPC has a high favorability rating of 13,000 towards me and is deeply in love. The elevator finally reached the bottom, making a heavy thud, and came to a stop. Chen Ping'an looked up and the scene before him suddenly opened up, yet it was even more breathtaking. Before me lay an underground space far larger than I had ever imagined. It's less a ruin and more a buried, institutionalized city. Countless enormous gears, bearings, pipes, and metal frames form the skeleton of the city. Many buildings are constructed directly atop these massive mechanical structures, exhibiting an ancient yet sophisticated style. It is filled with a kind of inhuman, cold beauty. Fine metallic dust particles floated in the air, dancing in the beams of the energy lamps. In the distance, the faint rumble of massive machinery could be heard, sending shivers down one's spine. This area is much older, more intact, and also much more dangerous than the outskirts of the ruined capital that Chen Ping'an had visited before. Stay close to me. The traps, obstacles, and guards here are 10 times stronger than outside. Mo Yuan lowered his voice, his expression more solemn than ever before. She took out a small, compass-like instrument. The needle was spinning wildly. The interference is too strong. We can only roughly determine the direction. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes, carefully sensing the faint resonance of the storm within his body. It's like an invisible compass pointing in a specific direction. This way. Chen Ping'an pointed in a direction that was slightly different from what the Mo Yuan instrument was displaying, his tone confident. Mo Yuan glanced at him in surprise but didn't ask any further questions, choosing to believe him. The two walked carefully through this steel graveyard, one in front of the other. They hadn't gone far when a series of synchronized metallic scraping sounds came from ahead. Click, click, click. 4 tall figures emerged from behind a giant gear statue, completely blocking the way. They are nearly 5 meters tall. The entire piece is cast from a dark, obsidian-like metal. The design is not a crude humanoid or animaloid shape, but a humanoid mecha form that perfectly combines streamlined and angular shapes, full of power and precision. Their heads have no facial features, only a complex crystal sensor that constantly scans red light. The arm is no longer a simple hand. One side is a high-speed rotating, sharp chainsaw, and the other side is a launch port brimming with dangerous energy. On their chests was etched that familiar, gear-shaped, devouring eye emblem, but now more complex and profound. Thousand Machine Guardian Steelbreaker LV.95 Elite Lord.
Health.
12,500,000 / 12,500,000. Attack power 8,500 to 12,000. Defense 15,000.
Skills.
High-frequency chainsaw cut, energy overload shot, cooperative defense field, resentment reorganization passive. Description: the direct guard protecting the slumbering place of thousand machines, formed from the fusion of the oldest intricate mechanisms and the resentment of countless powerful beings, possessing extremely high intelligence and immortality. Never face them alone, it's Thousand Machine Guard. Mo Yuan gasped in shock, her face turning deathly pale. This is troublesome. These things are practically indestructible. Their cores are fueled by resentment. As long as the energy doesn't run out, they can continuously regenerate and revive, and they'll cooperate. As if to confirm her words, the red light from the chests of the four steelbreakers simultaneously locked onto Chen Ping'an and Mo Yuan, and a cold, emotionless synthesized voice rang out. Humans and the inhabitants of the City of Freedom. This is not a place for you. Execute the cleanup protocol, activate the cooperative defense field. With a hum, a light purple, semi-transparent energy shield enveloped the four steelbreakers, instantly merging their auras into one, making them even more powerful. Stormbringer. Without any preamble, Chen Ping'an summoned his ace. Swish! A massive body with interwoven dark blue and crimson patterns crashed down, blocking Chen Ping'an and Mo Yuan's path. The surge of power from the storm and lava instantly dissipated much of the oppressive atmosphere in the surroundings. Target locked, destroy first. Chen Ping'an gave the order. Stormbringer's eyes blazed with light as he raised his arm, unleashing basic storm impact directly at the nearest steelbreaker. The height difference between 15 meters and 5 meters is like a father beating his son for the Stormbringer. Boom, minus 185,422, storm damage. However, as the damage numbers appeared, the pale purple shield surrounding the steelbreaker only fluctuated violently for a moment. The damage seemed to have been evenly distributed among the four guards. They didn't even take a step back. It's useless. Their force fields are interconnected. We must break through all four defenses simultaneously or instantly destroy one with damage far exceeding the force field's tolerance limit. Mo Yuan called out anxiously. At the same time, four steelbreakers launched an attack. The chainsaws on the arms of the two steelbreakers spun wildly as they charged toward the Stormbringer with a force capable of tearing everything apart, while the other two raised their energy-emitting arms, their blazing energy beams poised to fire. What a waste of time. Chen Ping'an's eyes turned cold. Stormbringer, tough it out, take care of the last two first. He activated Swift Step, and in a flash he took the initiative to meet a charging chainsaw guard. Phantom combo. Ta-da! The sword blade collided violently with the high-speed spinning chainsaw, bursting into a series of dazzling sparks. Chen Ping'an's extremely high attack power barely blocked the chainsaw's cut, but the opponent's strength was immense, causing his arm to go numb. Another chainsaw-wielding guard lunged at Stormbringer, his chainsaws slicing fiercely into Stormbringer's leg armor. Screech. Minus 58,841. A piercing, scraping sound rang out and a deep gash was sawed through the Stormbringer's sturdy armor. Sparks flew everywhere. Just then, the energy beams from the two steelbreakers behind them also arrived with a bang, striking the Stormbringer hard in the chest. Bang, bang, minus 45,122, minus 43,887. The Stormbringer's massive body swayed slightly from the impact and charred marks appeared on its chest armor. A passionate horse. Chen Ping'an felt a pang of pain in his heart and cursed under his breath. My storm messenger. Mo Yuan shouted from the side, their energy cores are in their backs, their force field generators are in their chests. Attack there. Although she was somewhat frightened, her extensive engineering knowledge allowed her to quickly identify the weakness. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an immediately changed his strategy. Storm Messenger Mini-Storm Field at maximum power, disrupt them. Stormbringer instantly unleashed a powerful storm energy, with bluish-white arcs of electricity and whirlwinds sweeping around. Although it couldn't cause much damage, it successfully disrupted the Steelbreaker's movements and sensors, causing a noticeable momentary lag in their actions. Now, Chen Ping'an used Swift Step to instantly circle behind the Steelbreaker he was fighting, gathering storm power at the tip of his sword and fiercely stabbing it towards its core in the back. PFFT -224,581, weakness critical hit. It worked. The Steelbreaker's body stiffened abruptly, the red light around it flashed violently, and its movements slowed down instantly. At the same time, Stormbringer also ignored the attack of another chainsaw guard. The enormous hand, imbued with the power of storms and lava, slammed hard into the force field generator on the chest of one of the energy-shooting wards. Boom, -298,755, critical hit. The pale purple collaborative defensive force field let out a mournful cry of overwhelmed strength, and shattered and vanished instantly. With the force field broken, the defense of the four Steelbreakers noticeably decreased. A great opportunity, Chen Ping'an's spirits lifted. Go all out. He charged at the Steelbreaker with the wounded back once more, unleashing a barrage of phantom slash like a storm. Stormbringer also freed up his hands, and basic Storm Blast was smashed wildly at the two energy-shooting melee guards who had lost their force field protection, as if it were free. The battle instantly intensified. The Steelbreakers' attacks were equally fierce, with chainsaws and energy beams constantly inflicting damage on Stormbringer and Chen Ping'an. In particular, their passive ability, Resentment Reorganization, is extremely disgusting. Just when their health bar is about to be depleted, a wisp of black mist appears and they can quickly recover a portion of their health as if they are truly immortal. This is a war of attrition. It's a contest of damage output and survivability. Chen Ping'an was taking drugs like crazy, and with the added effect of life-stealing, his health bar remained above 80%. However, the Stormbringer doesn't have this sustain attribute. As time ticked by, Stormbringer's health slowly decreased. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan controlled her mighty god from the side, desperately interfering and resisting with the attack using an engineering hammer, relieving Chen Ping'an of the pressure. Although the damage isn't high, it can always play a role in crucial moments. Finally, after sacrificing half of Stormbringer's health, the first Steelbreaker was pierced through the core by Chen Ping'an's sword and exploded. System notification: you have defeated 1000 Machine Guardian Steelbreaker, LV.95, Elite Lord, gaining 95 million experience points. The massive amount of experience points allowed Chen Ping'an, who had just leveled up in the City of Freedom, to level up 3 more times, reaching level 91 in a row. As planned, I immediately added all 45 attribute points to my constitution. The remaining 3 Steelbreakers' combined force field could not be reassembled, and its power was greatly reduced. Although still troublesome, it no longer poses a fatal threat. Chen Ping'an and the Storm Messenger, whom he commanded with ease, defeated them one by one, the second, the third. The battle finally ended when the last Steelbreaker's core was crushed by Stormbringer. System notification: you have defeated 1000 Machine Guardian Steelbreaker, LV.95, Elite, gaining 95 million experience points. Level increased to 99. The massive amount of experience allowed Chen Ping'an's level to skyrocket, directly reaching level 99. He didn't even glance at the free attribute points he gained from leveling up. He invested them all into his constitution. His health instantly increased to over 300,000, including the attributes of the 1000 Machine Secret Guard Spider Mother Messenger, drawn from 3 Chi Return. After the battle ended, Chen Ping'an immediately checked his spoils. The 4 Steelbreakers dropped a huge amount of gold coins, piling them up like a small mountain. More importantly, they also dropped several materials that shimmered with dazzling light. Chen Ping'an picked them up one by one. Obtained: Steelbreaker's Power Core Epic Material X4, triggered 100x reward boost quality. 1000 Machine Energy Core Legendary Material X4. Gained: Resentment Aggregate Epic Material X4, triggered 100x reward boost quality. Condensed Resentment Crystal Legendary Material X4. Obtained: Obsidian Armor Piece Epic Material X12, triggered 100x reward boost quality. Perfect Obsidian Alloy Plate Legendary Material X12. Gained 400,000 gold coins. a 100x increase. These are all legendary materials considered top tier by other players, but Chen Ping'an considers them ordinary. Chen Ping'an had a thought. The Stormbringer emitted a suction force from its core slot in its chest, swallowing up both the 1000 machine energy core and the perfect obsidian alloy plate in Chen Ping'an's hands. Buzz. Stormbringer shimmered with light and the wounds on his armor visibly healed and closed. It even became thicker and heavier with sharper edges. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has been repaired and its health has been fully restored. Excess energy in the materials will be consumed as experience materials for the Stormbringer prototype. Suddenly, the Stormbringer's aura surged dramatically. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has consumed legendary materials, gaining a large amount of experience points. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV-15. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has permanently increased its defense by 5,000 points, physical resistance plus 5%. Stormbringer has leveled up 7 times, reaching LV-15. Its physique appears even more robust, the luster on its armor is even deeper, and the power of the storm and lava is even more concentrated. Chen Ping'an finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had just turned around when he saw Mo Yuan leaning close, her face slightly flushed, her eyes darting around, completely lacking her usual fiery spirit. Something's off with Mo Yuan. She was staring blankly at Chen Ping'an, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with disbelief, adoration, and a hint of shyness. She hadn't noticed during the fight, but now that she'd calmed down, she realized how handsome Chen Ping'an looked in battle. That calm, powerful, and all-controlling aura, along with that terrifying puppet that was in sync with his will. It was simply overwhelming. System notification: Mo Yuan witnessed your powerful combat prowess and has increased her favorability towards you by 1,000. Current favorability: 14,000. Deeply in love. Are you all right? Mo Yuan's voice was barely audible, completely unlike her usual carefree self. She didn't even dare to look Chen Ping'an in the eye. That was very dangerous, thank you. As she spoke, she subconsciously reached out to check if Chen Ping'an was injured, but she pulled her hand back halfway as if she had been electrocuted, and her face turned even redder. Chen Ping'an was taken aback by her reaction. Why was this tech-savvy girl suddenly becoming so shy? Is 14,000 plus points of favorability really that powerful? But it seems you've already toned it down enough, considering how much money you made at Golden Scale Pavilion last time. Cough cough, Chen Ping'an waved his hand. No problem, these drops are pretty good. Your information is very useful. Hearing the praise, Mo Yuan's eyes lit up and she lowered her head slightly. That. Her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's hum. She pulled a bottle of potion, shimmering with iridescent colors and clearly expensive, from her engineering pouch and handed it to Chen Ping'an. This is for you. System notification: you have obtained Legendary Superior Energy Restoration Potion, X1. Special Energy Restoration Potion Legendary. Effect: instantly restores 50% of the summoned creature's maximum health and removes all negative status effects. Cooldown: 1 hour. Description: a sophisticated potion made from extremely rare materials typically used to repair severely damaged legendary artifacts. This is my most prized possession. Your big guy got pretty badly beaten just now. Mo Yuan lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. There will definitely be more fierce battles to come. Don't let it fall apart before it even sees the main character. After all, I put a lot of effort into creating this and I have some feelings for it. After saying that, she quickly raised her head and glanced at Chen Ping'an, then immediately lowered her head again, her ears turning bright red. Chen Ping'an was stunned for a moment, looking at the legendary potion of considerable value in his hand. Looking at this tech-savvy girl who had suddenly become shy and timid, I felt a little strange. They were just swearing and fighting side by side a moment ago, and now they're acting like shy little girls. Thanks. Chen Ping'an didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the medicine. This thing can save Stormbringer's life in a critical moment. Mo Yuan responded, her face turning even redder. Just then, the faint sense of bloodline resonance in Chen Ping'an's heart suddenly became clearer, as if a voice in the dark was guiding him. He looked up into the deepest part of this steel city where he could vaguely see a gigantic, upside-down metal tower. The spire points downwards, reaching deep into the Earth's core, radiating a chilling energy fluctuation. There it is. Chen Ping'an pointed to the inverted, mechanical tower, his tones certain. The lair of the 1,000 Machines evil dragon is inside that tower. Let's go. Chen Ping'an put away the storm messenger and strode forward in that direction without hesitation. Mo Yuan watched his retreating figure, bit her lip and quickly followed. Her gaze would occasionally drift towards Chen Ping'an, carrying a concern and dependence that she herself didn't fully understand. Following the faint resonance, Chen Ping'an and Mo Yuan ventured deeper into the inverted giant tower. They traversed a complex network of giant gears and abandoned pipe corridors, finally reaching the base of the inverted giant tower. Or, in terms of its normal orientation, it is its apex. The closer you get, the more sophisticated and bizarre the surrounding mechanical structures become, and the more intense the chilling pressure in the air grows, as if a heavy stone is pressing on your chest. Finally, they passed through the last archway made of giant gears, and the view before them opened up dramatically. This place seems to be the core of the entire underground wasteland, an incredibly vast spherical space. Countless thick energy pipes extended from the surrounding rock walls, converging like blood vessels towards the inverted metal tower in the center. The tower was pitch black, its surface covered with countless intricate gear patterns and energy circuits that were dizzying to look at. At this moment, it was faintly shimmering with a ghostly blue light, as if it were breathing. The spire points downwards, aiming straight for a bottomless black hole deep within the Earth's core. Vast amounts of energy are being extracted from the black hole by the giant tower, producing a deep, thunderous roar. A narrow bridge made of transparent energy connects their platform to the spiral of the inverted giant tower, its actual lowest point. The platform at the top of the tower is not large. At its center is a complex array of constantly rotating mechanisms that efficiently convert the enormous energy extracted from the Earth's core. At the edge of the platform, a figure sat leisurely with his back to them on a chair made of gears with a set of white jade tea set in front of him. He seemed completely unaware of their arrival, leisurely picking up a steaming cup of tea, bringing it to his nose to inhale the aroma and letting out a satisfied sigh. The ageless truffle tea, upgraded version. The main ingredient is a rare fungus nourished by the Earth's core energy. It takes 10 years to harvest just 1 cayenne, a unit of weight, of it. Drinking it brings peace and tranquility, leaving a lingering, unforgettable aftertaste. The man turned around, revealing a refined and gentle middle-aged face. His 3 long beards were meticulously groomed, and his eyes were deep, carrying a scholar's wisdom and a craftsman's focus. The name above his head was clearly visible as Yuanyuan.He, president of the Puppet Gladiator Association, LV.92, Grandmaster of Mechanics. President Yuanyuan wore a simple, dark-colored robe embroidered with intricate gear patterns in silver thread. He looked to be only in his 40s or 50s, but his eyes were so deep that they seemed to have witnessed countless years. He slowly put down his teacup without even turning around, and his aged yet powerful voice rang out. "It is a great pleasure to have guests coming from afar. You two are truly amazing to have come all this way. Why not come and try a cup of my treasured ancient truffle tea? This tea has a calming and concentration-enhancing effect." Chen Ping'an's eyes were icy. He stepped forward and cut to the chase. "I didn't expect you to be here after all." "Oh, it seems you had foreseen this all along. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Since you've come from afar, why not sit down and enjoy a cup of this old man's treasured fragrant tea? This place is rich in energy which will greatly benefit your spiritual practice." He invited me with a smile, his demeanor relaxed as if this were not a dangerous den of dragons and tigers but rather his own backyard. Mo Yuan looked nervously at Yuanyuan, then at Chen Ping'an, her palms sweating profusely. The guild leader is highly respected in the City of Freedom and is revered by countless crafting professionals and puppeteers. She found it hard to reconcile the refined man before her with the evil cult. His gaze was like a knife piercing straight at Yuanyuan. "No need for tea." Chen Ping'an interrupted him, his tone completely flat. "I'm just here to confirm whether the mastermind behind all this is really, as I suspect, You, the hypocritical association president. Gong Shupan paused slightly in his teacup, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. What do you mean by that, young friend? I don't quite understand. Still pretending? Chen Ping'an sneered, dropping a bombshell. Is Gong Shupan, the president of the Puppet Gladiator Association, actually the same person as the mysterious leader of the Thousand Machines sect? These words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly exploding in Mo Yuan's ears. What? Mo Yuan gasped in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. The president is the leader of that evil cult? How could that be? Gong Shupan's smile froze slightly for a moment, a barely perceptible look of astonishment flashing deep in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He neither admitted nor denied it but simply looked at Chen Ping'an meaningfully. Young friend, speculation requires evidence. Evidence? Chen Ping'an asked sarcastically. You think you've hidden it well, but in my opinion, there are too many loopholes. He surveyed the colossal tower that was frantically supplying energy to the Earth's core, and slowly said, "The city of freedom, which claims freedom through self-discipline, has a terrifying number of rules, curfews, zoning restrictions, limitations on the use of puppets. On the surface, these rules appear to be for maintaining order and security, but in reality, who benefits the most from these ridiculously strict rules?" Mo Yuan was suddenly stunned, and countless images flashed through her mind in an instant. Most of the gold coins players painstakingly earn are spent on renting guild puppets, paying various violation fines, and purchasing expensive materials for the franchise. The immense wealth, like rivers flowing into the sea, ultimately flowed into the Puppet Gladiator Association. Behind the association is its chairman, Gong Shupan, Chen Ping'an continued. In that puppet arena tournament, you incentivize players to participate in competitions, spend money, and even become addicted to the thrill of human-machine collaboration with generous rewards, while secretly collecting their combat data to optimize your puppets and mechanical skills. Furthermore, the passion of the competition and the player's mental fortitude serve as a special kind of nourishment, silently nourishing the tower and the slumbering evil dragon beneath it. Mo Yuan's mind went blank with a buzz. Association president, sect leader, these two seemingly contradictory identities are actually the same person. She felt that her worldview had been greatly impacted. But then, countless images he had ignored flashed rapidly through her mind. Why does the association always seem unable to eradicate the sect's sporadic activities within the city? Why do religious sects always seem to get advance notice before each large-scale crackdown? Why do some of the design concepts of the new puppets developed by the association bear a strange resemblance to the evil puppets of cults? And the whereabouts of funds for those costly research projects on ancient mechanical arts remain a mystery. It turns out none of this was a coincidence. All the clues connected instantly, pointing to this terrifying truth. Gong Shupan gently blew on the steam rising from his teacup, his eyes unfathomable. And the strongest evidence, Chen Ping'an stared at Gong Shupan, emphasizing each word, is that city lord of the City of Freedom. That city lord who always hides behind the scenes, issuing only cold, impersonal commands, never truly appearing in public, whose every instruction seems meticulously calculated and devoid of emotion. Chen Ping'an's voice was resolute. He's not a real person at all, he's merely a puppet you, Gong Shupan, meticulously crafted, the most human-like being with the highest authority used to perfectly execute your will. Bang! The engineering tools in Mo Yuan's hands fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Her face was deathly pale and her body trembled slightly. Yes, how could she not have thought of that? The city lord never truly appeared. All orders were relayed through messengers. His tone was always cold and unwavering, his efficiency in handling affairs was inhuman, and he showed no concern for the lives of the people of the free city, only focusing on constantly reinforcing rules and puppet guards. Those details that once seemed strange but had never been given much thought were now revealed by Chen Ping'an, instantly completing the picture like pieces of a puzzle. Everything makes sense now. He. Gong Shupan suddenly chuckled softly. He put down his teacup and clapped his hands gently. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He raised his head, his eyes devoid of any gentleness, only filled with unfathomable calculation and a hint of admiration at being seen through, or perhaps a sense of wariness. I never imagined that the scheme I painstakingly devised, which I thought was flawless, would be so full of loopholes in your eyes, as clear as a mirror, revealing every detail. Even the matter of the city lord could be guessed. It seems I truly underestimated the heroes of the world. Gongxu tone carried a complex mix of emotions. Young friend's insight and associative abilities truly amaze this old man. This is tantamount to admitting to all of Chen Ping'an's accusations. He slowly stood up, his relaxed demeanor vanishing instantly, replaced by an unfathomable composure and authority. Indeed, that useless city lord has long since become one of my perfect creations. Only by having complete control over everything can I better execute my plan. Mo Yuan gasped, instinctively taking a half-step back, gripping her wrench tightly, her eyes filled with fear and anger as she looked at Gongxu. This elder she once respected was actually the ultimate mastermind who controlled everything and manipulated the entire city of freedom. Gongxu slowly stood up. A powerful aura emanated from him. He was no longer the refined scholar he once was. Instead, he was a powerful and unfathomable master of mechanisms. His gaze turned fervent. All of this is to welcome the true awakening of Lord Thousand Machines. You simply don't understand. Lord Thousand Machines represents the ultimate essence of the way of mechanisms. It is eternity, the association, the city of freedom. They're nothing more than tools for gathering resources. The gold coins players earn from renting puppets, the huge betting profits in the arena, those seemingly fair trades and quests, Chen Ping'an continued. Ultimately, all of it was transformed through various channels into resources poured into the Thousand Machines' evil dragon, accelerating its recovery process. You outmaneuvered everyone. Calculation. Gongxu chuckled softly, opening his arms as if embracing the steel city. This is a magnificent sacrifice. Their gold coins, their energy, even their soul fluctuations will ultimately become the foundation for Lord Thousand Machines to return. What an honorable thing this is. He looked at Chen Ping'an, his eyes sharpening and filled with greed. Just like you, young friend, and your powerful puppet. The power you possess, especially the aura of storms and dragons, is simply the most perfect offering to Lord Thousand Machines. This is enough to bring forward the day of awakening significantly. His eyes shone with unparalleled fervor. You simply do not understand the immense mechanical power that Lord Thousand Machines represents. That is a life form that transcends the ordinary, the ultimate evolution that is eternal and immortal. In this city of freedom, all the players, even those so-called believers, are nothing more than nourishment and pawns for the awakening of Master Thousand Machines. Only by gathering all of this can we hasten the return of Lord Thousand Machines. And I will become one of the creators of the new world. Chen Ping'an watched his performance coldly. No matter how well you plan, it will eventually be exposed. Expose him. Gongxu chuckled lightly, with a hint of disdain. Even if you knew the truth, what could you do? Here I am the rule. The Thousand Machines is about to awaken. Its power has already begun to permeate reality. You are nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His gaze swept over Chen Ping'an and Mo Yuan as if he were looking at two insects about to be crushed. I just didn't expect that the puppet that Mo Yuan created for you would far exceed my expectations. Even the Shadow Claw Manipulation Association's strongest Spider Queen envoy couldn't subdue you. But it doesn't matter. In front of Lord Thousand Machines, it's nothing more than a slightly larger ant. A complex expression flickered in Gongxu eyes. Sometimes I really envy people like you. You're so short-sighted, yet you have the chance to see the ultimate. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gongxu rushed toward the platform's railing. Chen Ping'an, who had been focusing all his attention on Gongxu, immediately activated Swift Step, and his extremely high movement speed allowed him to catch up with Gongxu in an instant. The sword in his hand, Storm's Fury, emitted a thunderous roar. He was about to behead her with a single sword strike. A mocking expression appeared in Gongxu eyes. System. Puppet Gladiator Association President Gongxu has used the item Void Itch Legendary, making this NPC untargetable for 15 minutes. This effect currently has 3 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. As expected, Storm's Fury missed its target with a single strike. That old fox, he used the item Void Itch from the very first time he saw Chen Ping'an. Heh, I know I can't stop you, but you can't stop me either. Pan was now sitting on the platform railing, holding a fist-sized ball of light in his hand. Upon closer inspection, a small mechanical dragon was swimming inside the ball. His body also emitted a fluorescent glow, echoing the sphere of light. This is the final nourishment for Lord Thousand Machines. Having said that, Pan leaped into the abyss. Chen Ping'an's heart sank. Make a decision instantly, catch the girl. Chen Ping'an tossed out a portable teleportation coordinate which he had created on the way here. Activate her up there, wait for me. You're the only one I can rely on now. The voice grew fainter and fainter. The second half of the sentence was uttered by Chen Ping'an from the abyss. Chen Ping'an plummeted rapidly through the darkness, the wind whistling in his ears. He watched helplessly as the Pan below, like a glowing shooting star, plummeted at an absurdly fast speed, throwing him further and further away. That old guy, is he made of steel? He fell so quickly. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but curse. He quickly tried to summon the Stormbringer, hoping to use its massive size to increase resistance or to accelerate. Swish. A massive Stormbringer appeared beside him and they plummeted together at high speed. Even with the added weight of the Stormbringer, its descent speed is still nowhere near that of Pan. Soon, Pan was reduced to a tiny speck of light before disappearing completely into the endless darkness below, leaving no trace. Chen Ping'an felt a surge of irritation. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the lower he fell, the greater the invisible pressure became, as if several hands were pushing him upwards, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. My limbs aren't as agile anymore, so my attributes have definitely been weakened. But he had no other choice at the moment and could only grit his teeth and keep falling. About 10 minutes later, just as Chen Ping'an was getting used to the feeling of weightlessness and pressure, his feet suddenly trembled. Bang, we've finally landed. Stormbringer landed firmly, slamming into the ground with a dull thud. The immense impact caused Chen Ping'an's knees to bend slightly, but his superior physical attributes allowed him to withstand it with ease. His health bar fluctuated slightly, and Chen Ping'an habitually consumed a health potion. He crouched down for a moment to recover, then immediately stood up warily and looked around. The place was dimly lit like a huge underground cave, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water in the distance. And just a short distance directly in front of him, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark robe, looking refined and approachable, stood quietly there with a faint smile on his face. It seems like we've been waiting for him for a long time. The name above his head was clearly Yuanyuan.He. You've arrived. The middle-aged man spoke first, his voice calm and devoid of any hostility. His gaze swept over the imposing Stormbringer beside Chen Ping'an, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Mo Yuan's skills are truly exceptional, she's very talented. I initially thought highly of her and wanted to groom her as the next lord of the City of Freedom, but now it seems. Alas, what a pity. Having said that, he casually flipped his hand, and with a flash of light, a set of antique-style table and chairs appeared out of thin air in the open space between the two of them. There was even a steaming tea set on the table. Please sit down. Yuanyuan sat down first, picked up his teacup, and gently blew on it. It's been a long time since I've had a proper conversation with anyone. There are some things I'd really like to hear from you heroes from another world, what your perspectives are. Chen Ping'an frowned deeply, his mind racing with alarm bells. This boss doesn't play by the rules. He invites you for tea before even fighting, and they're talking about life ideals. He instinctively cast a detection spell. Thousand Machines. Level health points, attack power, defense, skill, describe. A series of question marks, only the name is clear. The system's feedback clearly told him that the seemingly harmless man before him was the very person he was looking for, the wicked dragon Yuanyuan, but this feels so wrong. Pan had just fallen, so why did Yuanyuan already seem fully awake and as if he had been waiting for a long time? Could the sphere of light that Pan brought be the final key, allowing him to fully recover instantly? Chen Ping'an was filled with doubts, but the system wouldn't lie. He remained highly vigilant, slowly walking to the opposite side of the table and sitting down, but every muscle in his body was tense, ready to strike or defend at any moment. From the moment you set foot in the city of freedom, I sensed your presence. Yuanyuan.He took a sip of tea and began to speak as if having a casual conversation. I know your scent all too well. It's the scent of a storm, faint yet unmistakable. He put down his teacup, a hint of reminiscence and sadness in his eyes. Thinking back on some things from the past, I feel a bit emotional. But if I had to choose again, I would still make the same choice: kill the storm dragon god. Chen Ping'an's eyes narrowed and he finally spoke, his voice icy. Why, just for your so-called power? Why? Yuanyuan.He smiled, put down his teacup. Because he's pedantic, he's conservative. He only wants to protect his small piece of land and those weak, destined to be eliminated humans. The law of the universe is survival of the fittest. Only through continuous transformation and the absorption of stronger forces can we achieve eternity. He looked at Chen Ping'an, his gaze sharpening. Where there is change, there will be sacrifices. Even if it's me who has to sacrifice this time, I won't hesitate. He stared intently at Chen Ping'an. Those weak humans will only hinder the progress of civilization. Protect them, what's the point? Must we relinquish greater power and a more eternal form in the name of pity and morality? After hearing this, Chen Ping'an simply sneered, fart. Yuanyuan.He seemed surprised by Chen Ping'an's direct and rude rebuttal and raised an eyebrow slightly. The transformation and evolution you're talking about, is it just turning yourself into a bunch of cold, lifeless parts? Then turn everyone into your nourishment and batteries, Chen Ping'an retorted without hesitation. That's not evolution, that's perversion. It's using any means necessary for power, it's selfishness. Survival of the fittest is true, but the purpose of strength is not to bully the weak at will, but to have the ability to protect those things that deserve protection. What have you done to the city of liberty? Curfews, regulations, a whole bunch of ridiculous rules. What kind of freedom is that? That's a prison, it's oppressive rule. Yuanyuan.He frowned slightly. Only absolute order can bring about efficient development. Those mediocre mortals have no idea what's best for them. My rules will allow them to avoid unnecessary internal friction and concentrate their resources. Forget it. Chen Ping'an interrupted him directly. True freedom is not about doing whatever you want, but about being able to choose not to do what you don't want to do. I'm not someone you've programmed for, living like a puppet, following a set routine. He pointed at Yuanyuan.He, his tone firm and resolute. You've deprived everyone of the right to choose their own lives, and you still have the nerve to call it doing it for their own good. Did you ask them if they were willing? What gives you the right to make decisions for everyone just because you think you're stronger? How are you any different from those tyrannical emperors? This is different. Yuanyuan.He's voice also rose slightly. They are here for destruction, but I am here to lead them to a higher form, for eternity. If you can't even feel and enjoy life as a human being, what kind of eternal nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ping'an scoffed. To become a cold, emotionless machine like you, devoid of feeling and passion, what's the point of living for 10,000 years? What difference would that make you from a stone? Yuanyuan.He retorted. Emotions are merely redundant programs of lower organisms. They are an obstacle to evolution. Nonsense, even I crave a good hot meal when I'm alone, and that girl named Mo Yuan above is probably also hesitating and worried about something. Without emotion as an anchor, even the greatest strength is meaningless and worthless. Chen Ping'an's gaze grew even more resolute. It's because you have something to strive for that you work so hard to become stronger. That's the driving force. A monster like you who doesn't even have a heart would never understand. He stepped forward and pointed at Yuanyuan.He's nose. True freedom is not about doing whatever you want. It's not about becoming a monster and climbing over other people's corpses to get ahead. Freedom is a way of life for the strong and a right for the weak. Everyone has the opportunity to choose their own path. Instead of letting self-righteous individuals like you, under the guise of evolution and change, forcibly determine everyone's fate. The storm dragon god protects hope, the spark of life. In you, Yuanyuan.He, all you seek is cold power, is dictatorship. You have no right to talk about freedom. The two of them talked back and forth like a heated debate. Yuanyuan.He insisted on his theory of sacrificing the individual, mechanical ascension and absolute order. Chen Ping'an, on the other hand, firmly adhered to the bottom line of protecting emotions, respecting choices, and true freedom. They argued for a long time, but neither could convince the other. Looking into Chen Ping'an's determined eyes, Yuanyuan.He suddenly sighed, the excitement on her face slowly fading, returning to its usual calm and serene state. That's certainly an interesting point of view, brave warrior. It just seems that neither of us can convince the other. He slowly stood up, and the tables and chairs behind him turned into specks of light and disappeared. In the end, a clash of ideologies will be decided by strength. His dark robes fluttered without wind, and an immense, suffocating aura slowly rose, causing the energy of the entire underground space to converge on him. Come, successor of the storm dragon god. Let me see for myself what kind of power the path you've chosen has given you. Give it your all. If you lose, you and your decent puppet will become part of me. Boom! An immense, tangible pressure bearing down on Chen Ping'an. Let me show you with the facts why my path is the right one. System notification: you are affected by the press of 1,000 machines, resulting in a 15% reduction in all attributes. However, due to the resonance with the Storm Dragon God's bloodline, the negative effects are halved. Currently, all attributes are reduced by 7.5%. Chen Ping'an grunted, feeling as if another layer of shackles had been put on him, but his eyes remained fierce as he glared at Yuanyuan without flinching. System notification: you have triggered a battle against 1,000 machines, please give it your all. Players cannot quit the game or die during the journey, otherwise this storyline will be permanently closed. The player will also be demoted to swordsman. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Ping'an was already mentally prepared. In this game, the more you want, the richer the rewards, the more you have to take risks for wealth. With a thought, the Stormbringer beside him instantly flashed a blinding light in its eyes, entering battle mode. The Stormbringer beside him suddenly flashed a blinding light in its eyes, raised its massive metal arm, and instantly gathered the energy of storm and lava in its palm. Basic storm impact, charge to max. Yuanyuan looked at the Stormbringer who had entered battle mode, and a hint of interest appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, let's begin. He gently raised his hand, and the surrounding ground instantly cracked open. Countless strangely shaped mechanical constructs made of pure energy crawled out, emitting a buzzing sound, and locked onto Chen Ping'an and the Storm Messenger. Watching Yuanyuan raise his hand and summon countless mechanical creations, numbering in the thousands, Chen Ping'an's heart tightened, but his face remained expressionless like a dead man. Even if we lose the fight, we won't lose our spirit. Stormbringer didn't even need his command, its massive body had already blocked his way. Those electronic eyes flashed with a cold blue light, locking onto the monsters charging at the forefront. Chen Ping'an cast a detection spell, and the attributes of these monsters immediately appeared. 1,000 Machine Creation Blade Cutter, LV.100, Elite. Health: 850,085,000. Attack power 7,200 to 8,800. Defense 6,500. Skills: high-speed spin, alloy blade cutting. Description: a melee mechanical unit formed from the condensation of 1,000 machine energies with an extremely fast attack speed and a talent for tearing targets apart. 1,000 Machine Creation Pulse Shooter, LV.100, Elite. Health: 780,007,80000. Attack power 6,500 to 7,500, energy damage. Defense 5,800. Skills: energy pulse shot, short charge. Description: a ranged mechanical unit formed from the condensation of 1,000 machine energies, capable of inflicting stable energy damage at mid-range. 1,000 Machine Creation Heavy Armor Defender, LV.100, Elite. Health: 1,200,001, 200,000. Attack power 5,000 to 6,000. Defense 12,000. Skills: Solid Barrier, Taunt, Roar, Shield, Slam. Description: a heavy defensive unit formed from the condensation of 1,000 machine energy, possessing extremely high physical defense, effectively protecting its allies behind it. Grass. Chen Ping'an cursed under his breath. This Yuanyuan is really ruthless. It comes at a level 100 elite monster right from the start, and it's a mix of ranged and melee attacks with both tankiness and damage output. Even a 100-strong elite squad would be terrified by this lineup. Storm Messenger, hold on. Chen Ping'an shouted in his heart while staring intently at Yuanyuan.He, who was still standing in the distance as if watching a play. He knew the real threat was that guy, and he had to keep a close eye on his movements at all times. He absolutely couldn't easily join the battle or he might be instantly killed. Stormbringer received the order and its massive metal arm suddenly rose. Basic storm impact, buzz, a highly condensed blue-white energy ball shot out with a whoosh, slamming directly into the nearest blade cutter. Boom. Minus 188,541, storm damage. The damage was high, but the blade cutter's health bar only dropped by about a quarter. It merely swayed slightly before immediately swinging its rapidly spinning, blade-like arm, sawing towards the Stormbringer's thigh. Sizzle. Minus 45,221. The Stormbringer's armor was slashed through, sending sparks flying. At the same time, the pulse shooter in the distance also began to attack, shooting energy pulses at the Stormbringer's chest with a series of thuds. Minus 32,887, minus 31,455, minus 33,100. Although the individual damage isn't particularly high, the sheer number of them makes up for it. Stormbringer's health begins to slowly decrease. Even more disgusting were the heavy defenders, who, with shields as tall as a person, unleashed taunt roar, an invisible force attempting to interfere with the Stormbringer, forcing it to attack only them.
Grass.
Chen Ping'an was anxious, but he knew he couldn't move. Yuanyuan.He stood still, his face still bearing that spectator's expression as if everything was under his control. Stormbringer seems to be enraged. The core slot on his chest glows brightly, miniature storm field, open, hue. A powerful gust of wind suddenly erupted from the storm messenger, crackling with bluish-white arcs of electricity, instantly engulfing all the surrounding mechanical constructs. Minus 15,421, minus 15,421, minus 15,421. All the mechanical constructs caught in the force field immediately displayed continuous damage numbers above their heads, and their movements noticeably slowed down. Stormbringer continued its relentless bombardment, the energy cannons on its arms never stopping, occasionally triggering lava burst, which would blast away a small section of blade cutter with a bang. The battle was a bit tough, but Stormbringer had a solid foundation and could hold on. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Stormbringer ignored heavy defenders' taunts, raised its massive metal foot, and then stomped hard on those most annoying pulse shooters. Bang bang, minus 201,455, crushing damage. Minus 198,741, crushing damage. The two pulse shooters were instantly crushed into parts, scattering a pile of glittering coins and several items of materials. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has killed 1000 machine creation pulse shooter LV.100 elite. Experience points gained 10 million. A 100-fold increase. Gained 12,000 gold coins, a 100x increase. Gained Pulse Energy Core Epic Material X3, triggered 100x reward boost quality. Refined Lightning Core Legendary Material X3. Obtained Shattered Metal Arm Epic Material X2, triggered 100x reward boost quality. Swift Wind Silver Armguard Legendary Material X2. Refined Lightning Core Legendary Material. Attribute: an energy core containing the pure power of lightning and storms, which can be used to enhance storm attribute equipment or puppets, greatly increasing energy output and lightning affinity. Applications: blacksmithing, engineering, puppet enhancement. Flowing Wind Light Silver Armguard Legendary Material. Attributes: an extremely lightweight yet tough special alloy imbued with the essence of flowing wind, which can greatly enhance the agility attribute and attack speed of equipment. Applications: forging, engineering. Nice one. Before Chen Ping'an could give any orders, the core slot on the Storm Messenger's chest generated a suction force, directly pulling the refined lightning core and flowing wind silver armor from the ground and instantly devouring them. Buzz, a flash of lightning and a gentle breeze swept across Stormbringer, and his attributes seemed to have increased slightly. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has consumed Refined Lightning Core X3 and Flowing Wind Light Silver Armguard X2, gaining a large amount of experience points. System notification. Your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV16. System notification. Your Stormbringer prototype has permanently increased attack power by 800 points. Attack speed increased by 5%. Lightning damage bonus increased by 3%. It's been upgraded and the attributes have been permanently improved. Chen Ping'an was overjoyed. Stormbringer seems to have tasted success and has become more proactive. It no longer passively took hits, but instead actively charged into the monster horde, its massive hands lashing out with basic storm impact like a machine gun, specifically targeting the low-health pulse shooter and blade cutter. Boom. Boom, boom, minus 192,541, minus 405,122, critical hit. Minus 180,9,877. One by one, the contraptions were blasted apart, turning into abundant experience points and a pile of materials and gold coins. Obtained, Sharp Gear Epic Material X4, triggered 100x reward boost quality. 1000 Machine Sharp Gear, Legendary Material X4. Gained Heavy Armor Plate Epic Material X5, triggered 100x reward boost quality. Undying Steel Shield Fragment, Legendary Material X5. Gained Energy Conduction Pipe Epic Material X3, triggered 100x reward boost quality. Right Arrow Winds Path, Legendary Material X3. 1000 Machines Sharp Teeth, Legendary Material. Attribute: an extremely sharp special metal gear, its edges gleaming with a cold light that seems to tear through space, which can greatly enhance the weapon's sharpness and armor-piercing effect. Applications: Forging Engineering. Undying Steel Shield Fragment, Legendary Material. Attributes: metal fragments with extremely high energy resistance and physical defense, making them an ideal material for crafting top-tier shields and defensive armor. Applications: Forging Engineering. Winds Path Legendary Material. Attribute: a special conduit that can efficiently conduct and amplify wind attribute energy, which can be used to enhance skill effects or increase energy recovery speed. Uses: blacksmithing, enchanting. Devour, devour, devour everything. Stormbringer is a bottomless pit, slaughtering everything in sight while devouring all the legendary materials that drop like roasted beans. Its body surface shimmered with light, lightning, storms, and metallic luster, and its aura grew stronger at a visible rate. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV17. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV18. Stormbringer seems to have grown even more imposing with thicker armor and more intense storm vortexes at the joints, even crackling with golden arcs of electricity. It raised its hand again, unleashing basic storm impact. Bang, minus 255,881 storm damage. That one shot instantly killed a full health blade cutter. Cool. Chen Ping'an was overjoyed inside, but he kept a straight face and stared intently at Yuanyuan.He. Yuanyuan's previously calm expression changed slightly and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. New mechanical creations keep emerging from underground, but the upgraded Stormbringer is finding it increasingly easier to clear them away. Basic Storm Impact can now basically one-shot enemies, and Mini Storm Field can also continuously whittle down the health of those small monsters. The faster you kill, the more materials you get. Moreover, all of them are wind attribute and metal materials that Stormbringer can devour. Its quality has been increased 100-fold, making it the highest-level legendary item I've ever seen. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has been upgraded to LV28. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has permanently increased defense by 7,000 points. Maximum health increased by 200,000, storm skill damage bonus plus 10%. I reached level 28 in no time. The Stormbringer now appears even more robust with thicker and more solid armor. The storm vortexes at its joints have become more intense, and occasionally large golden lightning bolts even emerge. Its basic storm impact is more than twice as powerful, often killing a pulse shooter in one shot and taking down a blade cutter in 2 or 3 shots. Those heavy defenders' shields were like paper in front of it. Basic storm impact blasted them away, shield and monster alike. Minus 451,255. Storm damage. minus 488,001, critical hit. Minus 565,884, additional lightning damage. The battle art style has completely changed. What was just a perilous siege has now turned into a one-sided massacre and cleanup by the Stormbringer. It's like a tireless killing machine, efficiently clearing out the endless stream of mechanical creations and turning them into fuel for its own upgrades. The Stormbringer, now at level 28, is absolutely awesome. Now it can defeat these level 100 elite monsters like a father beating his son. Basic storm impact requires almost no cooldown. One shot after another creates a network of fire. Those blade cutters and heavy defenders were blasted to smithereens before they even got close. Occasionally, a few stragglers would slip past and rush to his side, but Stormbringer could easily crush them with a single stomp of his large foot. Or with a swing of the arm, a whole bunch of them would be swept away. Combat has become simple and mindless. Chen Ping'an was overjoyed. These 1,000 machine people are actually quite nice. When they start fighting, they even give us snacks to help us recover. Awesome, so awesome. A massive amount of experience points were flooding into his body at that moment. Whoosh, a golden light burst forth from his body. System notification, congratulations, you have reached level 100. Whoosh, another golden light, system notification, congratulations, you have reached level 101. The golden light flashed wildly as if it were free. System notification, congratulations, you have reached level 108. In a very short time, thanks to the 100-fold experience boost from killing monsters with Stormbringer, he actually leveled up to 108. He didn't even look at any of the free attribute points, he just went all in on Constitution. Maximum health is skyrocketing. He felt his body brimming with energy in the best possible condition, and his complexion had become rosy and radiant. Yuanyuan.He, who had been standing still, finally couldn't keep his composure any longer. For the first time, his usually placid face showed obvious astonishment and disbelief. He watched as the blade cutter, pulse shooter, and heavy defender he had summoned were destroyed one by one. Watching those precious materials that should have become part of his power being devoured by that strange puppet like snacks, watching the puppet's aura grow stronger and stronger with each attack. Watching that storm heir standing in the back doing absolutely nothing yet leveling up repeatedly, radiant with power. What the hell is going on? Those two are perverts. So, all that effort I put into creating this energy creature while I was asleep thanks to that old codger Gongshu Pan was not only wasting resources, but it also became a gift package of experience and materials for the other side. Did it become someone else's valuable tonic? Moreover, this kid exudes a strange aura. How did he upgrade an epic material to a legendary material as soon as he got his hands on it? What kind of incredible physical constitution is this? Is this correct? Is this reasonable? I thought this kid was just being stubborn, but it turns out he actually has real confidence. This puppet even possesses the incredible ability to devour and evolve. If this trend continues and he keeps swallowing them like this, what will become of us? Yuanyuan's composure finally started to crumble. He originally just wanted to test the waters to see how capable this storm inheritor was and whether he was worth personally crushing. Now he understands. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not, but that if he continues to test them, they'll be stepping over his dead body to get ahead. This is outrageous. For the first time, Yuanyuan's voice carried anger. I thought you were just being glib, but I didn't expect you to have some crooked tricks up your sleeve. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. If this trend continues and he's given more time to grow, he'll definitely become a major threat. We can't keep testing them. A resolute and chilling killing intent flashed in Yuanyuan's eyes. We have to get serious now, immediately, right now. Yuanyuan immediately waved his hand and those densely packed mechanical contraptions vanished without a trace, turning into specks of light in an instant as if they had never existed. Chen Ping'an was in excruciating pain. Holy crap. No, let me play a little longer. Chen Ping'an was screaming inwardly, his mouth practically watering. These aren't enemies, they're practically walking experience packs and a buffet of top-tier materials. His storm messengers haven't had enough yet. Unfortunately, Yuanyuan clearly had no intention of being a sucker again. Chen Ping'an instantly cleared his mind of all distractions, his eyes sharpening as he fixed intently on Yuanyuan. He knew that this old B***** D seemed to be serious. Kaienji stood there, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He finally understood. This guy in front of him, called I Am the Reverse Butterfly, was incredibly strange. Using ordinary methods will not only fail to defeat him but will also aid the enemy, making him stronger with each battle. Who the hell could stand this? No more probing, we must strike decisively, show our true strength. Kaienji slowly opened his arms and his dark robe fluttered and rustled without any wind. The entire underground space began to shake violently as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Gravel and dust kept falling from above and the ground beneath our feet cracked open in countless places. Buzz buzz. A deep, destructive hum resounded from all directions, making people's eardrums ache. Chen Ping'an's expression changed and he subconsciously wanted to rush over and interrupt Kaienji's spellcasting animation. Take advantage of your weakness to kill you. This is common knowledge in PvP games. But as soon as he took a step, he found himself unable to move. It wasn't that we were being controlled, but rather it felt as if the entire world had been put on pause. System prompt. Story CG: The myriad transformations of the evil dragon awakens is loading. Please enjoy. This CG is mandatory and cannot be skipped.
Crab bro.
Chen Ping'an couldn't help but curse. It was just a cutscene. Alright, let's see what kind of mess you old B***** D can pull. He could only stand there with Stormbringer, watching helplessly as this epic scene unfolded. All around were enormous gears, broken bearings, abandoned metal walls, and even the distant ruins of blasted mechanical constructs. All the metal and non-metal parts seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand, frantically converging towards the sky above the 1,000 machines. The scene was absolutely incredible. Billions of tons of discarded machinery and parts collided, combined, and deformed wildly in the air like a torrent of steel. A deafening crack boom sound rang out. Countless gears meshed together seamlessly, forming an even larger structure. Thick metal beams and columns intersect to form a solid framework. The components, shimmering with different energy lusters, are cleverly embedded in key nodes, providing powerful propulsion. This is simply a mechanical extravaganza, the ultimate art of mechanical engineering. Dark red ferocious energy surged from Kaienji's body, flowing into the frenzied behemoth like blood. Wherever it went, all the parts seemed to come alive, becoming even more grotesque and filled with an ominous aura. At the core of that dark red light emanated a terrifying power, cold, deathly still, yet yearning to devour everything. This stands in stark contrast to the untamed, storm-like power emanating from Chen Ping'an. Finally, with a roar powerful enough to shatter the soul, all the parts were assembled. A colossal, unimaginably massive mechanical beast suddenly appeared before Chen Ping'an's eyes. Its shape is extremely strange and it seems to be constantly changing. At times, it presents the long, winding posture of an eastern dragon. At times, it resembles a metal giant with dozens of arms. At times, it resembles a mobile steel fortress armed to the teeth. However, its main form is more like a terrifying giant dragon made up of countless wooden mechanisms and metal gears. Its body is made up of countless huge, dark wood and metal gears, exuding an ancient and sinister sense of power. The enormous body almost filled most of the underground space, casting a shadow that completely enveloped Chen Ping'an. Its dragon head was incredibly ferocious, and its eyes were two enormous gears that spun wildly, burning with dark red ferocious energy. As its mouth opened and closed, it revealed countless tiny, constantly rotating metal teeth. 1,000 machine evil dragon in myriad forms, world-class boss demigod. Level health points, attack power, defense, skill, describe. The ultimate form formed by the fusion of countless mechanisms and the essence of resentment from 1,000 machines, possesses ever-changing abilities and world-destroying power, representing the ultimate manifestation of mechanical depravity. Challengers, be prepared to face despair. Just looking at the string of question marks and the words world-class boss and demigod on the attribute panel is enough to make one's scalp tingle and feel breathless. 1,000 changes. A myriad of transformations. The 1,000 machine evil dragon roared and the sound didn't travel through the air at all. It struck directly into the depths of Chen Ping'an's soul. It is filled with coldness, evil, and absolute power that crushes everything. The terrifying pressure surged forth like a tsunami, more than 10 times stronger than before. System notification. You are affected by the intimidation of the thousand machine evil dragon. All your attributes have been reduced by 25%. Due to the resonance with the storm dragon god's bloodline, the negative effects are halved. Currently, all attributes are reduced by 12.5%. Chen Ping'an felt as if several mountains had suddenly pressed down on him, making his movements incredibly sluggish and his breathing difficult. Even the Stormbringer beside him had its light dimmed considerably, clearly indicating that it was also under great suppression. This oppressive feeling. Chen Ping'an gritted his teeth, forcibly straightened his back, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely. The CG effects are finally over and I've regained control of my body. Almost simultaneously, the thousand machine evil dragon's enormous tail composed of countless gears. Like a giant warhammer sweeping across an army, it crashed down on Chen Ping'an and the storm messenger with a piercing shriek that tore everything apart. It's too fast, the coverage area is too large, there's nowhere to hide. Stormbrella, push it up, Chen Ping'an roared hoarsely. Without hesitation, the Stormbringer took a step forward, crossed its arms in front of it, and instantly unleashed a powerful blue-white storm energy, forming a solid shield. Storm Protection passive reduces all damage taken by 25% and ignores some crowd control effects. I agree. Boom! The massive metal dragon tail slammed solidly into the Stormbringer's crossed shield. A deafening, terrifying impact rang out. Minus 1,588,421, damage blocked. An outrageously high damage number floated above the Stormbringer's head. Holy crap. The Storm Messenger's massive, heavy body was actually struck by this tail, causing its feet to leave the ground and sending it flying backward. It crashed heavily into the distant rock wall, creating a huge crater and countless pieces of rock tumbled down. The armor on its arms showed obvious cracks and dents, and the bluish-white storm shield flickered violently, becoming extremely dim. A mere simple tail sweep was terrifyingly powerful. Chen Ping'an's eyes twitched as he watched, his heart aching terribly. This is his precious darling, roar. The thousand machine evil dragon clearly had no intention of giving them a chance to breathe. Its massive dragon head suddenly swooped down, opening its enormous maw filled with rotating sharp teeth, and dark red fell energy gathered wildly deep within its throat. A terrifying, destructive energy is taking shape. Oh no. It needs to breathe fire. Chen Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine. A deadly sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. He was just about to control the storm messenger to dodge. However, they discovered that the attack seemed to have some kind of shock effect, causing the Stormbringer to be temporarily slowed down and unable to dodge. Damn it, I'll fight. Chen Ping'an's eyes hardened and his mind raced. You reduced all my attributes by 12.5%, so if I don't take back 20%, I'll seem like a fool. The three spirits have returned. Due to enemy suppression, the effect of the skill 3 Chi return has been weakened. The red, blue, and yellow gases representing the three basic attributes of strength, agility, and physique were forcibly extracted from the thousand machine evil dragon. A powerful stream of tricolored gas converged on I am the reverse butterfly like a pillar of light. Even though the demigod-like attributes of the thousand machine evil dragon were far less than 20%, they still caused a qualitative change in I am a reverse butterfly stats. Character name I am the reverse butterfly. Numbers 0.1. Class Storm Sword Master, Swordsman's only hidden class. Level 108. Health points HP. 5,468,634 5468634. Mana MP. 8,942,364 8942364. Basic attributes Strength 195,249. Agility 159,941. Physical Condition 145,686. Spirit 216,544. Combat Attributes Physical Attack 541,369. Physical Defense 8848. Magic Defense 13,654. Attack speed 10 attacks second, maximum attack speed. Movement speed 1000%, maximum movement speed. Critical hit rate 55%. Evasion rate 53%. Hit rate 128%. His health has exceeded 5 million, his mana is approaching 9 million. Clearly, this evil dragon's spiritual power is truly formidable. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an still felt uneasy. Dragon, Imperial, honored guest. Boom, his eyes turned completely bluish-white, his hair stood on end, and his overall attributes skyrocketed. System notification. You have activated Dragon's Imperial Guest, increasing all attributes by 20%, agility by 50%, and physical and magical defense by an additional 100%. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown. 30 minutes. An unprecedentedly powerful storm erupted from his body. Its health is approaching 9 million. A bluish-white tornado column shot into the sky, even temporarily dispersing some of the oppressive aura emanating from the evil dragon. Lava armor, activate. A layer of flowing lava armor quickly condensed on Chen Ping'an's body, although it only added a pitiful 300 to physical defense and a mere 150 to magical defense. The improvement is practically negligible. But at this moment, facing the thousand-machine evil dragon, Chen Ping'an was uncertain and had no choice but to reveal all his trump cards. He gripped the longsword tightly with both hands, pouring all his storm power into the blade without reservation. Phantom combo. Chen Ping'an used all his strength to unleash his strongest sword strike to date at the diving dragon head. 6 enormous, solidified, bluish-white wind blades tore through the air, emitting piercing shrieks, and fiercely met the gushing dark red evil energy breath head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 2 completely opposite energies, both possessing destructive power, collided violently. A massive, earth-shattering explosion occurred. The turbulent currents of bluish-white and dark red energy raged wildly, tearing everything around them to shreds. The shockwave from the explosion sent Chen Ping'an flying, his health plummeting instantly until it was almost gone. Minus 8,951,365. He fell heavily to the ground, rolled several times before stopping, felt a sweet taste in his throat, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, the Stormbringer was also hit by the aftershocks of the explosion, and the cracks on its body increased. The thousand-machine evil dragon's evil breath was largely neutralized by Chen Ping'an's desperate sword strike. The remaining breath grazed the Stormbringer's body and slammed into the rock wall behind him, melting a bottomless hole in the rock.
Hiss.
Chen Ping'an gasped in shock. The power of that breath was simply insane. Thankfully, I've been frantically increasing my constitution points recently, which has boosted my health. Otherwise, that one breath attack would have been fatal. He quickly used the high-level recovery potions that were almost full in his backpack, and his health slowly returned. At the same time, he ordered the Stormbringer to quickly leave the explosion area. The thousand-machine evil dragon seemed somewhat surprised that its attack had been blocked. Its 2 gear-like eyes darted around and locked onto Chen Ping'an, who was as small as an ant. An ant actually managed to block one of my attacks. The evil dragon emitted a sound from its mouth that was a mixture of mechanical friction and astonishment. What's the big deal about blocking one of your attacks? Chen Ping'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggled to his feet, and although he looked disheveled, his eyes remained fierce. I'm going to kill you today too.
Arrogant.
The thousand-machine evil dragon was enraged, and its massive body began to move once more. One of its arms, or rather, a mecha tentacle resembling an arm, suddenly transformed into a gigantic, spiked battering ram. With an aura of annihilation, it crashed down on Chen Ping'an's head. This time, it's faster, it's more powerful. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted sharply. He had just used Dragon's Imperial Guest, and the skill was on cooldown. His attributes had also been weakened by the pressure, so he had no time to dodge. At this critical moment, swish! A massive, dark blue figure suddenly blocked his path. He is a storm messenger. It forcibly broke free from its sluggish state, using its steel back to take the fatal blow for Chen Ping'an. Bang! Minus 2,154,877. Fatal blow. An even more terrifying damage number appeared. The armor on the Stormbringer's back shattered, twisted, and deformed instantly. The complex wiring and sparkling energy pipes inside were revealed. The massive body was slammed into the ground, causing it to kneel on one knee, cracking the ground beneath it. Its health bar instantly plummeted to less than a third. It has also fallen into a severely damaged state with all attributes significantly reduced.
Stormbringer.
Chen Ping'an suffered a sudden cardiac arrest, his eyes wide with horror. That was the ultimate war puppet that he and Mo Yuan had painstakingly created. It's his life's work, and it's his greatest asset right now. He was actually knocked into this state with just one blow. The 1,000-machine dragon roared triumphantly, and its other arm transformed once more into a massive chainsaw sword gleaming with cold light, slicing through the severely damaged Stormbringer at the waist. Clearly, they want to get rid of this biggest problem first. You dare. Chen Ping'an was completely enraged, his eyes instantly turned red. Ignoring his own safety, he activated Swift Step to its maximum and raced towards the Stormbringer. At the same time, he quickly pulled out the bottle of treasured possession that Mo Yuan had given him earlier, special effect energy restoration potion, legendary, from his backpack. Stormbringer. Open your mouths. Chen Ping'an roared and threw the legendary potion in his hand at the Stormbringer with all his might. The storm messenger seemed to understand his intention, and with a forced lift of its head, opened its enormous metal mouth. The bottle of potion, shimmering with iridescent light, landed precisely in its mouth. Buzz! A dazzling 7-colored light burst forth from the Stormbringer's body, completely enveloping it like a cocoon of light. The horrific wound on its back was rapidly healing and closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shattered armor regenerated, becoming even thicker and stronger than before. The dim energy circuits within my body lit up again, and the light was even more dazzling. Its health bar instantly returned to full. The severely damaged status has also been cleared. System notification. Your Stormbringer prototype has used a legendary energy restoration potion, and its health has been fully restored. All negative status effects have been removed.
Roar.
The Stormbringer let out a triumphant and furious roar, abruptly standing up, its body seemingly expanding temporarily due to the infusion of extreme energy. It grabbed the chainsaw sword that was about to saw right to its waist and clenched its other enormous hand into a fist, the power of storm and lava converging wildly. Then he slammed a powerful punch into the head of the 1,000-machine evil dragon. Bang! Minus 1,054,211, storm damage plus physical damage. The punch landed squarely on the face of the 1,000-machine evil dragon, causing its massive head to tilt violently and cracks to appear in some of the wooden structures and gears on its face. While this might not mean much to a dragon with an unfathomable health bar, it is extremely insulting. The 1,000-machine evil dragon was clearly stunned by the sudden punch, and its movements paused for a moment. A great opportunity, Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. Stormbringer, engage it. He then activated Swift Step again, which had just finished its cooldown, and his figure moved like a ghost to the side and rear of the 1,000-machine dragon. Even though Chen Ping'an's movement speed has reached its limit of 1,000%, the 35% evasion rate bonus from activating Swift Step can be a lifesaver in critical moments. His target was the core area that shimmered with dark red fell energy. Although I don't know exactly where it is, it's definitely the source of that idiot Kaienji's power. You can't go wrong by hitting there. Phantom Slash.
Break.
Chen Ping'an poured all his power into the sword and launched a fierce attack on the area with the thickest armor. Tada! Minus 88,541.
Physical damage.
Minus 95,122. Wind type damage. Minus 92,331. Lightning damage. Minus 90,855.
Physical damage.
Sparks flew, debris flew everywhere. However, the number of damages caused made Chen Ping'an's heart sink. Too low, compared to the terrifying amount of health the evil dragon has, it's practically a scratch. Moreover, the armor there was ridiculously thick. His attacks could only leave some shallow white marks and could not cause any effective damage at all. It's no use, ants are just ants.
Ding.
Successfully triggered weapon Storm's Fury special effect Godslayer Awakening God's Demise effect. Ignores defense and resistance, instantly annihilates 10% of the target's maximum health, doubled effect on divine targets. Annihilates 20% of maximum health, 24-hour cooldown. Minus 65, 455, 952, 112. Chen Ping'an had almost forgotten about this amazing effect with only a 0.1% chance of triggering. Now that it was triggered, the effect was outstanding, directly deducting 6.5 billion HP from Yuanyuan.He. What have you done to me? The thousand machine evil dragon roared and the entire underground space trembled. A new, scorpion-like metal tail suddenly shot out from an eerie angle, striking Chen Ping'an with lightning speed. The raging Yuanyuan.He had already set off alarm bells in Chen Ping'an's mind, and his super-strong intuition, honed by countless battles in his previous life, made him subconsciously perform a desperate dodge. Swish. The scorpion's tail barely grazed his nose, and the force of the wind it generated stung his face. But before he could catch his breath, the end of the scorpion's tail suddenly opened, revealing a dark, gaping cannon muzzle. Buzz. A blinding burst of energy light instantly converged, point blade shooting. Holy shit. Chen Ping'an cursed, this boss is too cunning. At such close range, there's no way you could dodge it, let's give it our all. In that life or death moment, Chen Ping'an suddenly pushed off the ground, not to retreat but to pounce on the body of the thousand machine evil dragon while holding his longsword horizontally in front of him. Boom. A dark red energy beam slammed into Chen Ping'an's longsword. Minus 2,688,421, block. The immense impact sent him flying like a cannonball, his health instantly dropping to 0 again. Only a sliver of health remained, the longsword in his hand, Storm's Fury, groaned under the strain and a tiny crack appeared on its blade. System notification, your weapon Storm's Fury has rapidly decreased durability, current durability 12,100. Please repair it as soon as possible. Storm's Fury is his exclusive weapon, created when he became the Storm Sword God and mastered the Storm Sword Aura. Ordinary items for repairing equipment durability are completely ineffective against it. Only by slowly nurturing it with Storm Sword Aura can its durability be gradually restored. Chen Ping'an was thrown heavily to the ground, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart and his vision went black for a moment. He quickly used another health potion to bring his health back above the safe level, still feeling lingering fear. Damn, this boss is way too difficult. High attack and high defense, versatile in form and full of dirty tricks. If it weren't for his extensive combat experience and ability to parry, he would have been instantly killed in that attack. We must find its weakness, otherwise we'll be worn down and killed. Chen Ping'an's mind raced, recalling his past experiences and strategies for defeating mechanical bosses. Meanwhile, the Stormbringer and the Thousand Machine Dragon were locked in combat once again. The Stormbringer's fists, crackling with storm and lightning, relentlessly pounded the evil dragon, inflicting considerable damage. Minus 254,881, storm damage. Minus 288,741, critical hit. Minus 122,331. Additional lightning damage. The Thousand Machine Evil Dragon takes advantage of its multiple forms. Sometimes it tears with its claws, sometimes it lashes out with its tail, and sometimes it shoots beams of energy from various parts of its body. It might even suddenly transform into a giant drill bit for a thrusting attack. Each collision between the two caused the earth to shake violently, and shockwaves spread in all directions, leaving this underground space in ruins. Despite its fierce attack, the Stormbringer's health began to slowly and steadily decline under the relentless onslaught of the Thousand Machine Dragon. After all, there are still differences in level and rank. Chen Ping'an saw this and was very anxious. He knew he couldn't let things continue like this. His gaze was fixed on the ever-changing body of the Thousand Machine Evil Dragon, especially on the few points where the dark red evil energy was most concentrated. Try it there. Chen Ping'an gritted his teeth and charged into the battle once more. This time his target was no longer the heavy armor but a joint where the dragon's body was connected. It appeared relatively fragile and the fell energy there was unusually bright. Swift wind slash. He gathered all his strength and unleashed a condensed wind blade aiming precisely at the joint connection point. Minus 154,211, weakness attack. Effective, the damage has increased significantly. Moreover, the area where it was hit flickered violently with fell energy, and the 1,000 Machine Dragon's movements froze for a moment.
Roar.
The 1,000 Machine Evil Dragon let out a painful roar, clearly having been struck in a vital spot. It suddenly swung its body, attempting to crush Chen Ping'an. "That's it, Stormbringer. Focus fire on that spot." While awkwardly dodging, Chen Ping'an roared out orders. The Storm Messenger immediately executed the attack, unleashing a barrage of basic storm impacts that precisely struck the joint Chen Ping'an had marked. Boom, 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 minus 201,455, weakness attack. Minus 198,741, weakness attack. Minus 415,122. Critical hit weakness exploit. A series of damage numbers appeared. Sparks flickered wildly at that joint and the surface armor began to crack, revealing a more complex but also more fragile energy structure inside.
It works.
Chen Ping'an was overjoyed. The 1,000 Machine Evil Dragon clearly sensed the danger. It let out a deafening roar and its massive body began to deform violently once again. Mortals,
You have angered me.
witness the true power of endless transformation. Its body began to spin at high speed and countless parts separated and reassembled once again. The dark red fell energy shone with unprecedented intensity. An even more terrifying and despairing aura began to spread. Roar. The roar of the 1,000 Machine Evil Dragon almost shattered the entire underground space. The voice was filled with anger at being hurt by ants and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Its massive body spun wildly, countless parts separating and reassembling once more. The dark red fell energy burst forth with unprecedented intensity, like an evil sun being ignited in the abyss below. Damn it.
It's going to change again.
Chen Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. How many forms does this old deng have exactly? A powerful energy storm swept outwards from the 1,000 Machine Evil Dragon, making Chen Ping'an almost lose his footing. He had to plunge his longsword into the ground to barely steady himself. The Stormbringer was propelled backward by the energy storm for more than 10 meters, its metal feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. System notification. Warning, 1,000 Machine Evil Dragon is entering 1,000 Machine Transformation second form. Energy level is rapidly increasing. Please proceed with caution.
A second form. They really did have a backup planned.
Chen Ping'an spat, his expression growing even more serious. Drawn by the dark red evil energy, the flying parts began to form an even larger and more ferocious shape. The body, which originally leaned towards an oriental dragon shape, was further elongated, becoming more slender and agile, but the overall structure became more robust. Countless gears meshed with unprecedented speed and precision, emitting a heart-pounding hum. Its wooden structure and metal armor became even more profound, as if they could absorb all light. Dark red fell energy patterns spread across his body like blood vessels, becoming even brighter and flowing, emanating an ominous aura. The most obvious change is on its back. A pair of enormous wings made of countless sharp metal plates suddenly unfurled. They blotted out the sky. The edges of its wings gleamed with a cold, icy light, and with a gentle flap they created blades of wind that could cut through the air currents. Its limbs became thicker, and its claws became longer and sharper, gleaming with a dark red energy, as if they could easily tear through space. Its head, with its pair of gear-like eyes burning with fell energy, spun even more wildly, even creating small vortexes of energy. Its mouth opened, and inside was no longer a rotating array of sharp teeth, but a bottomless, dark red opening filled with terrifying energy. 1,000 Machine Evil Dragon's Myriad Transformations Phase 2 World-Class Boss.
Level. Healthy restored to full health. Attack power greatly increased. Defense greatly increased.
Skill, description, the 1,000 Machine Evil Dragon, having released a portion of its primordial power and temporarily relinquished its divinity, has undergone form optimization. Offense and defense are maximized, and even more terrifying skills based on the ever-changing ability are unlocked. The challenge difficulty has skyrocketed. Holy crap, health fully restored. And a significant boost to attack and defense. Chen Ping'an looked at the updated attribute panel and his heart sank. How can we fight like this? I barely managed to whittle down 22% plus of their health after triggering the Godfall effect, and now they're back to full health, plus they've been buffed. Moreover, this B*******D has temporarily given up on divinity. It seems he's figured out something and isn't giving me any chance at all. The 1,000-machine evil dragon completed its transformation, its swirling, gear-like eyes locking onto Chen Ping'an, filled with savagery and murderous intent. You've got reason to be proud that you forced me to use this second stage of power, you ant. The voice of the 1,000 machines, a mixture of mechanical friction and dragon roars, became even more bizarre and terrifying. But now the game is over. Its enormous metal wings flapped suddenly. Boom! It's not the wind, instead they were countless densely packed, crescent-shaped, dark red energy wind blades. Like a torrential downpour, it covered Chen Ping'an and the storm messenger. The area is so vast that there's nowhere to hide. 1,000 transformations of evil wind blades. Stormbringer, maximum power storm shield. Stand in front of me. Chen Ping'an roared, pushing the power of the storm to its limit to protect himself. The Stormbringer's massive body once again unhesitatingly stood in front of Chen Ping'an, its arms protecting its head, and the bluish-white storm shield around it shone at its brightest. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Countless dark red wind blades slashed at the storm shield, producing a teeth-grinding tearing sound. The storm shield fluctuated violently and its light dimmed at a visible speed. Minus 88,541, fell damage. Minus 85,421, fell damage. Minus 91,055, fell damage. A massive amount of damage numbers were frantically floating up above the Stormbringer's head. Its health started to drop rapidly. Although most of the wind blades were blocked, quite a few still managed to slip through the storm messenger and cut Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an wielded his longsword with impenetrable skill, parrying with great difficulty. Tada! Minus 45,122, parry. Minus 42,331, parry. Minus 248,877, fell damage not blocked. A wind blade pierced through his defenses, cutting a deep, bone-revealing wound on his shoulder from which blood gushed out instantly. Well, Chen Ping'an groaned in pain as his health dropped another inch. The wind blade dealt ridiculously high damage and carried a corrosive evil energy that caused his wounds to burn with intense pain, slowing down his recovery. This is just one wave of attacks. The 1,000-machine evil dragon clearly wasn't going to give them a chance to breathe. Its enormous wings flapped once more. The second and third waves of fell wind blades followed immediately. Like an endless storm of death, this is never going to end. Chen Ping'an's face was extremely grim. At this rate, even the storm messenger with all its strength couldn't withstand it. Slow suicide. They'll be worn down to death sooner or later. Its spellcasting must be interrupted. Stormbrella, charge, ram it with your body. Chen Ping'an issued a near-suicidal order. The storm messenger did not hesitate at all. The engine was running at overload, roaring loudly and charging towards the 1,000-machine evil dragon like a cannonball, braving the dense wind blades and storms. Puff, 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 puff. Countless wind blades sliced through its armor, sparks flying everywhere, and the sound of armor shattering was deafening. Minus 102,541, minus 98,741. Minus 105,884. The Stormbringer's health is dropping rapidly, but its charging speed did not decrease at all. The 1,000-machine evil dragon seemed to have not expected its opponent to use such a suicidal fighting style, and its movements paused slightly. Now, Stormbringer, hold it, don't let it move. Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity and roared again. The Stormbringer pounced, its massive metal arm gripping the 1,000-machine dragon's neck and the base of one of its wings. The force of the entire body erupts, creating the impact of an explosion at point-blank range. Boom, boom, minus 155,421. Physical damage. Caught off guard by this sudden embrace, the 1,000-machine dragon's wing flapping was interrupted and the evil wind blades abruptly stopped. Roar. The 1,000-machine dragon roared in fury, struggling wildly. its claws and tail attacking the Stormbringer's body relentlessly. -201,455, -188,741, -225,884. The Stormbringer's armor was badly damaged, with parts flying everywhere, and its health was dropping like a floodgate opening. They were on the verge of collapse. Without Chen Ping'an's authorization, the Stormbringer automatically used Overloaded Storm Annihilation ultimate skill. The core of the Storm Furnace and all the storm power that Chen Ping'an had previously injected were detonated one by one. He looked in the direction where Chen Ping'an was, as if he were saying his final goodbye. Throughout the entire process, his arms held Qianji firmly like steel clamps, buying time for Chen Ping'an. Little wind. Chen Ping'an knew what this meant. They also realized how precious these moments were. He had already poured all his power and all the anger in his heart into the longsword in his hand, Storm's fury. Even, he felt the faint trace of Storm Dragon God bloodline within him surging at this moment, generating an unprecedented resonance. An even more ancient, purer, storm-like power, brimming with freedom and untamed will, surged through his arm and into the sword. Storm's fury seemed unable to withstand the sudden surge of immense power. The cracks on the sword widened abruptly, emitting a groaning sound as if it were about to collapse under the strain. A bluish-white storm force and a faint, yet supremely majestic azure dragon-shaped aura swirled around the sword. Chen Ping'an felt like his arm was about to burst from the force. He knew that this sword strike might be the strongest attack he could deliver at the moment. It's all or nothing. 1,000 machines. Chen Ping'an let out a deafening roar, slammed his feet into the ground, and charged towards the massive head of the temporarily imprisoned 1,000-machine evil dragon like an arrow released from a bow. His target was those eyes, those fell-powered gears spinning wildly. That's definitely where the energy core is. The 1,000-machine evil dragon seemed to sense the terrifying threat contained in this sword strike and struggled even more violently. The Stormbringer's body had now become a blazing light. An astonishing amount of energy was expanding within it, poised to unleash a final, devastating blow. Give me my life. Chen Ping'an gambled everything on this one sword strike. Man and sword became one, transforming into a bluish-white meteor that tore through the darkness, resolutely piercing towards that evil red vortex. The sword tip, imbued with the power of the Storm Dragon God's bloodline and Chen Ping'an's entire will, pierced with unparalleled precision into the wildly spinning evil energy gear in the 1,000-machine evil dragon's left eye. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Click, click. First came a faint cracking sound. Immediately afterwards, boom, an unimaginably massive energy explosion erupted suddenly from the point of impact. The bluish-white storm power, a trace of majestic azure dragon energy and dark red evil energy collided and annihilated in the most intense and thorough way. The first thing to be affected was Chen Ping'an's longsword, Storm's Fury. It was already on the verge of breaking apart, and now it could no longer withstand the impact of these two extreme forces. With a mournful cry, it shattered into pieces in an instant. It turned into countless fragments. System notification: your weapon Storm's Fury has been completely destroyed. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying energy shockwave blasted Chen Ping'an away. My health bar instantly dropped to 0. I'm now completely on the verge of death. Everything went black and I lost consciousness. The Stormbringer was also blown to pieces by the explosion generated by the near-suicidal Overload Storm Annihilation ultimate skill. Huge metal parts and debris flew everywhere like raindrops. System notification: your Stormbringer prototype has been destroyed. The 1,000-machine evil dragon let out a blood-curdling scream, a scream of extreme agony that shook the heavens and earth. Its entire left eye, along with a large portion of its head, was completely shattered in the explosion. Countless gears and parts burning with fell energy shot out like fireworks. Dark red fell energy gushed out like blood from the massive wound. -99,999,999,999. Fatal weakness strike. Devastating damage. An outrageously high damage number floated up from above its head. Its health bar plummeted dramatically at a speed visible to the naked eye. He instantly fell into a state of severe injury. Roar, my eyes. My power. The thousand machine dragon's remaining right eye flickered wildly, filled with pain, shock, and disbelief. Its massive body writhed wildly in agony, smashing the surrounding rock walls to pieces. It simply couldn't believe that it could be hurt to such an extent by a tiny human. Even the very origin of things was shaken. The aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided. The entire underground space was a mess with broken parts and craters everywhere. Chen Ping'an lay unconscious in the ruins, his breath faint. The storm messenger had been reduced to a pile of sparking wreckage. The thousand machine evil dragon clutched its shattered head, dark red evil energy constantly seeping from between its fingers, emitting painful gasps and furious growls. Its remaining right eye was fixed on the unconscious human in the distance, filled with the purest, almost tangible killing intent. "You ant, I will tear you to pieces." It struggled, trying to move its massive body to completely crush the human who had brought it immense pain and humiliation. However, at this very moment, another unexpected change occurs. Among the scattered remains of the Stormbringer, especially the fragments in the core area of its chest, suddenly trembled slightly. A faint, yet exceptionally pure cyan light seeped from the broken parts. It was as if something was quietly being conceived amidst the shattered ruins. Comments. The thousand machine evil dragon struggled, its massive body somewhat unbalanced due to the severe head injury, and every movement caused the earth to shake. Its remaining right eye was fixed on the unconscious Chen Ping'an, burning with the purest desire for destruction. Dark red fell energy, like viscous blood, continuously gushed from the hole in its shattered left eye, dripping onto the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. "Death must die." A sound mixed with mechanical friction and a painful dragon roar squeezed out of its throat. It raised a huge claw, gathering the remaining evil power, and was about to strike Chen Ping'an. If that claw had landed, let alone Chen Ping'an, who was only left with a sliver of health, even if he were at full strength, he would definitely have turned into mincemeat at this critical moment. Buzz! A strange yet incredibly powerful energy surge suddenly erupted from the pile of Stormbringer wreckage, especially the fragments in the core area of the chest, which were now flashing with a pure and dazzling cyan light. The light grew brighter and brighter, even temporarily overpowering the dark red evil energy emanating from the thousand machine evil dragon. The thousand machine evil dragon paused, a hint of surprise and uncertainty flashing in its single eye. "This is the aura of the storm dragon god. How is this possible?" It sensed a power of the same origin, yet more ancient, purer, and full of majesty and vitality, awakening. This force instinctively filled it with disgust and a barely perceptible sense of fear. The fragments, shimmering with a bluish light, seemed to be summoned and began to float up. They rapidly converged towards the core area, piecing themselves together and merging. More than just parts for the Stormbringer. In the surrounding space, the legendary materials that had fallen from the mechanical constructs previously killed by Chen Ping'an and the Storm Messenger but had not yet been devoured were now also being drawn in. Refined lightning core, flowing wind silver armguard, thousand machine sharp teeth, undying steel shield fragment, wind passage. All these legendary materials, imbued with powerful wind, thunder, and metallic properties, transformed into streams of light, frantically surging into the ever-brightening cyan orb. It was as if the Stormbringer was undergoing a rebirth, drawing upon all available energy and materials from its core. But it seems that it's not just the Storm Messenger that's changing. Even while unconscious, Chen Ping'an's body spontaneously reacted. The faint trace of Storm Dragon God bloodline within him surged with unprecedented intensity. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Oh yeah. My heart pounded violently, each beat pumping out scalding hot blood with a bluish glow. Faint, dragon scale-like patterns appeared on his body surface, and an aura of majesty naturally emanated from him. Even more peculiar is that the time rift fragment anchor that Chen Ping'an wore around his neck offline seemed to resonate more deeply with the character in the game. It transformed into a pure force, crossed certain boundaries, surged into the character's body, and actively injected itself into the forming cyan light cluster. The power of reality and the game converged in an incredible way at this moment, guided by the bloodline of the Storm Dragon God. System notification. A deep resonance has been detected between the player and the Storm Dragon God's bloodline within the game. Special conditions have been met, analyzing the fusion laws of time rift fragment anchoring. System notification, fusion successful, player's talent great fortune has triggered its ultimate effect. The 100x reward boost effect applies to this special event. The Azure Light, which had absorbed countless legendary materials and the core of the Stormbringer, and gathered the power of the Dragon God's bloodline, suddenly contracted to its limit, and then exploded with a roar. The blinding bluish-white light illuminated the entire underground space, even temporarily dispelling the evil and oppressive atmosphere brought by the thousand-machine evil dragon. The light slowly faded. A sword suspended in midair. A longsword with an incredibly ornate and ancient design, yet brimming with a futuristic technological feel. The sword is 5 feet 3 inches long, and its blade has a deep bluish-black color, as if it were forged from the finest obsidian and wind-marked steel, while its surface flows with a clear, watery luster. The blade is not a traditionally sharpened edge. Instead, it is composed of highly condensed, constantly slightly pulsating bluish-white wind and thunder energy, emitting a subtle yet unsettling, crackling sound as if it could cut through everything. The design of the hilt is extremely ingenious, resembling 2 miniature azure dragons coiling around each other. The dragons' mouths together hold a constantly rotating, transparent energy core containing terrifying storms and thunderous power. That is the fusion of the Stormbringer's power core and the essence of all legendary materials. The hilt of the sword was wrapped with dark gold, dragon scale-like patterns. At the end of the hilt is a small yet radiant time-space rift fragment anchor, which echoes the energy core at the hilt, stabilizing the energy flow of the entire sword. The entire sword was shrouded in a faint bluish-white halo. It radiates incredibly powerful energy fluctuations as well as an ancient, majestic, and untamed will, wind and thunder holy sword. Oath of the Dragonborn unique growth-type artifact equipment. Attack power 12,888. Strength plus 3388. Agility plus 2288. Constitution plus 1188. Spirit plus 5156. Special effect 1. Wrath of Wind and Thunder. Attacks deal 5,000 plus agility * 2 points of mixed wind and thunder damage and have a very high chance to inflict paralysis and tear effects. Special effect 2, Dragon God Resonance. Greatly enhances the effects of Storm Dragon God series skills, reduces skill cost by 30% and shortens cooldown time by 20%. Special effect 3, Boundless Wanderer. Increases the holder's movement speed by 50% and evasion rate by 25%, can exceed the limit. Special effect 4, Indestructible Toughness. The weapon has infinite durability and cannot be destroyed. Special effect 5, Phantom Anchoring. Special, this sword can consume a large amount of energy to briefly break through the boundary between reality and illusion. Special effect 6, Hundredfold Blessing. Talent Derivative. The damage dealt by this sword has a certain chance to trigger the hundredfold amplification effect. Equipment level. No level restriction. Soulbound to player Chen Ping'an. Character I am the Reverse Butterfly. This sword cannot be enhanced. Its attributes can only be increased through specific events. Description. Composed of a shattered will and indomitable soul, the core of the Stormbringer, legendary materials, the bloodline of the Storm Dragon God, and a sliver of a miracle of time and space. A unique artifact forged together under the blessing of ultimate fortune. It is not a cold weapon but a continuation and sublimation of the lives of its companions, a testament to the oath of the Dragonborn. Holder, your path will lead to the stars and the sea. Amazing artifact. Even the best rewards during national wars are only national-level weapons, their symbolic significance far outweighing their practical value. And now, by sheer chance, a divine weapon has appeared. Divine artifact is not an abbreviation for mythical weapon. Among all mythical weapons, only a handful can be called divine artifacts. Even in his previous life, Chen Ping'an's weapon was only at the mythical level. It can come incredibly close to the attributes of a divine artifact, but to be recognized as one by the system is extremely difficult. In Chen Ping'an's memory, no one has ever possessed a divine weapon. Chen Ping'an, who had just woken up from his coma, saw the sword floating in front of him as soon as he opened his eyes, as well as the exaggerated attribute panel on the light screen in front of him. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets again and his breath caught in his throat. These stats are insane. Attack power exceeds 10,000, plus it has 4-figure stat bonuses. The special effects are all incredibly awesome. The final 100-fold blessing perfectly blends his talent and cheat-like abilities into the weapon, especially the indestructible and no-level restriction features. This is simply a dream weapon. More importantly, he sensed a familiar, warm aura emanating from this sword, a feeling of being connected by blood. That was the core energy fluctuation of the Stormbringer, mixed with his own spiritual imprint and the bloodline of the dragon god. It is not a cold weapon, it is the rebirth of a comrade in arms. Xiao Feng, is that you? Little wind. Chen Ping'an murmured to himself, a surge of indescribable excitement and emotion welling up inside him. He instinctively reached out and grasped the sword hilt. Buzz, the moment the sword was grasped, the energy core at the hilt shone brightly. Chen Ping'an felt a vast yet gentle power surge through his entire body in an instant. His health, which was on the verge of collapse, was instantly restored to full. All negative status effects were swept away. Even the attributes that were previously reduced due to the pressure have been fully restored and have even been improved. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. System notification: you have equipped the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword Dragonborn Oath. All attributes have been boosted. Your synchronization rate with the weapon is 100%. Roar! You damned ant, you're still alive, and you even dare to steal my power to strengthen yourself. The 1,000-machine evil dragon snapped out of its shock and let out a furious roar. It sensed the storm and thunderous power emanating from the sword, which perfectly countered its evil energy, making it feel extremely threatened and enraged. Ignoring the excruciating pain of its shattered head, it suddenly opened its massive maw, and dark red evil energy gathered wildly deep within its throat, becoming larger and more terrifying than ever before. It aims to annihilate Chen Ping'an and that damned sword in one strike. Chen Ping'an felt the immense power and the throbbing of companionship emanating from the holy sword in his hand. Looking at the enraged 1,000-machine evil dragon, a cold and confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With his strength skyrocketing and a divine artifact in hand, he is now fearless. You had a great time hitting me just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Chen Ping'an gripped the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword tightly with both hands, and the wind and thunder power on the blade suddenly surged, emitting a deafening howl and thunder. His eyes flashed with a sharp light and he suddenly exerted force with his feet, causing the ground to crack instantly. He transformed into a streak of bluish-white lightning, charging headlong into the terrifying dragon, 1,000 times his size. Passionate horse, take this Grandpa Chen's sword. Wrath of Wind and Thunder, activate 100-fold blessing, triggered. Buzz, the power of wind and thunder on the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword instantly surged 100-fold. It transformed into a massive, condensed, bluish-white phantom of wind and thunder, exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Writhing in countless wildly dancing golden lightning bolts, carrying a terrifying aura of annihilation, it fiercely slashed at the evil breath spewed by the 1,000-machine evil dragon. Boom! The pale blue phantom of the giant sword of wind and thunder clashed violently with the dark red fell energy breath like two meteors. This collision was far more terrifying than any before. It was no longer a simple explosion but a frenzied annihilation of two extreme elemental forces. The blinding light instantly engulfed everything. A bluish-white and dark red hue intertwined to form an ever-expanding energy sphere, emitting a despairing buzz. A terrifying energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions in a ring-like pattern. Wherever it passed, the ground was ripped up, pulverized, and then vaporized. The surrounding rock walls collapsed and vanished en masse like fragile biscuits. The entire underground space was groaning in agony as if it were about to completely disintegrate at any moment. Chen Ping'an was at the forefront of the explosion. However, he gripped the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword tightly with both hands, and the sword naturally formed a bluish-white wind and thunder shield, blocking most of the impact. -88,421. Energy shock damage. A damage number floated above his head, but with the powerful attributes of the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword and his own full health, this damage was almost negligible. He remained unmoved, his eyes fixed intently on what lay ahead. But the Thousand Machine Evil Dragon wasn't having such a good time. Its immense fell energy breath upon encountering the amplified wrath of wind and thunder was like snow meeting the blazing sun. It was forcefully cleaved, torn apart, and then annihilated. The ethereal, bluish-white phantom of the giant sword of wind and thunder moved with unstoppable force, slashing fiercely against the prevailing breath. Roar. The Thousand Machine Evil Dragon let out a horrified and agonizing scream. Its most powerful breath, which had just been gathered. Not only was it completely defeated, but the terrifying wind and thunder sword light also continued its momentum, slashing fiercely at the junction of its jaw and neck. Sizzle! A loud thud like cloth being torn apart rang out. The incredibly hard armor on the Thousand Machine Evil Dragon's lower jaw, a mixture of wood and metal, was easily sliced through like paper before the terrifying power of the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, amplified 100-fold. A gigantic, gruesome wound instantly appeared. Dark red fell energy gushed out like a waterfall. -4,418,854,421. Attribute advantage. Devastating strike, weakness damage. An even more outrageous and terrifying damage number exploded up from the top of the Thousand Machine Demon's head. Its health bar plummeted dramatically like a sudden dive. It went directly from a state of severe injury to a state of critical danger. Impossible. The Thousand Machine Dragon's remaining single eye was filled with unbelievable horror and fear. The power of this sword strike was completely beyond its comprehension. This is power that no ordinary person should possess. That sword, what kind of monster is that sword? The intense pain and the devastating blow to its very core caused it to lose its balance completely. Its massive body crashed backward, slamming heavily onto the ground and triggering a new earthquake. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Chen Ping'an gave it absolutely no chance to breathe. Having landed a successful blow, he immediately pressed his advantage. Swift step, activate Boundless Traveler, triggered swish. His speed was so fast that he left a trail of afterimages behind him. He dashed to the vicinity of the fallen dragon's head as if by teleportation. What's wrong? Is this all the power of God is? Chen Ping'an's eyes were icy cold as he raised the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword high with both hands, and the power of wind and thunder once again gathered wildly. Phantom/break. Instead of using his powerful, charged attack, he unleashed his fastest combo skill. With the blessing of the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword, every strike of Phantom Slash carries terrifying mixed wind and thunder damage. Swish, 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 swish. The sword light poured down like a storm onto the wound on the head of the Thousand Machine Demon Dragon and the surrounding area. -8, 288,541. -8, 301,122. -8, 254,877. Suddenly, the hundredfold blessing talent has been triggered again. -861, 288, 400. In an instant, the original 8.61 million critical hit damage was transformed into a stack of 100 identical damage instances. Although the damage per hit may be slightly reduced due to the damage being shared, the total damage reaches an astronomical figure. Nearly 860 million damage was dealt. Ow! The Thousand Machine Evil Dragon let out an indescribably shrill scream as its entire head was almost completely shredded by this terrifying hundredfold combo. Numerous parts, gears, and fragments of fell cores were scattered everywhere. Its health bar was instantly emptied to its last sliver, almost invisible. System notification. You have dealt a fatal blow to Thousand Machine Evil Dragon's myriad transformations. Second stage. The boss has entered a near-death state. We won. Chen Ping'an's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately became vigilant again. Because the Thousand Machine Evil Dragon did not turn into white light and disappear like ordinary monsters. Its battered head with only half a chin and a single eye remaining was still trembling slightly. In its single remaining eye, the anger, terror, and pain had vanished, replaced by an extreme, insane resentment and an eerie calm. Ho. The damaged vocal organs emitted a leaky sound, yet it carried a chilling aura. I never imagined that I'd be forced to this point. Yuanyuan's mortal. But this is far from over. Suddenly, a different kind of energy fluctuation, deeper, darker, and more unsettling than fell energy, emanated from within its body. It was a kind of resentment that was pure to the extreme. It is the condensation of countless remnant souls of powerful beings that it devoured and absorbed. It is the other source of its power, sleeping resentment. Gathered with my remaining body, transformed into the final, the end mechanism. As it spoke its intermittent yet strangely ritualistic words, its broken body suddenly emitted an endless, pitch-black light. The black light instantly engulfed the rest of its body and also swallowed all the surrounding light. A colossal, complex rune composed of pure resentment and dark mechanical arts suddenly lit up on the ground, centered around it. System prompt: warning, warning, thousand machine evil dragon is burning its last vestiges of essence and endless resentment, forcibly entering its final stage end machine 1000 machine 0. In this form, the boss will disregard the rules of death, gaining a completely new power system, extremely dangerous. Stop it immediately or escape. There's a third form. Chen Ping'an's scalp tingled. Without thinking, he immediately swung the wind and thunder holy sword and slashed fiercely at the all-consuming dark ball of light. We absolutely must not let him complete the transformation. Buzz! The sword's blade of wind and thunder slashed into the black light, but it was like a mud ox entering the sea. It only caused the black light to ripple slightly and failed to cause any effective damage. The black light seemed to form an absolute defensive domain. It's useless. The voice of the 1000 machines emanated from the black light, becoming cold, mechanical, and devoid of emotion, yet containing endless resentment. The ceremony is complete, and what awaits you is only the end. The pitch-black ball of light began to twist, deform, and shrink violently. Countless agonizing phantoms of souls wailed and struggled within the black light, only to be forcibly merged into it in the end. An even more terrifying, more despairing, and more suffocating pressure than the previous fell energy spread out. Chen Ping'an's expression was extremely solemn. He could sense that something even more terrifying was being born from that black light. He gripped the wind and thunder holy sword tightly in his hand, and the power of wind and thunder roared across the sword. He knew that the final and most difficult battle was about to begin. The pitch-black light, like a tangible tide, swallowed up all light and sound around it. The cold, deathly stillness, yet imbued with endless resentment, pressed down on Chen Ping'an, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He gripped the wind and thunder holy sword tightly. Bluish-white wind and thunder power flowed along its blade, barely dispelling the unsettling darkness surrounding him. But he could sense that the hum emanating from the sword carried an unprecedented solemnity. The black light before my eyes was violently distorting, contracting, and deforming. It was as if a terrifying monster was emerging from its cocoon. Finally, the all-consuming black light reached its peak and then suddenly collapsed inward. A completely new and chilling figure appeared before Chen Ping'an. It is no longer enormous and is even several times smaller than its second form, standing only about 3 meters tall with a mechanical silhouette that resembles a human figure. It was entirely black, as if formed from the deepest darkness, with a surface as smooth as a mirror. Yet, distorted, tormented phantom faces kept appearing, struggling, and then disappearing. That was the manifestation of the resentment condensed from countless devoured souls. Its head has no facial features, only a constantly rotating, bottomless dark vortex that seems capable of devouring one's soul. Its limbs are long and sharp, and at the ends of its arms are 2 twisted dark matter blades that constantly drip black energy droplets. Its chest contains a massive, heart-like core, but that core is not a physical entity. Rather, it is a collection of resentment compressed from countless fragments of wailing, cursing, and despairing souls. It exudes a chilling, negative energy fluctuation. It simply stood there, and the surrounding space began to become unstable, as if it might shatter and vanish at any moment. Final machine 1000 machines 0 world-class boss final form. Level health 1-1 unquenchable resentment, form remains forever. Attack power ignores defense, strikes directly at the soul. Defense, physical immunity, maximum energy resistance only countered by specific forces.
Skills.
Resentment impact, soul drain, dark assimilation, declaration of the end. Description: the ultimate resentment mechanism formed after Kainji abandoned everything. It is a combination of the resentment of countless dead souls and dark mechanical arts. It has no real life, only hatred and a desire to destroy all living beings. Physical means are ineffective against it, and conventional energy attacks are extremely ineffective. Only power containing the ultimate positive will or special laws can cause effective damage to it. It is a nightmare lingering before the end. 1 point of health, physical immunity.
Max energy resistance.
Chen Ping'an looked at the strange attribute panel and his heart sank. How are we supposed to fight this? This guy is practically a monster outside the rules.
Feel the embrace of the end.
Cold, mechanical sounds, yet mixed with the wails of countless souls, emanated from the dark vortex of the 1,000 Machine Zero's head. It made no unnecessary movements, simply raising one arm, the dark matter blade pointing at Chen Ping'an. Resentment impact? A beam of black light composed entirely of negative emotions and fragments of the soul instantly traversed space and shot directly at Chen Ping'an. This attack was ridiculously fast, and it completely ignored physical distance and conventional defenses. Alarm bells rang in Chen Ping'an's mind. He instinctively turned to the side, simultaneously holding the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword horizontally in front of him. Laugh! The black beam of light did not explode. Instead, like an invisible curse, it pierced through the Wind and Thunder shield and entered Chen Ping'an's body. Minus 199,999.
Soul damage.
A terrifying damage number popped up. Chen Ping'an's health dropped a little bit instantly, but that's not the worst part. A wave of cold, despairing, hateful, and insane negative emotions surged into his mind in an instant. The wails and curses of countless wronged souls exploded in his ears. Die together. It hurts. It hurts so much. Why me? Destroy. Destroy everything. These negative emotions were frantically assaulting his will, trying to drag him into an endless abyss of darkness. Chen Ping'an let out a muffled groan, his face instantly turning pale, veins bulging on his forehead and his body trembling slightly. This method of directly attacking the soul and spirit is 10 times more dangerous than a purely physical attack. HMPH, how long can the will of an ant last? The 1,000 Machine Zero emitted a mocking, mixed tone and raised its arm again. Chen Ping'an bit his tongue hard. The intense pain and the warm power emanating from the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword temporarily dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. Physical immunity? I refuse to believe that a collection of resentment like you isn't afraid of being struck by lightning. He roared, forcibly suppressing his discomfort, and activated Swift Step, his figure flashing as he circled around to the side of 1,000 Machine Zero. Take this, the fury of Wind and Thunder. The Wind and Thunder Holy Sword burst forth with a dazzling bluish-white light, carrying the supremely powerful and yang force of wind and thunder, and fiercely slashed towards 1,000 Machine Zero's waist. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The sword blade, imbued with terrifying wind and thunder power, seemed to strike slippery grease the moment it touched the black surface of the 1,000 Machine Zero. Most of its force was strangely deflected and neutralized. Only the edge of the highly condensed wind and thunder energy on the sword barely burned away a wisp of black energy, emitting a slight hissing sound. A pitiful -0 floated up from above the head of the 1,000 Machine Zero. Its health bar, with only 1 point of health remaining, didn't budge an inch. What? Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted, and he was horrified. This defense mechanism is insane. Madness. Zero-type 1,000 machines, coldly commented, while the dark matter blade on his other arm silently pierced Chen Ping'an's back like a venomous snake. It was incredibly fast. Chen Ping'an, relying on his exceptional agility and the intuition brought by luck, narrowly dodged the attack, but the chilling aura emanating from the sharp blade still sent shivers down his spine. Soul absorption. The attack missed, and suddenly a huge suction force was generated from the dark vortex at the head of the 1,000 Machine Zero. Chen Ping'an suddenly felt as if his soul was being ripped out of his body. My mental energy is plummeting. A strong sense of weakness washes over me, minus 300 sanity points per second. Grass. Chen Ping'an cursed angrily, these boss skills are all disgusting. He quickly activated his Storm Dragon God bloodline and spiritual power to resist the suction force, while simultaneously retreating rapidly. This can't go on. Physical attacks are ineffective, energy attacks are greatly weakened, and the opponent can directly attack the soul and spirit, continuously draining his spiritual power. Completely restrained, we must find a solution. Otherwise, we'll be worn down sooner or later. His mind raced, recalling all the knowledge he had gained in his life and every detail of the battle he had just fought. A collection of resentment, negative energy, physical immunity, requires an extreme positive will or special law power. Positive will, special laws. His gaze suddenly fell on the wind and thunder holy sword in his hand. At the sword's hilt, the two miniature azure dragons still coiled, and within the energy core they shared, besides the storm and thunder, there seemed to be a trace of a warmer, more resilient and vibrant aura. Was that the remaining creative power within the core of the Stormbringer, the power to which Mo Yuan had poured her heart and soul, or is it the will to survive inherent in one's own physical strength, or perhaps the belief in protection and freedom within the bloodline of the Storm Dragon God? Perhaps, instead of brute force, it's about infusing one's own will into the attack, special law. The final effect of wind and thunder holy sword, anchoring of reality and illusion. Could this be the key? Just as Chen Ping'an's thoughts were racing, the Thousand Machine Zero launched another attack. The core of its resentment throbbed violently, and an even larger, darker energy began to gather. Announcement of the end. It raised its hands, and endless darkness surged from its body, transforming into countless jet-black rune chains, each bearing a curse of despair, which enveloped Chen Ping'an like a net from heaven and earth. These chains seemed to seal off space and imprison souls. There's no way to avoid it. Chen Ping'an's eyes sharpened. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He gripped the wind and thunder holy sword tightly with both hands, no longer simply wielding the power of wind and thunder, but attempting to pour all his will into the sword without reservation. "Help me this once," he shouted from the bottom of his heart. Buzz, the wind and thunder holy sword, seemed to understand his call, and its blade trembled violently. The energy core at the hilt of the sword erupted with unprecedented light. Within the bluish-white power of wind and thunder, there were even traces of dazzling gold and warm, milky white radiance. That is the power manifested through the materialization of will and spirit. At the same time, the time rift fragment anchor that had been quietly embedded at the end of the sword hilt also lit up faintly for the first time. A mysterious and profound fluctuation of law enveloped the sword, anchoring between reality and illusion effect, passively triggered. At this moment, the wind and thunder holy sword seemed to have temporarily transcended some kind of boundary. The edge of the sword became somewhat blurred, as if it existed simultaneously between reality and illusion. Break it. With all his might, Chen Ping'an unleashed a sword strike that embodied all his will and hope, aimed at the enveloping net of dark chains. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The blade, imbued with an eerie light, touched the dark chains the instant. Those chains, composed of pure resentment and curses, seemed to have encountered their nemesis, emitting a shrill scream before rapidly dissolving and evaporating. It was as if ice and snow had met the scorching sun. Efficient. Chen Ping'an was overjoyed. He guessed right. Extreme spiritual will and special power of laws are the nemesis of this kind of resentment. The Thousand Machine Zero was clearly taken aback, and its movements froze for a moment. Impossible. How could the will of a mortal? Chen Ping'an, seizing the opportunity, moved with lightning speed and charged directly in front of Thousand Machine Zero. His target was that constantly pulsating core composed of countless fragments of resentful souls. This sword is for all those you have devoured. Also for Xiaofeng. The strange radiance on the wind and thunder holy sword burned to its fullest extent. Because of the anchoring of illusion and reality effect, the blade seemed to temporarily become an illusory existence, directly ignoring the physical immunity of the Thousand Machine Zero's body surface and piercing straight into that core of resentment. This time the blade did not slide away. Instead, it pierced precisely and smoothly into the pulsating dark core. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The movements of the Thousand Machine Zero-type body froze. It looked down at the blade that had pierced its core, shimmering with a light that shone with both warmth and destruction, and the dark, vortex-like face seemed to tremble slightly. The taste of light. It emitted a cryptic whisper, a mixture of countless noises. Immediately afterwards, boom, the pierced core of resentment suddenly exploded with unprecedented force. Endless darkness and blinding light erupted from the core, annihilating each other. Boom! The explosion of the core of resentment was like a black sun being born in the abyss beneath the earth, only to vanish in an instant. Extreme darkness and dazzling light clashed violently, canceling each other out and ultimately perished together. A terrifying energy storm swept everything away, completely vaporizing the last remaining rocks and metal in the surrounding area. The entire underground space became incredibly empty, as if it had been completely flattened. Chen Ping'an was violently blasted away by the final explosion, his health instantly plummeting to zero, plunging him back into a near-death state. The wind and thunder holy sword flew out of his hand and landed diagonally in the ground some distance away, its light dimming. He fell heavily to the ground, his vision went black, and he was in excruciating pain all over his body, unable to move even a finger. The energy storm gradually subsided. At the epicenter of the explosion, the black body of the 1000 Machine Zero had vanished, leaving only a few specks of black dust like ashes slowly drifting down. The core in its chest, composed of countless resentments, also vanished completely as if it had never existed. System notification, congratulations. You have successfully defeated the world-class boss, End Machine 1000 Machine Zero. At that very moment, in the center of the vision of all online players in Apocalypse Era, no matter where they were or what they were doing, they were all covered by an unprecedented, massive dark gold banner announcement that stretched across the sky. A grand, solemn, and imposing system notification sound simultaneously exploded in the minds of all players and NPCs. World announcement. Identical, 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 identical. The mighty power of the heavens, the moment of divine fall. Player, I am a reverse butterfly in the depths of the city of freedom's secret realm, alone slays the fallen divine being, End Machine 1000 Machine Zero, world-class boss final form. This heroic act forged the unparalleled fame of the first Godslayer. His achievements will be forever recorded in the annals of the Apocalypse Era asterisk. Therefore, a server-wide reward is hereby granted. All online players will receive a 50% increase in experience points and a 20% increase in drop rate for the next 24 hours. Identical, 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 identical. Oh yeah. The announcement was displayed 3 times in a row. The awe-inspiring system voiceover and the imposing dark gold text struck the hearts of every player like a heavy hammer. The entire server fell into a brief silence. The next second, the world chat channel and chat channels in various regions exploded as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. World channel, holy crap. A Godslayer, a world-class boss, the final form. Did I hear that right? I am the reverse butterfly, it's him again, #1 on the heavenly ranking, how did he do that? Slaying a god alone, is this even human? He's cheating, report him. He absolutely has to be reported. The idiot upstairs, can you cheat in this game? Is it so hard to admit someone is better? Butterfly God is awesome. Voice cracks. Server-wide reward, thanks to Butterfly God for carrying us. The experience buff is amazing, I'm done, I'm off to the dungeon. The City of Freedom, that place I heard has rules as numerous as shit. The Butterfly Goddess actually killed a god there. Godslayer Beginner. That title sounds incredibly awesome. At this moment, the name I am the reverse butterfly is no longer just a title for the #1 on the heavenly ranking, but has been crowned with the legendary title of Godslayer. The shock and discussion it has brought far surpasses any previous one. System notification. You have completed the Hidden Legacy quest chain Storm Dragon God's Legacy Chapter 1, The Tragedy of 1000 Machines. System notification. Your level has been increased to 109. Oh yeah. System notification. Your level has been increased to 125. System notification. Your level has been increased to 145. A series of golden lights burst forth from Chen Ping'an's body. The massive experience boost instantly leveled him up 37 levels, bringing him to level 145. He still invested all his free attribute points into his constitution without hesitation. His maximum health has increased dramatically again. Ding, your exclusive active skills 3 Chi Return and Dragon's Imperial Guest have been upgraded to LV.2. Chen Ping'an hadn't had a chance to check the upgraded skill attributes yet. The real highlight is here. System notification: due to your first kill of a world-class boss demigod level and completion of a high-difficulty hidden legacy quest, reward calculation is in progress. 100x reward boost effect triggered, reward quality enhancement in progress. Buzz, the entire flattened underground space was suddenly illuminated by countless dazzling rays of light. As if the Milky Way had fallen, countless gold coins, equipment, materials, and gems rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. They piled up into little mountains with a crackling sound, shining with golden light. Auspicious purple clouds gather from the east, several beams of orange-red light even shot into the sky. System notification: you have received 9,500,000,000 gold coins. A 100x increase. System notification: you have obtained the item, Ever-Changing Core Mythical. System notification: you have obtained the material, Final Resentment Crystal Mythical. System notification: you have obtained the material, Immortal Gear Mythical. System notification: you have obtained the material, Fell Energy Source Mythical. System notification: you have obtained the material, Perfect Void Gem Mythical. System notification: you have obtained the material, Perfect Storm Essence Mythical. The gold coins alone amount to a staggering 9.5 billion. A huge pile of mythical-grade material gems shimmering with iridescent light almost blinded Chen Ping'an. But that's not all. Immediately afterwards, the 3 pieces of equipment emitted incredibly powerful energy fluctuations, slowly floated up and appeared in front of Chen Ping'an. All of them are mythical-level equipment. Old Deng is tough to beat, but when it comes to rewards, he's absolutely generous. The first item was a pair of boots. The entire piece is a streamlined bluish-black with fine, flowing wind patterns on the surface and 2 small, rotating storm vortexes at the heel. Stormwalker's Stomp Mythical Boots. Defense plus 2500. Agility plus 500. Constitution plus 300. Movement speed plus 100%. Special Effect 1 Swift Phantom. When activated, movement speed is increased by an additional 200% for 15 seconds with a 2-minute cooldown. Special Effect 2 Unimpeded Movement. Ignores terrain slowing effects, allows for brief movement on water and in the air. Special Effect 3 Storm Mark leaves a storm mark while moving. The mark can be detonated, dealing storm damage equal to agility *5 to surrounding enemies. Equipment level 120. Description: boots imbued with the power of a storm, allowing you to walk freely and unrestrained. The second item is a wristband. Made of dark gold metal, its surface is engraved with ancient dragon totems, and 2 red gemstones are inlaid in the dragon's eyes as if they are burning. Dragon's Roar Bracers Mythical Bracers. Defense plus 1800. Strength. Attack speed plus 30%. Special Effect 1 Dragon Power Burst, critical hit chance plus 50%. Special Effect 2 Berserk Combo. There is a chance to trigger 2 additional hits when attacking, dealing 75% damage. Special Effect 3 Surging Power. Attack power increases by 5% for every 10% of health lost. Equipment level 120. Description: a bracer imbued with the power of a dragon, granting the wearer the strength to crush everything in its path. The third item is a breastplate. It is also the piece of equipment with the brightest light and the strongest energy fluctuations among the 3. It features a heavy, cyan gold plate armor design, with a roaring dragon head relief on the chest and a huge cyan gemstone embedded in the dragon's mouth, its interior seemingly swirling with a storm. The entire breastplate was enveloped in a tangible aura of wind and thunder, exuding unparalleled majesty. Storm Dragon God's Legacy Breastplate, Heart of the Heavens Mythical Set 1/5. Defense plus 9999. Strength. Agility. Constitution. Spirit plus 999. All elemental resistances plus 50%. Special Effect 1 Dragon God's Protection. Passive effect: reduces all damage taken by 20%, when activated actively, grants a shield equal to 50% of health for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Special Effect 2, Storm Resonance, greatly increases the effect and range of all storm-type skills. Special Effect 3, Dragonborn Intimidation, increases damage dealt to dragons and wyverns by 50% and has a chance to inflict fear. Equipment level 125. Description: one of the armor pieces left behind by the Storm Dragon God, containing a portion of the Dragon God's power and will. Collecting the complete set will grant you the true inheritance of the Storm Dragon God. Current progress 1/5, mythical set. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Chen Ping'an's breathing became uncontrollably rapid and his eyes widened when the attribute appeared before him. These attributes are ridiculously overpowered. Putting everything else aside, it already surpasses my previous life's top-tier legendary breastplate. The basic attributes alone are ridiculously exaggerated and the special effects are all incredibly awesome. And it's a set? Imagine how amazing it would be to collect them all. Is this the power of a world-class boss first kill plus a 100-fold reward? He struggled to sit up and quickly equipped the Storm Dragon God's legacy breastplate that radiated an alluring glow. Swish! The cyan gold breastplate instantly covered his upper body, fitting perfectly. A powerful and warm force surged through his entire body as if boundless power was being generated from within him. Both defenses increased dramatically in an instant. Next, he equipped Stormwalker's Stomp and Dragon's Roar bracers one by one. Suddenly, his overall attributes underwent a complete transformation. I feel so strong that I could punch through the Earth's core. However, the system prompts continued. Byte, system notification, you have received a special reward, Concentrated Storm Dragon God Essence Mythical X1, upgraded to the highest quality by 100 times. Item, Concentrated Storm Dragon God Essence Blood Mythical. Effect: permanently and significantly increases the concentration of the Storm Dragon God's bloodline, greatly increases all attributes and grants a new Dragon God skill. Description: a drop of true essence blood belonging to the Storm Dragon God containing unparalleled power. Use with caution, recommended for level 150 and above. System notification, you have obtained a special title. Godslayer Beginner, this title merges with your existing Pioneer Storm Sword God exclusive title to form Godslayer Herald Storm Sword God exclusive, unique. Effect: permanently increases all base attributes strength, constitution, spirit by 40% and agility by 80%. Experience gained from defeating monsters and completing quests is permanently increased by 50%. Damage dealt to divine creatures is increased by 25%, and damage taken from divine creatures is reduced by 15%. Wearing requirements: this item is exclusively for the registered user No.1, automatically activated and cannot be dropped. Description: you, as a pioneer, successfully slew a powerful being with divine qualities even though it had fallen. Your name has begun to attract the attention of some ancient being. They've gone mad, utterly gone mad. Looking at these rewards, Chen Ping'an felt like his brain was about to explode with oxygen. Blood essence, skill points, attribute points, titles, all of them are top tier. I just wonder what would happen if my essence blood were used on my offline body. After thinking about it, Chen Ping'an shook his head. Even the game emphasized that it should be used after level 150. Given his current level and the attributes it brought, he didn't know when his offline body would be able to reach that level. Don't lose sight of the essentials and end up swallowing it whole and exploding in the process. That would be ridiculous. Just as he was deciding how to use the item, another system notification sounded. System notification, your physical attribute feedback in real life has been updated. The current feedback ratio has increased to 20%. Has the actual feedback rate increased from 10% to 20%? Chen Ping'an was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Huge improvement. This feeling of becoming stronger is simply wonderful. Before he could fully adjust, the game's system notification interrupted his thoughts once again. System notification, player has been detected to have reached a certain level of strength. Hidden terms of the final stage of the ladder ranking are revealed in advance. When a player reaches level 666 and completes the 4th job advancement, the rule that death in the game is equivalent to death in real life will take effect immediately. The top 100 players will become agents of the Reapers. System notification: you are the first player to be aware of these terms. This notification, like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguished Chen Ping'an's burning excitement over the generous reward. The death rule, is it finally coming? And the timing has been brought forward considerably. In the previous life, it was 2.5 years later, but in this life, it's been less than a month since the game launched. At my current pace of growth, I'm afraid I'll be able to meet the requirements in 6 months. However, fortunately, as the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, I have control over the pace of the game. He glanced at his level. Level 125. He then took a deep breath, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, and his gaze became incredibly firm. He walked up to the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword and pulled it out. The sword hummed softly, as if in response to him. Then he began frantically stuffing the mountain of gold coins and materials on the ground into his backpack. After doing all this, he raised his head and looked into the boundless dark space. Moved by this, he immediately recited, "Despite meticulous planning, 1,000 tribulations are overcome, the dragon's form shatters and blood rains down. My broken body will become a sword to carry on your will. My proud spirit remains, I vow never to return. The road ahead may be treacherous, but I will not be afraid. My heart is as firm as iron and my might is unyielding. When the winds and thunder reunite, a new chapter will begin and dust will settle." The silent abyss offered no response. Chen Ping'an steadied himself. "It's time to leave. I wonder how Mo Yuan is doing." He took out the backup plan he had prepared earlier from his backpack. Portable teleport coordinates, activate. A simple teleportation array appeared beneath his feet, and after a brief guidance, Chen Ping'an's body gradually became ethereal. At this moment, a new system notification sounded. System notification: your reputation with the City of Freedom is -99,999,999. You have reached the Myronic Enemy stage. All your actions here will be subject to the highest level of arrest warrant. Chen Ping'an curled his lip, completely unconcerned. All he wants now is to leave Freedom City as soon as possible, find a quiet place to process his gains, and then continue to grow stronger. His figure transformed into specks of light and gradually disappeared into the dark abyss. Swish! Chen Ping'an's figure appeared on the top platform of the mechanism tower, and the light of the simple teleportation array beneath his feet slowly dissipated. He took a deep breath, feeling an explosive power coursing through his body. With level 145 and the newly acquired mythic equipment, my stats have undergone a dramatic transformation. Before he could even process what was happening, his gaze was drawn to a figure in the corner of the platform. He saw that Mo Yuan was squatting on the ground with her back to him. Holding some strange parts and a crystal emitting unstable energy, he was intently assembling something, muttering to himself, "Damn it, this detonation frequency is still not fast enough. Energy output, that should be enough. Increase it a little more, even if it doesn't kill him, it'll hurt him enough." Chen Ping'an watched her retreating figure and coughed softly. Cough. "Woohoo!" Mo Yuan jumped up like a startled rabbit, almost dropping the half-finished device in her hand that was crackling with dangerous electric sparks. She turned around in a panic, and when she saw it was Chen Ping'an, she froze, and the thing in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. "Is ... at you?" Mo Yuan's voice trembled with disbelief, her eyes instantly reddening. You're all right. You're still alive." But the next second, her attention was immediately drawn to Chen Ping'an's current state. Although Chen Ping'an's face remained expressionless, the imposing cyan gold breastplate he wore emanated a chilling aura of power. Standing there, he was like an unshakable mountain, his aura more than 10 times stronger than before he went down. Especially his eyes, the sharpness from the intense battle hadn't been fully concealed, making Mo Yuan's heart skip a beat. Mo Yuan instinctively took 2 steps forward, her gaze quickly sweeping over him as if afraid of seeing some terrible wound. The noise downstairs, then it stopped. "I thought." Her voice gradually faded, and a mixture of lingering fear and resolute determination flashed across her face. Chen Ping'an's gaze swept over the things she had been fiddling with and he raised an eyebrow slightly. "What are you doing? New type of explosives." A hint of unease flashed across Mo Yuan's face, but she quickly straightened her chest, a touch of stubbornness in her expression. That thousand machines evil dragon is so powerful and you've been down there for so long without making a sound. I can't just wait around. These are the highest explosive things I can make with the materials I have. It might not kill it, but it can at least be taught a lesson. At worst we'll all perish together." Her voice trailed off, carrying a hint of feminine grievance and fierceness, completely unlike the shrewd and capable workshop leader she usually was. Mo Yuan avoided eye contact, somewhat afraid to look at Chen Ping'an. Does my behavior seem a bit silly? But he hadn't come up yet and she was getting really anxious. This stupid idea was all she could think of. Chen Ping'an was taken aback, a strange feeling creeping into his heart. I didn't expect Mo Yuan to be so fierce. She even wants to go down and avenge him. He noticed that when Mo Yuan looked at him, her eyes were filled with deep heartache and worry that were almost overflowing. This enigmatic man always seems so nonchalant. He must have barely survived the battle against the thousand machines evil dragon just now. As Mo Yuan thought about it, her nose tingled slightly. He must have paid an unimaginable price to become so strong. Mo Yuan's affection for you plus 1000, affection level now 15,000, deeply in love, bound by life and death. Chen Ping'an shook his head, his tone unusually gentle. "It's all right, it's been resolved, that thing won't appear again." "Real?" Mo Yuan's eyes lit up with delight, but then she looked at him with concern. "Are you all right? I see you." Rumbled. Before she could finish speaking, the entire mechanism tower suddenly began to shake violently. The platform's edges began to crack and crumble, and huge boulders continued to fall downwards. "Oh no. This good-for-nothing is about to collapse." Chen Ping'an's expression changed. The battle with Thousand Machine Zero must have had such a wide-ranging impact that this place was about to collapse. "We must leave immediately." Chen Ping'an grabbed Mo Yuan's wrist and tried to rush out. However, Mo Yuan is an engineer and her physical attributes are no match for Chen Ping'an's. Her movement speed is also pitifully slow. She pulled him along for a couple of steps, but he couldn't keep up with Chen Ping'an's insane speed and almost fell over. "Hey, slow down, I can't run that fast," Mo Yuan shouted anxiously. Chen Ping'an looked back and realized that the speed was indeed insufficient. The collapse behind them was accelerating. "There's no time to hesitate." To Mo Yuan's astonishment, Chen Ping'an, without a word, slipped one hand under her knees and the other around her back, lifting her up in a perfect princess carry. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mo Yuan gasped in surprise, her tools falling to the ground with a thud and her hands instinctively wrapped around Chen Ping'an's neck. Her cheeks turned bright red at a visible speed like a ripe apple, the redness extending all the way to her ears. My heart was pounding. She's a famous ice queen in Freedom City. When has she ever been hugged like this by a man? Hold on tight. Chen Ping'an gave a low shout, completely ignoring the woman's shyness in his arms. His current base movement speed has reached a terrifying level. He didn't have time to check the exact amount, but he felt as light as a feather. Swift step, activate. Whoosh. The figure blurred and the movement speed increased dramatically once again. At the same time, the pair of newly fitted mythical boots with flowing wind patterns on his feet burst forth with a dazzling blue light. Swift Phantom. Activates. He activated the mythical boots' active skill directly. Movement speed increased by an additional 200%. At this moment, Chen Ping'an's movement speed has exceeded 1000% of the limit, reaching an astonishing total movement speed of 4612%. Boom! A powerful gust of wind enveloped him and his speed exploded instantly. His body almost transformed into a blurry, bluish-black streak of light, so fast that even the afterimage was barely noticeable. Unimpeded movement, special effects activated. Whether it's a shattered platform, collapsed beams, or abyssal fissures beneath his feet, he moves as if on flat ground. Even when he occasionally needed to gain momentum in the air, his feet would step on falling rubble which seemed to transform into solid ground, allowing him to accelerate again. Mo Yuan clung tightly to Chen Ping'an's neck, burying her burning cheeks in his sturdy breastplate, not daring to look up at him. The wind howled in my ears and the deafening crashing sounds behind me, but being held in his arms gave me an unprecedented sense of security. She peeked through one eye, watching Chen Ping'an's resolute profile and the sight of him retreating at lightning speed, and was utterly shocked. What kind of speed is that? Is he even human? He's countless times faster than my advanced engineering motorcycle. Is this his current strength? What exactly happened down there just now? Chen Ping'an had no time to pay attention to Mo Yuan's thoughts. He was highly focused, dodging the constantly falling boulders at full speed. Whoosh! The wind howled in Mo Yuan's ears. Terrified, she closed her eyes tightly and instinctively reached out to hug Chen Ping'an's neck, burying her burning cheeks in his hard yet incredibly reassuring dragon god breastplate. She could feel his strong, powerful heartbeat beneath his chest and the incredibly steady rhythm of his running. They could also feel the terrifying, earth-shattering scene around them being left behind by this man at an unimaginable speed. The sense of security brought by this absolute speed and power stood in stark contrast to the despair she had felt just moments before, preparing to face death alone. This stark contrast made her heart beat even faster, and she tightened her grip on Chen Ping'an's arm. Affection level plus 100. Chen Ping'an had no time to appreciate the warm, soft body in his arms or the soaring affection level. His mind was highly focused, and he could always find the safest and shortest path among the dense, rain-like debris. He was like a storm tearing through the darkness, rushing towards the outskirts of the ruined capital with unstoppable force. Behind them lay a colossal crater plunged into utter destruction, accompanied by continuous, deafening crashes. Ahead, the elevator shaft leading to the underground area of the City of Freedom is lit up. A few minutes later, accompanied by a deafening roar, Chen Ping'an, carrying Mo Yuan, burst out of the alleyway at the entrance to the ruined capital, which was about to be completely buried like a cannonball. They landed steadily in a relatively safe area beneath the City of Freedom. We're safe now. Chen Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief, stopped, and put Mo Yuan down from his arms. Mo Yuan's feet touched solid ground, her legs still felt a little weak, her cheeks were still flushed, her eyes darted around, not daring to look at Chen Ping'an, and she muttered something under her breath. Thank you. Her heart was pounding. Is this what it feels like to be carried in a princess carry? It seems not bad. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the center of the city. All they could see was billowing dust, and a large group of people was rushing towards them at high speed. Leading the group was a middle-aged man riding a tall mechanical puppet, dressed in magnificent city lord's robes with a livid face and eyes that seemed to spit fire. It was none other than Yuanyuan, the lord of the City of Freedom. Behind him followed a dense mass of city lords' guards, all riding standard combat golems and wielding various energy weapons exuding a murderous aura. Behind them, many players who loved watching the drama also joined in the commotion. Surround them, don't let them escape. Yuanyuan's voice came through the loudspeaker, filled with anger. Splash. A large number of guards and puppets immediately dispersed, forming a huge encirclement that surrounded Chen Ping'an and Mo Yuan. Countless energy weapons and puppet cannons were aimed directly at the two of them. The air around them instantly became tense. A man who looked like a captain of the guards, piloting a heavy, rhinoceros-like golem, stepped forward and roared, "I am the reverse butterfly. You have damaged city facilities and disturbed the city lord. Your crimes are heinous. Surrender immediately." Chen Ping'an glanced at the group of NPCs and players, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. That's it. He's now level 145 and equipped with top-tier gear. Compared to his already formidable stats, his current level is absolutely explosive. To him, the NPC guards whose average level was only around 80 and the players whose level was even lower were no different from paper. If he wanted to, he could activate Dragon's Imperial Guest, then charge in with the Wind and Thunder Holy Sword. A few swift slashes would be enough to wipe out this place and directly sweep through the entire City of Freedom. But he didn't do that? Chen Ping'an knew exactly what was going on. Free City may not be good at much else, but its puppetry technology is amazing. When national wars begin, these puppeteers will definitely be the backbone of both defense and offense. If we were to kill all the NPCs and high-level players here now, wasting a whole day of their time, it would be like cutting off our own arm. Who will absorb the damage for the Daxia region in the future? Who will be the cannon fodder? The reborn Chen Ping'an is no longer the impulsive, hot-blooded youth who acts without considering the consequences. Before taking any step, you must consider the consequences and your escape route. Moreover, he has already eliminated the real mastermind, Qianji, and the cunning Gongshupan. The current city lord Gongshuyan is merely a relatively intelligent puppet. Having lost its greatest backer, the City of Freedom may actually be able to develop better in the future and might even unleash greater potential. At that time, he can use all these forces to buy himself time and implement his national war plan. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an became even less inclined to take action. He stood there with his arms crossed, looking like he was just watching their performance. Attack, take him down. Gongshuyan was so enraged by Chen Ping'an's contempt for them that he roared and gave an order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bang bang bang. In an instant, countless energy beams, physical projectiles, and control nets, all sorts of attacks rained down on Chen Ping'an like a storm. A dazzling light and deafening explosions instantly engulfed the area where Chen Ping'an and Mo Yuan stood. Gongshuyan sneered, daring to withstand the firepower of the Free City's army. They're truly courting death. However, a few seconds later, the smoke and flashes of energy from the explosion dissipated. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. Chen Ping'an remained standing in the same spot without even moving an inch. A faint cyan gold aura enveloped his body. That was the defensive effect inherent in the Storm Dragon God's legacy breastplate, Heart of the Azure Sky. Dragon God's protection. Passive effect reduces all damage taken by 20%. When activated actively, grants a shield equal to 50% of maximum health for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. All the attacks that struck that halo were like raindrops hitting a solid reef. Aside from creating a few ripples, they didn't even scratch a hair on Chen Ping'an's head. A series of damage numbers floated up above his head, densely packed, dazzling to behold. -1, immunity, -1, immunity, immunity. Most attacks can only forcibly reduce your health by 1 point. Many others directly induce immunity. Given the level difference, Chen Ping'an's current defense and damage reduction are ridiculously high. The attacks from these ordinary NPCs and players are practically just tickling him. His health bar barely budged. This is impossible. The captain of the guard was so frightened that his voice trembled. Gongshuyan's pupils dilated in shock and his face turned extremely pale. He knew I am the reverse butterfly was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this ridiculously strong. This is simply a being from another dimension. Chen Ping'an yawned, dusted off non-existent dust from his clothes, and said lazily, "Finished. Now it's my turn, right?" Although he didn't want to massacre the city, that didn't mean he wouldn't retaliate. His eyes turned cold and he suddenly raised his foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Stormwalker's Stomp, effect activated, Storm Mark. Centered on the point where his toes landed, a cyan storm ripple instantly spread outwards. The countless footprints he left on the ground with his super-fast movement speed became storm imprints, emitting a faint cyan light. Immediately afterward, Chen Ping'an had a sudden thought: explode. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Those moments were ignited. A series of small storms exploded at the feet of all the guards and puppets surrounding them. The explosion damage is I am the reverse butterfly, agility *5. Now the character's agility points have reached an astonishing 47 points. Coupled with a series of equipment enhancements, the damage is naturally terrifying for these NPCs. -80, 8,421, -80, 5,541, -90,122. A terrifying barrage of damage numbers erupted like a fountain from above the heads of the NPC guards and their puppets. Those low-level puppets with low health were instantly blasted into parts, scattered all over the ground. The lower-level NPC guards didn't even have time to scream before their health bars were instantly emptied, and they vanished in a flash of white light to return to town and revive. Just one kick, the entire encirclement was cleared of more than half of its area. Only a few elite units with high health or those standing far away remained alive, but they were all in a weakened state. Terrified, they retreated repeatedly, looking at Chen Ping'an as if he were a demon.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.